house, whose strength was equivalent to the peak Dongshuan of human cultivators, only one step away from entering the seventh realm, becoming a legendary spirit demon. His subordinate respectfully replied, "Reporting to the Great Elder, we are 100% certain that the Demon Emperor's Dongfu is over there, but the Demon Emperor is dead, and no one knows where the entrance to the space is. Finding the entrance to the Dongfu will take some more time," the Great Elder leisurely said. "Take your time to find it. We've waited hundreds of years, so there's no rush now." The subordinate then became puzzled and asked, "Great Elder, why don't you go find it yourself? Based on your strength, finding the entrance to the Demon Emperor's Dongfu shouldn't be difficult," the Great Elder said sternly. "What do you understand? If I leave this place, I will definitely attract the attention of some others. This is a demon kingdom. Once the information is leaked, the entire demon kingdom will be shaken, and by then, what we want will be even more difficult." Having said this, he looked at the subordinate with a sharp gaze and asked, "How is the news blockade going?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Great Elder, don't worry. Those who know about this are all our confidants, so it's guaranteed to be airtight. As long as we find the entrance to the Dongfu, we can quietly take what we want." At that time, the Great Elder unifying the demon kingdom and becoming the master of all demons will soon become a reality. The Great Elder was relieved upon hearing this and said, "Protect the secret tightly, and that will be enough." From outside, a gatekeeping demon beast entered and reported. "Reporting to the Great Elder, His Highness Qin Guangwang has come to visit." The Great Elder calmly replied, "Invite him in." He thought uneasily to himself, why so suddenly? Could it be that he has come here because of Bai Di's Dongfu? No. Qin Guangwang is far away in Ghost City, so how could he know this secret? Qin Guangwang entered and respectfully said, "Greetings, Demon King." The Great Elder asked in surprise, "Why aren't you in Ghost City? What are you doing in the Demon Kingdom?" Qin Guangwang bluntly replied, "I heard that the Demon Kingdom discovered Bai Di's Dongfu, so I specifically came here." The Great Elder feigned ignorance and said, "Is there such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Where did you get this news from?" He frowned and thought, this matter has been kept airtight. How would the people of Ghost City know about it? Qin Guangwang said seriously, "A leader of the Danding faction and more than 10 Creation Realm elders have entered the Demon Kingdom. Heard that based on the reports from detectives everywhere, the Fulu sect, Spirit Array sect, Southern sect, Northern sect, and Zhuan sect are all making big moves. Recently, the Great Zhou Imperial Offering Division has also been frequently dispatched. There must be something up. If it's not because of the White Emperor's Dongfu, could it be that they want to pacify the Demon Kingdom and wipe out the demon sects? Seriously?" The Grand Elder looked down at his subordinate, angrily questioning, "This is what you call airtight?" In his heart he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, it's clearly leaked everywhere. Could there be a traitor among us? What the heck?" Cut to the agreed-upon location. Liamu, along with several Daoist priests and members of the Imperial Offering Division, arrived. A familiar face standing next to Daoist Xuan Zhenzi greeted them first. "Long time no see, Daoist friend. You're different now," Li Mushen smiled, and returned the greeting. "Daoist Miao Chen, as elegant as ever." She smiled back. "Daoist friend, are you also here to find the White Emperor's Dongfu? How about we go together?" Li Musei hesitated a bit upon hearing this, but then agreed. If that's the case, that would be great. He thought to himself, only have one Dao leaf. Adding someone means adding one more competitor. But Daoist Miao Chen put in a lot of effort to kill Tian Huang. It's not convenient for me to refuse. Xuan Zhenzi also said in surprise, "Since junior brother has said so, let's go then." Daoist Miao Chen looked at Li Mu and said to Xuan Zhenzi, "Your junior brother is much stronger than you." "Sheesh," he smiled and said, "Daoist priest is joking, no way." Xuan Zhenzi thought as he walked. Although the 5 sects know about the White Emperor's Dongfu, only Li Mu knows the specific location. Even if they go to the Demon Kingdom, they'll be like a headless fly running around. Who knew that the people of the Xuan sect would be so shameless, refusing to let go no matter what? Suddenly, Daoist Gao Yi, who was walking ahead, shouted, "Retreat! HMPH!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless sharp rocks flew from the front, but they were all shattered by sword energy. Even so, the aftershocks were too great, making it difficult for Li Mu's group to defend. From within the hazy dust, 4 dark shadows faintly appeared. One of them said loudly, "This is not a place you can come. Get back where you came from." Xuan Zhenzi looked at the demon beasts in front of him and the leader, and said, "It's the Grand Elder of the Demon sect. The rest are probably from the Giwai sect, and Huang sect. Daoist Gao Yi said leisurely. Little kitty, what are you going crazy for? There are only 4 of you in the 6th realm, and there are 5 of us. How about we fight? Whoever loses has to get lost. Suddenly, Li Mu felt a trace of killing intent from somewhere. Behind the demon beast a dark shadow appeared, staring at Li Mu, thinking to herself, "Finally found you." Li Mu recognized her at a glance. He smiled, thinking to himself, "It's her. Her 2 daggers are still in my storage space. If it weren't for the teleportation talisman last time, she would have become my talisman already." Looking at that face with a punchable smile, the fox demon couldn't help but remember that humiliating day. Overwhelmed by anger, she bared her fangs and secretly swore, "That bastard! When father captures you, I will definitely skin him alive and tear him apart." The Grand Elder of the demon sect looked towards Li Mu's group, secretly analyzing. "Our top powerhouses don't have the advantage in numbers, and I can't see through the strength of that old Daoist priest. He's probably close to the 7th realm. If we fight, we definitely won't be a match." While he was deep in thought, a noise came from behind, attracting his attention. Looking at the newcomers, the Grand Elder asked in surprise, "Snake King, Leopard King, Bear King, Wolf King, what are you doing?" The Snake King stuck out his long tongue and said, "The Demon Emperor is the king of the demon race, not the king of your tiger race. Does the Tiger King want to monopolize it?" The Grand Elder replied sternly. "I have full evidence to prove that the Demon Emperor is from our tiger race. What does his Dongfu have to do with you?" The Snake King refused to back down and said, "This king also has evidence to prove that the Demon Emperor is a predecessor of our snake race. His Dongfu and everything in it should be inherited by us." Another person, seeing their side arguing like this, stood up and said, "4 demon kings, no matter what, the Demon Emperor's Dongfu should belong to the demon race. It has nothing to do with humans." He gestured towards Li Mu's group and continued, "Why don't you join forces with my demonic sect? First drive away the Grand Zhou dynasty and those Daoist cultivators. Then your demon race can decide who the Dongfu belongs to." Li Mu frowned, thinking to himself, "If the demon race and the demonic sect join forces, the other side's 6th realm powerhouses will immediately double. 8 against 5, we can't win." Li Mu leaned over to Xuan Zhenzi and asked, "Senior brother, can you contact the people of the remaining 4 sects?" He thought to himself, "Isn't it just calling people? As if I can't call anyone?" Xuan Zhenzi frowned slightly upon hearing this request, but then he took out a Bagua mirror from his bag and began to cast a spell on it. When the Bagua mirror lit up, Xuan Zhenzi said loudly, "Yu Yangzi, 2 heavenly-grade elixir pills. I will tell you the location of the White Emperor's Dongfu." The other side immediately replied, "Dial." He shouted again, "Guang Yuanzi, 2 stage array flags will tell you the location of the White Emperor's Dongfu." The other side also replied, "Deal." Xuan Zhenzi continued to trade. "Ling Wuzi, 100 bottles of Team Spirit Fluid will tell you where the White Emperor's Dongfu is. 50 bottles is the lowest I'll go. You don't agree? I'll find Dong Yunzi? 2-stage magic weapon in exchange for the location of the White Emperor's Dongfu." Dan Chengrizi's group have all agreed, only you're left. "What? One it is then? Hurry up and come here." The other side immediately said, "Coming right now." Li Mu, witnessing that scene, was dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Senior brother was severely exploited by senior sister Yu Zhen and my master. But he didn't complain at all. It's a little embarrassing. How can he be so heroic? One piece of information can be traded with 4 families at once." Xuan Zhenzi turned his head and said to Li Mu with confidence, "The Grand Elder's Hall to recruit believers from the headmaster's senior brother is coming soon. Junior brother understands, right?" Li Mu replied blankly, "Understand? I understand." He thought to himself, "We, husband and wife, have almost emptied Xuan Zhenzi's private funds, plus Qing Fear. He probably won't get anything anymore. Alas, we are family, yet we are forcing an honest person to become cunning." The demon sects saw Li Muasia's group calling for people and looked at each other, secretly discussing. Although the demonic sect has bad intentions, the demon race's precious treasures must not be obtained by the human race. After a while, golden light quickly enveloped the sky. The gate slowly formed and opened a wide path. In addition, there were large clouds containing people appearing above. Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. "This form of appearance, Spirit Array Sect, these are top-grade elixir pills. Dan Ding Sect, truly lives up to its name." Suddenly, a sword flew from somewhere and stuck firmly into the mountain in front of them. From that sword-wielding Daoists walked out. Li Mu secretly commented, "The people of the northern sect are always so ostentatious, and the introductions are all done. Li Mu looked at the current situation, thinking to himself, all 6 sects have gathered, plus the Grand Zhou dynasty. Even if the 4 demon kings agree to join forces with the demonic sect, if they really fight, no one will benefit. Daoist Gao Yi asked leisurely, what does that tabby cat say now? The demon beasts on this side also gritted their teeth, full of momentum, thinking to themselves, it is impossible to monopolize the demon emperor's Dongfu, but the demon sect has been searching for that Dongfu for generations of elders, for hundreds of years. How can I let it fall into the hands of others? The Snake King then stood up and said, since that's the case, who goes and who stays? Surely you all won't be willing. Why don't everyone rely on their own abilities? After entering the demon emperor's Dongfu, whoever gets the heavenly book, it belongs to them. Gao Yi looked at Li Mu and replied, we agree. Are you asking if that tabby cat agrees? Seeing the Grand Elder's lack of reaction, Snake King thought to himself, damn, I'm gonna have to deal with this, he then said. Next, after the demon emperor dies, the Dongfu will be masterless. Those above the 6th realm can't enter, so we can only send our subordinates. To be fair, we can all only send 5 subordinates below the 6th realm. Any objections? The 4 factions tacitly agreed with this. Snake King also opened his mouth. Once everyone has chosen their people, we can join forces to tear open a spatial rift and enter the secret realm. A moment later, the highest level people from the 4 factions gathered on top of the high rock formations, using their power to open a passage right in the sky. As the passage was opening, Snake King immediately urged everyone, hurry and go in, we can't hold it for long. The 6 sect Daoists, the Great Zhou dynasty court, and the demon faction all entered the secret realm at the same time. While jumping inside, he saw that Hoochie Mama, the joyous cultivator chick again. She made a vicious, throat-slitting gesture towards Li Mu. He looked at her, frowning and thinking, damn, she's pissed. Li Mu was quickly teleported into the secret realm. As soon as he entered, Li Mu temporarily stood still. Observing his surroundings, he thought to himself, even if my spiritual sense leaves my body, the range I can scout isn't even more than 10 steps. I don't even know where the others who came in with me got teleported. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual power rushed towards Li Mu, but he detected it and dodged it swiftly. From within the hazy mist, a familiar figure appeared. Li Mu leisurely asked, you want to throw hands, huh? She roared as if she had been struck. Let's fight then. You think I'm scared of you? Her subordinate next to her quickly shouted to remind her, great joyous cultivator, we need to find the heavenly book quickly. Hearing that, she gnashed her teeth and endured. The joyous cultivator pointed at Li Mu, speaking with a superior tone, I'll spare you for now. I'll repay you 100-fold for the humiliation you gave me that day. The joyous cultivator quickly ran off. She secretly calculated, the experts outside will need 3 days to reopen this space. As long as I find the heavenly book first, I'll have enough time for revenge. Li Mu looked at her, secretly thinking, you started the fire but don't want to put it out. How irresponsible. He looked around, thinking to himself, but the demon emperor's Dongfu is totally different from what I imagined. Everything is white and hazy, and I can't sense any direction at all. Suddenly, a Taoist behind him took out a talisman and said, this is what the headmaster real person told this disciple to give to martial uncle. He said this talisman will guide us to the Dao leaf. Li Mu quickly took the talisman and folded it into a crane, then released it into the air. He went ahead, carefully instructing the Taoists behind him. There's no spiritual energy in this space, everyone. Try to conserve your magical power and avoid wasting it on unnecessary things. Let's go. On the joyous cultivator's side, she was standing in front of a tombstone. Her subordinate read it aloud. The seat of the Spirit Ape King, the 7th Divine Guard. Ancient books record that the Spirit Ape King was one of the 10 great demon generals under the Demon Emperor. This must be the Demon Emperor's Dongfu. Suddenly, she sensed something and shouted, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange, withered hand shot out from under the ground, tightly grabbing the leg of that subordinate. Without any wasted movement, the hand dragged the demon beast into the ground. He struggled and shouted, save me! But the joyous cultivator and the others had already jumped into the air to avoid it. A moment later, the demon beast was thrown out from the ground. He died a tragic death with his lower half gone. From the ground, a monster with dry, shaggy fur and a blood-stained mouth looked towards the joyous cultivator's group. Another demon beast drew his weapon defensively, saying incomprehensibly, it's been thousands of years. How can there still be demonic corpses here? The joyous cultivator was also surprised, gritting her teeth and saying, demonic corpses? The demonic corpse didn't let them discuss it, and directly launched an attack. On the other side, the beastmen were also being torn apart by demonic corpses. Screaming in agony, Li Mu stood high up, carefully observing the situation below. Li Mu calmly used talismans to eliminate the demonic corpses, thinking to himself, although the strength of these demonic corpses isn't weaker than a fourth realm flying zombie, they don't have the simple intelligence of a flying zombie, unless they were fifth realm experts or higher before they died. Zombies can absolutely not survive for more than 3,000 years. Or perhaps living people entering triggered them to turn into demonic corpses. After observing, Li Mu carefully warned, "This place is weird, everyone be careful of the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of demonic corpses rose up from the ground, causing the group to exclaim in alarm, "How can there be so many demonic corpses in the Demon Emperor's Dongfu?" While Li Mu was throwing out talismans to destroy the zombies, he said, "Don't worry about that, first we need to get rid of them, otherwise they will gather more and more." In situations where you can use talismans, try to conserve your magical power as much as possible. The Daoists quickly followed Li Mu's instructions. He commented while destroying the demonic corpses, "These demonic corpses have hard and strong bodies. This is when their power is at its peak. They could gather together and die in one place, no different than being buried with Emperor Bai." The group quickly moved forward. After a while, the group arrived at a spacious courtyard with a somewhat special layout. Li Mu looked around, surprised, and said, "This is..." The Daoist next to him continued, "Demon King Palace." Once the destination was confirmed, the factions began to enter a state of mutual vigilance and tension. A group of Daoists volunteered. "Let's go," Li Mu stood behind, thinking to himself. The Spirit Array sect are volunteering to go first. At least he can prove that there are no formations here. But everything here reveals strangeness. Still need to be cautious. Let's go in the back. The whole group started to go inside. Everyone gasped as they walked. "This is the Demon King Palace." The group stopped in front of a large statue, and everyone noticed a stone tablet and approached it. This stone tablet was read aloud by a demon beast. "In my whole life I cultivated for over 300 years, crossed 10 continents and 3 islands to obtain the heavenly book, and received a spiritual vein to become a heavenly demon, unified the demon race, fought with the 6 sects, rarely meeting an opponent, but in the end could not defeat the heavenly way, and could not cultivate to achieve immortality." Upon hearing this, the group immediately entered a state of confusion. They murmured, "Even a 9th realm expert, their lifespan is no more than 300 years. I waited until today, and I'm only at the 5th realm. If I don't reach the 7th realm in a few decades, wouldn't I be like a mortal, and in the end only be left with a plot of land? So what are we, people who arduously cultivate in seclusion, even cultivating for? What's the point?" Li Mu over here looked at the content on the stele, thinking to himself, "Immortality is definitely good, but growing old with the one you love, like Jiang Long, is also a fulfilling life." He turned to look at the people around him and immediately realized the problem, thinking, "This isn't good. Their Dacio hearts are in chaos." He quickly shouted, "You guys cultivate your own Dacio. Why are you worrying about what others are doing?" Huang Ji, standing next to Li Mu, was still lost in her own thoughts. Cultivation emphasizes that a great kindness is a great debt. If it weren't for him awakening me, my path of cultivation would definitely be greatly affected later. But Li Mu and I are clearly enemies. How can I both repay a debt and seek revenge? My Tianhu clan clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges, but everything has an order. Revenge first, then gratitude. The demon beasts continued to read the words on the stele. "The treasures of the Demon Emperor's palace and the Dao leaf are all left for the destined person to enter the Dongfu. I hope the destined person who receives the inheritance can restore the demon race once again." Li Mu Kali was now suspicious. He looked up at the stele in his heart, thinking, if the White Emperor really wanted his demon rule to continue, then why didn't he pass it on then, but waited 300 years? This Demon Emperor's palace is too illogical. Huang Ji, seeing that Li Mu was preparing to step forward, stood out with her blade and said, "You guys aren't allowed to go in? This stele says that the Demon Emperor's palace is for the demon race. What are you humans doing here?" Li Mu leisurely replied, "Anyway, we can't read demon language. Maybe you guys are lying to us. Besides, humans and demons are both creatures of heaven and earth. Humans are born of the human mother, and demons are born of the demon mother. No one is more noble than the other. What makes you think you can go in, and we can't?" Huang Ji was stunned by this logic, thinking, if Li Mu weren't my enemy, and wasn't competing with me for the Demon Emperor's treasure, just based on these words of his, I'd want to be friends with him. Sadly, we're destined to be enemies. Huang Ji still refused, saying, "The inheritance of the Demon Emperor is for us demons. Aren't you humans ashamed to come and compete?" Li Mu, crossed his arms, and calmly replied, "The demon emperor said it's for the destined person, not the destined demon. What face do you have to come and snatch it?" Huang Ji irritably snapped. "You're just arguing for the sake of arguing." Li Mu also raised his voice, saying, all right, how about we fight? Whoever wins gets to go in." Before she could reply, some demon beasts had already bypassed her and entered. Huang Ji turned around, angrily thinking, "These damn demon creatures. They actually took advantage of my quarrel with Li Mujie." To sneak in, Li Mujie didn't hesitate, and urged the Daoists behind him, "Let's go in too." Scene change. In the first level of the Demon Emperor's palace, a fox demon grabbed a pill, declaring grandly, "Anyone who dares to touch this pill is going against my demon sect and the devil sect." A snake demon also rushed in, saying, "The demon kingdom isn't the territory of the devil sect. If you want this pill, show some skills." The demon beasts went everywhere in the first level, fighting and snatching. Li Muye, however, went straight to the upper level. In the second level of the Demon Emperor's palace, dazzling treasures appeared before their eyes. Li Mu and the other demon beasts' attention was fixed on that vase. They all thought, "This vase, what's inside must be the origin power. We have to attack first to gain the upper hand." Thinking this, they all rushed towards the vase. Suddenly, the small Dao bell of Li Mu made a sound. Li Mu frowned, asking inwardly, "Is that what you want?" Without saying much, Li Mu immediately raised his hand and loudly said, "I'm taking this vase. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" The demon beasts around him stopped upon hearing this. Huang Ji, whose hand was close to reaching it, also stopped. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it!" She turned around and slowly said, "I don't owe you anything now." Li Mu calmly said, "You can object," he thought confidently. "This jade vase is originally mine. She wants to use my stuff to repay the debt of awakening her outside the palace. Absolutely not." Huang Ji immediately changed her face, grabbed the vase, and said, "Then I won't give it to you." "No more words," Li Mu pointed, and ordered his subordinates behind him, "Snatch it back for me." Huang Ji didn't expect this and gritted her teeth, thinking, "This Li Mu is relying on his numbers to bully the weak. Shameless." Li Mu wore a cunning smile and said, "You see, we have more people than you. If we really fight, you guys will definitely lose some people. By then, you won't be able to keep the thing in your hand. Why not give it to me now? No one needs to fight, and you guys don't need to lose some lives in vain." Huang Ji helplessly threw the vase towards Li Mu and said, "You're really not human." Li Mu took the vase in his hand, smiled, and replied, "Between the two of us, who exactly isn't human, I'm not sure. Could it be that you yourself aren't clear?" Huang Ji knew she couldn't win against Li Mu's mouth and ordered her subordinates beside her, "Go call those brainless ones up here." The rapid footsteps of the demon beasts echoed in the corridor. Li Mu looked at the demon beasts who were cluelessly looking for treasures, and in his heart he secretly commented, "No wonder the Yao sect is the most looked down upon in the 10 demonic sects. They are, after all, demon creatures, and sometimes they rely only on their animal instincts to do things, truly lacking in strength." Huang Ji looked around and said to the demon beasts, "Stop looking. Go up." The group arrived at the third level, leaving only a large platform in the middle. On the middle of the platform was a piece of paper being hunted down by everyone since entering the secret realm. That is the Dapio leaf. Li Musi looked at the situation at this moment and secretly calculated, "Everyone came here for that Dao leaf. No matter who acts first, they will become the target of the attack." Huang Ji stood up and said her idea. "Everyone, this is the Dongfu of the Demon Emperor, and the heavenly scripture is also of the demon race, and cannot fall into the hands of the human race. After we join forces to win this heavenly scripture, we can comprehend it together." The demon race also felt uneasy and thought, "With the 6 Daoist factions here, we can't win the heavenly scripture at all. If it's obtained by the Yao sect, our devil race may still have a chance to comprehend it. If it falls into the hands of the human race, we will forever lose that heavenly scripture." Li Mu closed his eyes calmly, thinking to himself, "I don't want to be a thief either, but if that Dao leaf is won by the demon race, or falls into the hands of the devil sect for training, they will have more powerful people, and, in the near future, they may become a threat to Great Zhou. Then the dream of pacifying the demon kingdom and destroying the devil sect will be delayed indefinitely. My wives are still waiting for me to take them around the world." The image of his family looking forward to his return in his mind makes Li Mu feel warm. A demon beast quickly rushed up and said loudly, "What are you kidding about? The Dao leaf is from the demon race." The Daoist on Li Mu's side also stood in front of the demon beast in time and said loudly, "Stop." Seeing the tense situation, all parties became vigilant, preparing to rush up to attack. In just a moment, the two sides, human and demon, rushed to compete for strength. The sound of swords and weapons echoed in the main hall. Xuanji gripped her 2 blades, eyeing Li Mu, calculating in her mind. His cultivation isn't much weaker than mine, but there's no spiritual qi here, nor the power of heaven and earth. He can't cast his Dao techniques. I might actually win. Thinking this, she immediately lunged, attacking Li Mu. He nimbly blocked a descending blade. Li Mu Shru frowned, thinking, "We exhausted all our talismans and elixirs during the march. Right now all the magic power in my body is consumed by the head magic. If his strength is exhausted, he fundamentally has no way to compare to the demons in terms of bravery. Although these demonic creatures have lower intelligence, their desperate attacks are a real headache." Li Mu kept dodging Xuanji's powerful attacks, while figuring out how to deal with her. Li Mu flashed a punchable smile, saying, "If you fight so hard, people will think I'm a heartless scumbag who betrayed you." Hearing this, Xuanji turned red with anger and yelled, "Do you want to die?" Because she answered Li Mu, she immediately stepped back, and her movements faltered slightly. Li Mu observed carefully, and thought, "There's an opening," he said seriously. "Continuing like this isn't the way." Suddenly, Xuanji's blade came straight at him, aiming for Li Mu's chest, making him panic a little, muttering inwardly, "I'm done for." Xuanji gritted her teeth, seemingly putting all her strength into the stab. Li Mu couldn't dodge, and had to grit his teeth and endure it, but for a moment he sensed something, and thought, "That's not right." Li Mu grabbed her hand holding the blade, and she decisively shook the blade away. Xuanji at this moment gnashed her teeth angrily, shouting straight at Li Mu's face, "Distracting yourself during battle, you deserve to die. You actually look down on me." Finishing speaking, she once again charged forward, attacking. Li Mu timely grabbed Xuanji's wrist and said loudly, "You stupid fox, haven't you noticed something strange?" She went crazy with anger, yelling, "You dare call me a stupid fox, I'll kill you." Li Mu glanced elsewhere, telling Xuanji his thoughts. "Look over there, they've been fighting for half a day, but where's the blood?" Just then, a bull demon was attacked and spat out blood, but that blood evaporated immediately upon touching the ground, then disappeared completely. Xuanji stared blankly, stammering, Why is it like this?" Li Mu urgently urged her to leave this place. He quickly ran down the long corridor. Just arriving at the door and not yet stepping through, it began to close at a very fast speed, catching him off guard, unable to escape. Li Mu refused to give up, using his spiritual power to attack the door, thinking in his mind, "Want to trap me?" Seeing the large door still not moving at all, Li Mu was a little annoyed and doubtful, thinking, "No matter what kind of magic is used, this door doesn't budge. That's not right. This is too unreasonable." At this moment Xuanji also ran over. She asked in surprise, "Why is the door here closed?" Li Mu calmly turned around and replied, "When I got here, this door was already closed on its own." Xuanji started doing the same thing Li Mu did earlier. He reminded from behind, "Save some power, save some magic power. Who knows if we'll encounter some sort of mishap later." Xuanji stubbornly said, "Need you to mind my business." Li Mu didn't pay any more attention to her. He turned around and said to his group, "Everyone search here to see if there are any exits. Each group go separately, don't separate." Xuanji, seeing that her method wasn't effective, had to turn around and say to her group, "Go find an exit." Both sides started searching together. After a while, Xuanji spoke, saying to everyone, "Come here." The demon race group along with Li Keimu went to where she was. In front of them were desiccated corpses of demon beasts, without a trace of fresh blood. Li Mu observed for a while, then secretly made an analysis. Their flesh and blood have disappeared. Even the blood stains on the ground have disappeared without a trace. Suddenly his eyes noticed something next to him. He went to the side of a crimson coffin, asking curiously, "What is this? Why is there a coffin here?" The other demon beasts there were equally curious, making a series of guesses. "Inside this coffin, isn't it the demon Emperor Sama? But why is the coffin blood-colored? Could it be that all the flesh and blood here have been sucked into the coffin?" Suddenly, Li Mu sensed something. He unconsciously retreated in a gentle manner. Immediately afterwards, Li Mu tiptoed down the stairs, where the Dao leaf was currently being forgotten. Without hesitation, he immediately took the Dao leaf into his hand, without the awareness of the others. Having finished, he looked towards everyone again, analyzing secretly in his heart. This coffin actually actively sucks the blood of the demon emperor's palace. Could it be that the demon corpses outside were all people who had their flesh and blood sucked away by the coffin? Then suddenly a loud noise rang out. The coffin suddenly shook violently, making the pressure inside even stronger. The demon beasts standing around cried out in shock. "The coffin is moving!" The cries of running away grew louder. "Run quickly!" In order to avoid being sucked into that coffin, the demons grabbed the weapon stuck in the ground, but it was all useless. Those little devils also couldn't escape. Because of this, the remaining demon beasts said in confusion. They were sucked in. The blood color is gradually disappearing. After a while, when the crimson-red blood disappeared, the coffin suddenly opened from the inside. A pair of skeletal hands began to appear in everyone's sight. As soon as the mysterious thing inside the coffin was revealed, everyone cried out in alarm. A sixth-stage corpse demon. Limus frowned, thinking, a corpse that goes through 3,000 years after death to become a corpse, immediately attaining a sixth-stage cultivation base upon becoming a corpse. Could the owner of this cave be the White Emperor Demon Emperor? Limu curled his lips, criticizing inwardly. Who said that this space can't contain a cultivation base above the sixth stage? Isn't this deceiving others? Suddenly he remembered the knowledge about this cave. It was none other than Her Majesty the Queen who told him. Limu sighed, feeling uneasy, thinking, Your Majesty, your intelligence is outdated. The corpse demon suddenly stopped. It didn't scream like before but paused for a moment to catch its breath. Immediately afterwards, it sucked in a breath as if wanting to suck up all the life present in sight. Limu struggled to resist, while analyzing the current situation. This corpse demon has just been formed, doesn't have any intelligence yet, can only rely on instinct to act. Now is the best opportunity to deal with him. It will be troublesome when he gains intelligence. The surrounding demonic creatures couldn't avoid being sucked in. The demon beasts were terrified, thinking, does it still need to suck flesh and blood? Some who weren't afraid of death charged up to attack that corpse demon, but then their weapons were shattered by its hard skin. Without a doubt, the two who charged up to attack were grabbed by the corpse demon by the neck, then jumped right into the coffin from earlier. The group then shouted, he escaped into the stone coffin. Limu took the lead, loudly shouting, what are you waiting for? If we don't destroy the corpse demon, we will be destroyed. Finishing speaking, the demons and Daoist together attacked towards that stone coffin. After a round of attacks, Xuanji said tiredly, but our attacks have no way to break this stone coffin at all. Suddenly, the coffin lid popped open, and two dried corpses were knocked flying out from the inside. Limu took a few steps forward, observing the two corpses and the surrounding situation, thinking to himself, the monsters and demons have disappeared. He then looked up at the zombie floating in the air, wondering, why does this zombie look more and more like the Demon Emperor statue at the gate of the main hall? Limu frowned, thinking, cultivators in this world will self-destruct before their lifespans are cut short. Eventually, after the soul dissipates, although the physical body still exists, it's a different creature from the start. Once it becomes a corpse, it'll bring a great disaster to the world. The former Demon Emperor couldn't not understand this principle. Unless these zombies were originally arranged by the Demon Emperor to consume the magic power of those who entered this place. We've almost exhausted our talismans, elixirs, and spirit jades in order to eliminate these zombies. These treasures, compared to what Bai Di said he'd leave for future generations of the demon race, are more like bait, to lure them into slaughtering each other, to be drained of their blood and flesh by this stone coffin, awakening the corpse sleeping inside. As he was deep in thought, a loud roar rang out, and the zombie grabbed another demon beast and dragged it over. With just one punch, the zombie successfully pierced through the demon beast's body. Limu tensed up, thinking, if everything is as I predicted, then this Bai Di isn't some great demon of the demon race at all, but an old schemer from 3,000 years ago. Limu too watched as the zombie gnawed on the demon beast's heart in a savage manner, while scheming. After thinking for a while, he turned to his group, and then Xianfeng ran up. This place doesn't allow us to exert our full strength. We'll easily be killed by this zombie. Everyone, use all your strength to open the door and fight him outside. At the same time, Limu summoned the little Daobiao bell, making it grow bigger, and together with the others' magic power, they shattered the door. The people inside rushed out. When the people inside ran out, the zombie would naturally follow. Limu ran while observing the situation, and then shouted, he's out! The zombie slowly and leisurely walked towards the statue erected in front of the gate. Limu took the lead and shouted, destroy that corpse! The people behind him launched their attacks forward in unison. Without any hesitation, the immense power causing the space in front of them to become filled with smoke. Limu narrowed his eyes, steadfastly looking ahead, thinking to himself, a dozen or so fifth-stage experts joining forces. Even a true sixth-stage expert would have to retreat. But I have a feeling that something's about to happen. Just as he feared something would happen, it did. A monster wielding a mallet rushed towards the zombie, roaring furiously, give me back my big brother's life! At that moment, the zombie and the statue behind it suddenly resonated with each other. Limu sensed something was wrong and shouted, don't go! The words had barely left his mouth when the monster was impaled in mid-air by the zombie in a single move, shocking the Xuanji group. Another monster was so frightened that it uncontrollably backed away, fearfully asking, what the hell are you? The zombie kept staring at his own hand. After a long while, he turned to introduce himself with a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth. "I am Bai Di." Li Mu went up to him and asked, "You've obtained Bai Di's memories?" He quickly replied, "You're very clever." Huang Ji didn't believe it, and shouted, "Impossible! The Demon Emperor died long ago. You can't be the Demon Emperor." The other monsters also shouted in unison, "Although the Demon Emperor was powerful, he couldn't have lived for 3,000 years. Don't even think about fooling us." Li Mu pondered. The Demon Emperor of 3,000 years ago has been reborn, killing demons. It's normal that they can't accept it, but what exactly is this thing in front of us? It's still too early to say. He has Bai Di's body, and also has Bai Di's memories. But the Demon Emperor Bai Di died 3,000 years ago. So is he ultimately a new life, or a continuation of Bai Di's life? The zombie, on the other hand, looked at his body, which was gradually regaining color, with curiosity, and said, "So 3,000 years have passed." He turned to ask Li Mu, "Is the strongest country in Zhujiao still Dachu? How many generations have they passed down?" Li Mu also cooperatively answered the question. Dachu was destroyed 2,500 years ago. The land has also gone through 3 dynasties. The strongest in Zhujiao now is the dynasty Dazhu. Bai Di stared at his long fingers and said, "So those brats from Chu are dead." A bear monster boldly rushed up, shouting, "Even the Demon Emperor couldn't have lived for 3,000 years. What the hell are you? Daring to impersonate the Demon Emperor?" He glanced at it, coldly saying, 3,000 years have passed. You bear tribe dogs are still as ignorant as before. If I had known, I wouldn't have passed on the demon arts to you back then, so that you would forever only be livestock. Even I couldn't defeat the heavenly Dablio, but I wasn't willing. My 30,000 years of life, 29,990 years, were spent in cultivation, and I obtained countless opportunities. It wasn't easy to cultivate to the heavenly demon realm, but my lifespan was only 10 years left. I tried countless methods, but nothing changed. I could only, before my fate was cut short, seal my flesh into a treasure coffin, seal my life's memories into the stone statue, saving them for future rebirth. In this way I could live for a few hundred more years. Li Mu's eyes widened, surprised, thinking to himself, "Is this Bai Di a bug in the heavenly Tao?" A fox demon stood out and asked, "We didn't intentionally disturb the Demon Emperor. Now that the Demon Emperor has truly revived, can we leave now?" The other monsters frowned and looked at the fox demon, cursing in their hearts. "You idiot! The Demon Emperor spent so much effort setting up this situation. How could he possibly let us go?" The Demon Emperor smiled deviously at him and said, "Since you've come, it's fate. You can lend me something before you leave." The fox demon broke out in a sweat. Upon hearing this, he anxiously asked, "What thing?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Di disappeared from sight. He was shocked, thinking, "Where is he?" Before he could say his last words, he was bitten straight in the neck in one move. Seeing such swift and agile movements made everyone there feel fear and involuntarily tremble. After Bai Di finished enjoying his meal, he didn't seem satisfied, and pointed at Li Mu's group, saying, "My current body is still not satisfactory enough," adding, "You guys will probably be enough." Li Mu frowned and analyzed his actions. Although Bai Di looked extremely weak, based on his instantaneous movement just now, no one could believe that he was truly exhausted. Suddenly, Bai Di disappeared from in front of him, causing Li Mu to panic and think, "Not good, he's coming." Li Mu quickly judged the situation and blocked Bai Di's attack. He jumped back, holding the talisman in his hand, and shouted, "Everyone attack together! I don't believe he can withstand another joint attack." Huang Ji also took out a jet black spirit jade and crushed it, from which a very powerful-looking black cat demon appeared. The spirit cat and Li Mu's divine weapon immediately rushed forward to attack. He observed the situation, thinking to himself, the appearance of this 6th-stage Golden Realm divine weapon didn't cause the space to collapse. It seems that the newly born zombie inherited Bai Di's legacy, becoming the master of this Dong Fu. The divine weapon and the demon cat attacked. Although they were very fast, Bai Di was even faster, shattering both of them into pieces with just one move. After that, he went on a rampage with his astonishing speed, slaughtering everywhere. Corpses of humans and demons littered the ground. But he still wasn't happy and said, "Not enough." The other survivors were terrified by this sight. Li Mu sensed that attack and panicked, muttering, "Not good." He immediately summoned the protective bell to shield everyone inside. In that crucial moment, the bell descended just in time. Huang Ji, outside, bit her lip worriedly, thinking, "The entire demon sect has been wiped out. Only the ghost sect and my joy sect are still alive. But demons and ghosts can't get close to the Demon Emperor." When the time is up, are we just gonna wait for death? Bai Di couldn't attack Li Mu, but he quickly spotted Huang Ji standing there alone and rushed towards her, intending to strike. She didn't know where to run, and could only stand there waiting for death. Li Mu inside the bell pondered. Although Huang Ji and I aren't on the same side, if he kills everyone else, it'll be our turn next. I'll save her one more time. With that, he controlled the bell to expand and cover the demon sect outside, and Huang Ji, she looked at Li Mu in confusion, thinking, he saved my life again. Outside, the demon emperor was still madly smashing the bell, but it wasn't damaged at all. Li Mu looked up at the bell's surface, thinking, just hiding isn't the way. Bai Di noticed the unrepaired crack in the bell. He sneered, thinking, it's cracked. Without hesitation, he used his demonic energy to seep into the bell through the crack. Li Mu hurriedly took out the jade bottle, thinking, crap. He's discovered the crack in the bell. Luckily, I was prepared. If I hadn't sensed its desire for this thing inside the bell, I might have missed this source of heaven and earth energy. That pure energy quickly spread inside the crack, causing it to close on its own, Li Mu happily thought. The bell is finally complete. The demonic energy is being forced out. Being squeezed out made him furious, and he thought of another way. He began to frantically punch the bell's surface. Li Mu urgently urged everyone, does anyone have anything left at the bottom of the box? Take it all out, otherwise we're all going to die here. Huang Ji took out a jade pendant and said, my master is the great elder of the ghost sect. He's outside. The blessed land can't transmit messages, but there's a drop of my blood in this Daoist talisman. As long as I crush this seal, no matter where he is, the mother talisman in my master's hand will sense it. He'll know we're in unsolvable danger. Li Mu said urgently, there's no time to lose. Quickly notify the outside. Huang Ji immediately crushed the seal, Li Mu Xie also hoped, thinking, as long as Huang Ji's master knows she's in danger, the dozen or so sixth realm powerhouses outside will work together again to open the space. By then, even if Bai Di has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for so many powerhouses. The mother talisman in Huang Ji's master's hand also sensed it. He immediately ordered, Huang Ji is in danger. Quickly open the space. A moment later, the strongest powerhouses stood on the cliff, focusing their energy to open the spatial gate again. The aura inside the blessed land made the people outside exclaim in surprise. How can there be a 6th realm powerhouse? The death energy is too strong. Someone from the corpse sect has infiltrated. But why is the space still stable? Daoist Gao Yi angrily flew in front of the demon sect and devil path group and shouted, damn it! As expected, you of the devil path are dishonorable. You actually secretly let a 6th realm powerhouse in there. The great elder darkened his face and retorted, shameless, I think you're the dishonorable ones. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from inside the blessed land, causing Gao Yi and the other powerhouses to exclaim in alarm. What's happening inside? He took the lead and shouted loudly, everyone, attack together! Once again, the gate of the blessed land was opened, along with some strange anomalies. But something else happened. Everyone discussed in confusion. How is this possible? The demon emperor's blessed land isn't here. How can the supreme space move on its own? Could this not be the demon emperor's blessed land, but a main space? Xuan Zhenzi thought in confusion, Li Mu is the future representative of the talisman sect. If something happens to him inside, how can I explain it to the sect leader? How can I explain it to the supreme elders? Gao Yi was equally worried, thinking, crap, my heavenly secret mansion is doomed. Xuan Zhenzi asked Gao Yi in confusion, could it be that they accidentally broke into the blessed land of some powerful expert? Gao Yi immediately retorted, impossible! If it were truly a main space, we wouldn't be able to open the gate based on our strength alone. They're facing a different danger. Just now, the death energy was extremely intense. Could it be that the ancient corpse of the demon emperor's blessed land has become sentient? Xuan Zhenzi secretly prayed for the protective bell on Li Mu. In a short time, he can protect himself, but for a longer time, there's no guarantee, he thought and continued. No matter what, let's first think of a way to save them, and then talk about it. Switching the scene to inside the blessed land. Bai Di was still standing outside the protective bell. He asked seriously, which of you took something of this emperor's? Li Mu glanced at Huang Ji and asked, did you take something of his? She shook her head, answering, no. Bai Di got tired of standing and sat down. He leisurely sat outside and said inside, this emperor is in no hurry. The things here will sooner or later belong to this emperor, including all of you. Li Mu Sei walked to the bell's wall opposite Bai Di and said, stop with the, this emperor. You're not Bai Di. Bai Di is already dead. You're just his conscious corpse. He stubbornly replied, I am Bai Di. Li Mu retorted with a sneer, no you're not. He still replied with the same answer, I am the demon emperor Bai Di. Li Mu smiled smugly, thinking, This zombie is even more stubborn than I imagined. Then I should be able to use that method, Li Mu slowly asked. Alright then, Demon Emperor, can you answer a question for me? He patiently replied. Speak. Li Mu began to pose the problem. If there's a ship sailing on the sea for 3,000 years, any plank on the ship that's damaged can be removed and replaced with a new plank. One day, all the planks on the ship have been replaced once. Is it still the same ship as before? Bai Di bluntly replied. Of course not, Li Mu asked back with a sly face. Then when did it stop being the same ship? Bai Di outside froze upon hearing this, and fell silent. Li Mu smiled triumphantly, crossed his arms, and said, What's wrong, Demon Emperor? Speak up. Li Mu asked Bai Di in a mocking tone. Why is the Demon Emperor not speaking anymore? He was still mumbling. I am the Demon Emperor, Li Mu repeated once again. No, you're not. Bai Di outside screamed crazily. No, it's me. Li Mu inside spoke very comfortably, refuting. In principle, you're just a corpse. You should have your own killing intent. You are unique, and you shouldn't be bound by Bai Di's memories. That will make you lose yourself. Oh right, do you know what I am? Silence suddenly fell over the space. Bai Di now didn't say another word. Li Mu, inside the Dao Bell, pondered. Looks like there's no reasoning with this guy. Sure, neither of us can do anything to the other right now. But if we keep dragging this out, we're the ones who'll suffer. There's no spiritual chi here, and we're just relying on the leftover magical power in our bodies. We can only last a few months like this. After that, we'll just be our nascent souls. Li Mu reached a firm conclusion. He's trying to kill us, Huang Ji, staring at Li Mu from behind, felt conflicted, thinking, how can I repay kindness and revenge at the same time? This is seriously annoying. I never understood what the elders in the clan meant when they said a demon's worries start to form. I'm starting to get it now. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. He's been poisoned by corpse toxin. This corpse toxin is super strong. Magical power can't get rid of it at all. We have to eliminate it before he turns into a corpse, or we're all screwed, Li Mu observed from behind, thinking. All the zombie servants of the Demon Emperor's Dongfu are 3,000-year-old zombies. The corpse toxin is so powerful that even nascent souls and demons can't avoid its attack. If I were at my peak magical power, I could eliminate it with a lot of effort, but now, I guess we can only wait to die. The bear dog reluctantly stood up and shouted, I'll do it myself! Suddenly, a slender hand reached out, interrupting the action. Huang Ji stepped forward and said clearly, How difficult is it for demons to cultivate? Are you just going to give up like that? The other lowered his head helplessly, stammering, I can't be saved anymore. Kill me, I don't want to turn into that thing. But Huang Ji chose to heal the bear dog. Li Mu was surprised, and internally assessed. This fox demon might not have any goodwill towards humans, but she's really good to her fellow demons. Magical power is useless, huh? Does this fox demon actually know Buddhist magic? Li Mu walked over from behind and gave a reminder. Expelling the corpse chi can't slow down his zombification at all. If you keep going like this, he'll completely zombify. Huang Ji defensively pulled out her blade, saying seriously, What do you want? Li Mu gently pulled at his sleeve, saying leisurely, If you don't get out of the way, he really won't be saved. With that, he sat down and began healing the demon. The corpse chi was expelled from his body bit by bit. After it gathered into one point, Li Mu used magic to dispel the corpse chi. Huang Ji asked, confused, Why did you save him? Li Mu turned his head and frowned, asking, In your mind, we humans only know things like killing demons to extract their souls, Huang Ji retorted unhappily. In you humans' eyes, we demons, aren't we just creatures that eat everything raw? Strange creatures that eat people everywhere? Suddenly, Li Mu's eyes widened as he stared at Huang Ji, his gaze landing on her chest before he said seriously, You've been infected by corpse toxin too. Huang Ji pulled up her clothes and coldly replied, Not your business. Li Mu stood up, lightly brushed off his clothes and said, You think I want to bother with you? Huang Ji said bluntly, I won't accept any more favors from you. Li Mu didn't try to keep her. He pointed outside the Dao Bell and said, Then go on out. She hesitated and asked, Do you have a way out of this predicament? They can move out. Li Mu Dao honestly replied, I do have a way, but you have to answer one of my questions first. Your dual cultivation of demon and Buddha. What level has your Buddhist magic reached? In his heart, he calculated that he didn't know how far this space had been genetically controlled by the zombie servant. If the queen found this place, relying on himself alone, Buddhist magic naturally restrains zombies. Even at the first level of Buddhist power, chanting the Heart Sutra would be very effective. Huang Ji answered, 5th level. Li Mu was surprised, thinking, how many more surprises does this fox demon have that I don't know about? If I could use Buddhist power equivalent to the 5th level, then defeating the zombie servant wouldn't be impossible. He tilted his head away, seemingly embarrassed, and asked Huang Ji, "Want to cooperate?" She asked curiously. "Cooperate how?" Li Muqi leaned close to her ear and whispered. Huang Ji frowned and questioned Li Muqi. "You want my nascent soul to possess you?" Without thinking much, she waved her hands and said, no way, is there another way?" Li Mu replied straightforwardly, "Yes, I possess you." This made it even more difficult for Huang Ji to accept, and she said loudly, "No way in hell." Li Mu helplessly crossed his arms and said, "If there weren't no other way, do you think I'd want you to possess me?" In his heart, he thought, "Anyway, my first time was with Big Sis Su, then with the Queen, adding this fox demon isn't much different." Li Mu crossed his arms and proposed. 1. I possess you. 2. You possess me. Or 3. We continue to stay in the bell and wait for the zombie servant to change his mind and let us go. Huang Ji stared at Li Mu Kra, thinking, this is my enemy. Letting him possess me is better than me possessing him. Thinking this, she opened her mouth and said, "Tell me your plan." Li Mu calmly said, "I want to borrow your Buddhist power." Huang Ji asked in surprise. "Are you sure you can do it?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Not 100% sure, but if it doesn't work, we can always run back inside. You won't lose anything anyway." Seeing that the plan was acceptable, Huang Ji nodded and replied, "Okay." Li Mu held out his hand to her and said, "To show my sincerity, I'll heal you first." Huang Ji reached out her hand, thinking, I hope his plan works. After a moment, Li Mu's teasing voice rang out again. "It wasn't easy to develop consciousness 3,000 years ago, but you lived for someone else, unable to be yourself. How sad. As a person, a corpse, you don't even have your own thoughts. Even if you develop consciousness, what's the point? If it were me, I'd rather die. Some corpses would rather lie dormant for another 3,000 years and live hundreds of years as someone else. What are you talking about? Lying dormant is so comfortable." Outside, Baidi was erupting with corpse chi. Li Muqi and Huang Ji both understood that it was working. Li Mu looked up and asked Huang Ji, "Fox, tell me, how is this different from possessing someone's body?" Huang Ji leaned close to Li Mu and reminded him, "Don't call me Fox." Li Mu replied in a tiny voice, Okay. I'll pay attention next time." Huang Ji shrugged and said loudly, "Of course it's different. Someone whose body is being possessed still knows to resist. Someone who willingly lets their body be possessed. I've never seen anyone so stupid." Li Mu continued, "He wasn't even a person to begin with. He was a corpse." Huang Ji continued, "Even a corpse wouldn't be this stupid." Baidi's inner demon was still wavering. He said to himself, "You are Baidi, your body is his body, the memories are his memories. You are the demon emperor Baidi." Another voice interrupted, "Baidi is dead. He died 3,000 years ago. You are not him. He forced you to have these new memories. You are Baidi, you are not Baidi." The two voices continued to intertwine. Stirring up his mind, I made him go crazy and yell, "Shut up!" Huang Ji and Li Mu stood inside the bell, anxiously asking each other, "Who is he talking to?" Li Mu blankly replied, "Don't know." She asked again, "Is it time?" Li Mu rubbed his chin and replied, "Wait a little longer." For some reason, Huang Ji looked pensive as she handed Li Mu a ring, saying, "This ring can store magical power and spirit energy. Everyone put your power into it, wear it, and you can summon the power at any time. It might give us a slightly better chance." Li Mu looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Isn't this one of your schemes?" Huang Ji frowned, annoyed, and retorted, "Wear it if you want, if you don't, it's a waste to not take free candy when it's offered." Li Mu took the ring and said, "It's still better to wear it, for a bit of insurance." He held the ring, examining it, and thought to himself, although Huang Ji is cunning, she's not stupid. At a crucial time like this, she wouldn't be dumb enough to give me something that would backfire. Li Mu presented the ring to the offering servants of the Phoenix Palace and ordered everyone to take turns cycling their magic power into the ring. The servants present immediately obeyed. Li Mu held out his hand to Huang Ji and said, "If you have any other good stuff, bring it all out. If you don't give it up now, you might not get another chance." He thought to himself, "This fox spirit has a deep background. She must have a lot of good stuff on hand." Huang Ji took out a series of treasures. Li Mu stood to the side, inspecting and commenting, "You had so many good spirit jades. Why didn't you bring them out earlier? This rosary is a treasure. We can use it later. This elixir has a strong aroma. It's perfect for restoring magic power. I'll take it first." These two look extraordinary at first glance. "What are they?" Huang Ji picked up the bottle and explained. "This bottle seals the power of heaven and earth, and is used to cast Daoist magic at critical moments. Li Mu was surprised, and sighed inwardly. Wan Huang, Heavenly Sovereign, is much more thoughtful than I am. I didn't expect that there would be no power of heaven and earth in the Demon Emperor's Dongfu. If I had known, I would have asked His Majesty to seal a bottle like this and bring it in. It wouldn't have been so miserable now. He pretended to blame and asked Huang Ji, "Why didn't you tell me you had this sooner?" Huang Ji coldly replied, "Why should I tell you these things? Are we close?" Huang Ji took out another item and seriously explained, "And this is a Swanhu tail treasure. It won't work for you. Hand this to me to keep first." Huang Ji stood aside looking at Li Mu He, her eyes scrutinizing him and asking, "I've given out everything I have. What about you?" Li Mu tilted his head back and replied very calmly, "Miss, do you think everyone is like you, with a father in the 7th realm? My stuff was used up a long time ago when I destroyed that zombie demon. Otherwise, would I have to ask you?" He added an affirmative sentence. "I'm not the kind of person who has no face." Li Muze began to team up with Huang Ji to mock Bai Di. What a pity. It would be better to continue to be an emotionless corpse. What's the point of living like that? Bai Di gritted his teeth and replied, "I am. But a part of the inner demon inside him." I said again, "No, you are not." Li Mu saw the situation in front of him and whispered to Huang Ji, "His aura is weakened. It's time." Immediately, Huang Ji's primordial spirit entered Li Mu's body. He opened his eyes wide and drew his sword aggressively. Li Mu too rushed out of the Dao Bell, aiming straight at Bai Di and attacking. He was calm in the face of Li Mu's attack and disappeared from his sight in the blink of an eye. He circled around to the back, swung his sharp hand at Li Mu and said triumphantly, "Go to die." Li Mu smiled meaningfully, thinking to himself, "Let's try the power of the Mind Sutra." As soon as the Buddha's light was activated, Bai Di had to stop and retreat straight back. He struggled to deal with the Buddha's light. Huang Ji, inside Li Muska's body, also said in surprise, "This Buddha's light seems to be able to prevent him from teleporting." Seeing Bai Di retreat, Li Mu rushed up again, thinking to himself, "Then I must not let him escape." Bai Di was so uncomfortable with the cuts and Buddha's light emanating from Li Mu. He retreated quickly, then fired his claws straight at Li Mu. Huang Ji warned vigilantly, "Be careful." Li Mu also successfully cut off those claws. At this time, Bai Di avoided Li Muse's attack and hid behind his statue. He was still secretly calculating the plan. Although this Buddha's light is powerful, it also weakens very quickly, and it cannot affect the zombie demon if the distance is too far, but he has no way to get close to me. Are we just gonna stalemate like this forever? Seeing that he could not eat, Bai Di reached out to the palace, and immediately some things inside the palace flew out. The treasures began to surround him, and his body also began to change, and the flesh outside was completely protected by a golden armor. Looking at the momentum and the situation in front of him, Li Mu thought to himself, does he want to use armor to block the Buddha's light? But when he saw him raise his sword, Li Mu panicked and exclaimed, "That's not right. This is a divine power cast based on Bai Di's memory. After being locked by the aura, no matter how you hide, this sword will fall on my head." Li Mu thought to himself, "I have to use it." Thinking about it, he took out a bottle and decisively poured out the contents of the bottle. Two yin-yang fish began to spin around Li Mu. Bai Di's sword above also slashed straight down on Li Mu's head, but it was blocked by the yin-yang circle. Not only that, it also began to counterattack. With just one simple move, the armor was almost slashed through. Li Mu quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Demon-slaying body protection curse." After saying that, thousands of demon-slaying swords appeared in the sky. While manipulating the swords, he thought, "The final demon-slaying body protection curse is cast with my own power." His attack caused Bai Di's golden armor to fall apart, and he secretly calculated in his heart, although it cannot directly kill the nascent soul's 6th realm, it can also cause fatal damage to him. But this zombie was already a spirit, with a consciousness like in flesh, without a nascent soul. The heaven and earth power in the jade bottle can only allow me to cast 3 spells, with only a tiny bit of heaven and earth power remaining. Thinking this, he immediately chanted the incantation, "Qian Kun Wu Ji, Feng Lei Xiao Ming, Long Zhan Yu Ye." He calmly assessed the current situation. If I'm really forced to the point of desperation and have to risk facing serious injuries again, I'll have no choice but to use it. Li Mu continued chanting, "Shi Feng Ju Mie, Tai Yi Tian Zun Jiji Ru Lu Ling." As soon as he finished, a powerful lightning bolt struck Bai Di directly. He couldn't dodge it, and could only howl in pain. His armor was completely shattered, not a piece left. But of course, he couldn't die that easily. He reached out, absorbing the surrounding corpse energy from his Dongfu. The corpse energy was continuously sucked into his body, and Bai Di gradually recovered from the injuries he had sustained earlier. He suddenly glanced at Li Mu and gritted out, "I can feel it now, the Yetian Shu that belongs to this emperor is on your body. Greedy human, this emperor will be the first to kill you," Bai Di declared, pointing directly at Li Muang with his bloodshot eyes. But as soon as he declared that, he felt uneasy. He thought to himself in confusion, "This terrifying premonition is illogical." Li Mu, on the other hand, clearly spoke some manipulative words. "You are you, not Bai Di, nor anyone else. Follow your own heart, don't become someone else's puppet." Bai Di was still thinking in confusion. "If I attack that human, something extremely terrible will happen." Another personality of his spoke up, instigating, "Are you scared? Quickly kill him, devour his soul and flesh. This is the heavenly book he stole, the price for violating the dignity of the demon emperor." He tried to control his mind with difficulty. Shut up, all of you." The inner demon said again, "Kill him." Bai Di gritted his teeth, enduring it, hypnotizing himself. "Be myself." The inner demon still wouldn't give up, constantly urging, "Kill him." Li Mu thought in surprise. The two consciousnesses in his body are fighting for control. He's encountering a heart demon. Looks like my trump card isn't needed anymore. Li Mu took the upper hand and said, "When you first came to this world, didn't you want to use your own eyes to explore everything in this world? Bai Di is just an old geezer from 3,000 years ago. This world is no longer the world he knows everything about. Being yourself or someone else, which do you ultimately choose?" Bai Di hugged his head in confusion, frantically arguing with himself. "I am Bai Di, I am not Bai Di, I am Bai Di, no, I am not Bai Di. The ship is no longer that ship, I am not Bai Di, damn it," he roared madly. "Get out of my body now!" Immediately, a stream of purple aura came out of the zombie's body and flew into the air. After that stream of aura left, the zombie stopped going crazy. He stood there dumbfounded, asking, Who am I?" Li Mu calmly replied, "You are yourself," the zombie muttered, repeating, "I am myself." After thinking for a while, he closed his eyes. Without thinking much, the zombie immediately flew into the air. He cut a long line in the air and went outside in the direction of it. At the same time, everyone inside the Dabble Bell saw that the situation was stable and went out to ask. He ran away. That zombie is gone, so are we safe now? Huang Ji then took her nascent soul out of Li Mu's body. As soon as she separated, she asked, "Did you take the heavenly book?" Li Mu waved his hand, casually saying, "Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I was the first one to leave the Demon Emperor's palace. How could I have taken it?" She didn't pursue it, but held out her hand, demanding things. "Then give me back those treasures." Li Mu scratched his head, turning to her with a blank look. "Treasures? What treasures?" Huang Ji narrowed her eyes, replying, "That ring." Li Mu raised his middle finger, pretending to be innocent, asking, "The ring?" "There's no ring here." Huang Ji angrily gnashed her teeth, saying, "Even though I'm not human, you're not human either." Li Mu stood up and clearly said, "I saved you twice, that's twice. Is this how you Heavenly Fox clan treat your benefactors?" Li Mu thought to himself. "No need to be polite with my enemies. Moreover, if not for me, she would have died long ago. Besides, she even possessed me, taking advantage of me, so it's only right that I take some good stuff." Huang Ji didn't argue, and just said, "Fine, I don't want those things anymore. Just consider it repaying you for saving me. From now on I don't owe you any favors." Li Mu Ge, with a judgmental face, pointed at her and questioned, "As the daughter of a heavenly lord, is your life only worth that little bit of stuff? Saying that we don't owe each other anymore? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Huang Ji was speechless by these words. Li Mu added a few more sentences. "What do you mean, you? If you think like that, I can't help it. Anyway, I'm not asking for your gratitude. So much for the Heavenly Fox clan, always repaying kindness." Huang Ji was so angry that her face turned red. Sure. She took out 2 knives, one against her neck, one pointing towards Li Mu Xia, and declared, "Now I will kill you, then commit suicide. We will erase all hatred." But Li Mu didn't care at all. He shrugged and walked past her, saying casually, "The Demon Emperor's Dongfu is now ownerless. Everyone cast your spells together and leave this place." A moment later, the group escaped from the Dongfu. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally out." Suddenly, a strong stream of spiritual energy appeared in the sky and flew in front of the group. Wang Huang Tianjun came fiercely to the front of Li Mu and the group. He felt this aura and quietly remarked, "This aura. When Kui Ming was possessed by Wan Huang Tianjun, He had this kind of aura. Huang Ji saw her father come and couldn't hold back her tears. She rushed to hug Tianjun and burst into tears. "Father, you finally came." Li Mu was confused and thought to himself, "This person is the one who controls the Huangzong and the Gizong of the demonic sect, Wan Huang Tianjun." He saw his daughter crying so sadly and asked with pain, "Good daughter, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Huang Ji didn't say much and immediately pointed at Li Mu's face, accusing, "It's him." Without knowing the beginning and end, he started to radiate his pressure, aiming directly at Li Mu. Just a look from him caused Li Mu's nascent soul to shake violently. He was confused, eyes wide, scanning the horizon. Li Mu suddenly felt a delicate hand on his shoulder, making him breathe a sigh of relief. It was none other than Her Majesty the Queen, Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. "Your Majesty," he thought to himself. If Her Majesty hadn't arrived just in time, one incantation from Wan Huang Tianjun and my soul would have scattered to the winds. The Queen stood in front of Li Mu, calmly reassuring him, "With me here, there's nothing to fear." Wan Huang Tianjun looked at the Queen with amusement and asked, "The Queen of Great Zhou, you actually came here in person?" The Queen frowned and retorted, "Old fox, you're here too, why shouldn't I be?" The two glared at each other, the air thick with tension, as if they were about to draw swords at any moment. Wan Huang Tianjun slowly replied, "This lord only has one daughter, my precious darling girl. Of course I had to make a trip." "Unlike you," the Queen directly retorted without hesitation. "He is my divine subject. My divine subject. Why shouldn't I be here?" Li Mu, with glistening eyes, looked weakly at the Queen with gratitude, thinking, "An emperor shouldn't leave the palace, yet Her Majesty made an exception for me." Xuan Zhenzi then walked over and worriedly asked, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Li Mu looked up and replied, "Senior brother." He glanced at the Queen and said, "With Her Majesty here, of course I'm fine." Seeing the situation unfolding, Wan Huang Tianjun frowned and thought, "Now is not the time to fight." With that thought, he ordered the fox demons behind him, "Let's go." After they left, on the way back to the Fox Demon Kingdom, he asked Huang Ji, "What happened in the Demon Emperor's Dongfu?" She quickly recounted. The Demon Emperor's succession was actually a trap set by Bai Di 3,000 years ago. His goal was to lure living people in, using their essence blood to help his corpse become resurrected. "We almost died in the hands of that demon corpse." Wan Huang Tianjun then asked, "Did you get the heavenly book?" Huang Ji shook her head and replied, "It probably fell into Li Mu's hands." He said somberly, "A pity, if it weren't for the Queen of Great Zhou and Xuan Zhenzi. If we obtained that leaf of heavenly book, we could have unified the demon race and restored their glory of yesteryear." Huang Ji asked, puzzled, "Why didn't father snatch that heavenly book back?" He quickly replied, "Don't forget Xuan Zhenzi is there. Just based on the Queen of Great Zhou, father wouldn't be able to openly snatch the heavenly book back. How can you underestimate the imperial aura created by the power of the people's faith? Out of the 10 continents and 3 islands, excluding those reclusive old monsters who never appear, there aren't many who are as strong as her." Seeing her daughter looking unhappy, he patted her head gently to comfort her. "Don't be disappointed. Sooner or later you'll reach her cultivation level. Once we're back, obediently go into seclusion and comprehend the cultivation techniques from the heavenly book." Huang Ji frowned, secretly resolving, "When I break through my cultivation, I'll come find you and settle the score." Wan Huang Tianjun frowned, thinking, the sect leader of Fulu's sect and the Queen of Great Zhou both came in person for him. There must be a great secret on that Li Mu's body, and he even obtained the demon race's heavenly book. From beginning to end, he's a threat. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely eliminate him. Li Mu, on the other hand, had returned to the starting point. The demons inside the Dongfu bowed to him and said, "Li Daren's life-saving grace, you will forever be a friend of our tribe. If there's a chance in the future, Li Daren can come to our tribe, we will definitely treat you with respect." Li Mu said politely, "It's nothing. You all probably have a lot to arrange. I won't keep you," he thought. The elite demon clan sent out the 4 great demon kings, leaving only 1 male and 1 female. The wolf tribe and leopard tribe have completely failed. The powerhouses sent out by the demonic path, ghost sect, and demon sect are all dead. From now on, I'm afraid they'll fall to the lowest level of the demonic path. He looked at his side, assessing. The disciples of the 6 sects and the imperial believers are all injured, but at least no one is missing, much stronger than them. Xuan Zhenzi then came to Li Mu's side, anxiously suggesting, "Junior brother, why don't you leave Great Zhou and return to Baiyun Mountain to cultivate?" This mission from the court is too dangerous. If something happens to you, how am I going to explain to Uncle Master Fu Daozi? The queen frowned upon hearing this, clenching her fist inwardly, thinking, this old geezer is really annoying. But Li Muka didn't agree with this idea, he politely replied. Cultivation is inherently dangerous and full of opportunities. Secluding myself on Baiyun Mountain is indeed safe. But it won't be beneficial for my future cultivation advancement. Xuanzhenzi nodded, sighing in response. Junior brother makes sense. Then we'll do as you say. The queen was pleased with this answer, thinking, he's not leaving, great! Li Mu took out the Dao bell and handed it to Xuanzhenzi, instructing, right, senior brother, there's heavenly origin Kui in Baidi's Dongfu. The cracks on the Dao bell have been repaired. Take it back to the mountain. However, the Dao bell, being sentient, immediately flew behind Li Mu and hid. Xuanzhenzi laughed, happily saying, this Dao bell would rather follow junior brother, so let it continue to follow you. With the Dao bell, I can be a bit more at ease. He turned and said respectfully to the queen, I'll leave junior brother Lingjinzi in your majesty's care. She calmly replied, my people, I will take care of them. You don't need to remind me. With that, the queen turned and put her arm around Li Mu's shoulder, saying, let's go. With those words, the two soared into the sky and left. A moment later, the two landed on the ground. Seeing the somewhat familiar scenery, Li Mu was surprised, thinking, this is the house I lived in when I was a constable in Yangqi County. The two quickly went downstairs. Seeing the queen leisurely looking around, he asked, Your Majesty, aren't we returning to Chengdu? She turned to look at him and replied, What's the rush? It's not easy to get out for once. Let's stay for a few days before we go back. She happily looked around, thinking inwardly, this is the house he lived in from childhood to adulthood. Li Mu scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Your Majesty, aren't you holding court? This question made the queen a little unhappy. She turned and narrowed her eyes, questioning Li Mu, being alone with me, does it make you very uncomfortable? Li Mu startled and waved his hands, replying, Not at all. I obviously couldn't ask for more. In his heart, he thought, it's not like I'm deliberately enticing Her Majesty not to hold court. I've already advised her, it's just that she didn't listen. He backed into a corner, taking something out from his person, pondering in silence. Although this mission was filled with dangers, the memories of Baidi have fallen into my hands. I've already digested the memories of Tianhuang. Baidi's memories won't have any impact on me. Obtaining Baidi's memories can symbolize that I can master the method of controlling Baidi's Dongfu. Li Mutai immediately absorbed Baidi's memories. The queen on the other side also faintly noticed what Li Mutai was doing. Immediately after absorbing, Li Mu was transported into a space with scenery identical to that inside the Dongfu. Suddenly, the queen walked over and casually asked, Is this Baidi's Dongfu? Li Mu was startled and exclaimed, Your Majesty, why are you here? The queen slowly replied, I can come in whenever I want, she kindly reminded. In the future, when you are facing powerhouses at the 7th realm or above, don't be careless and unguarded when entering the Dongfu. Li Musai nodded in response. I understand, he thought. Her Majesty must have entered the moment I activated the Dongfu. Although I have the Dongfu of a 9th realm powerhouse, my strength is too low. Even if I'm in the Dongfu, I'm not a match for a powerhouse. Li Mujia looked around and asked, Your Majesty, why is there no vitality here at all? The queen enthusiastically explained. When all the hollow sky Dongfu are first activated, they are all dead places like this. It is the living people of the Dongfu who give the Dongfu vitality. Baidi died 3,000 years ago. The Dongfu cannot be replenished with spiritual qi from the outside world. The spiritual qi inside the Dongfu gradually dissipated. It's not surprising that it became like this. She turned to Li Mushalai and said, But as long as you nurture it, sooner or later this place will regain its original vitality. Li Mushalai nodded and continued to ask, So that's how it is. What is the true nature of the hollow sky space like? The queen said nothing, but gently placed her hand on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Her Majesty the Queen led him to another space. She casually introduced, This is my pot heaven space, you can take a look around. Li Mu took a stroll around the pot heaven space, which was filled with flowers and grasses, fishes swimming around, and clouds in the sky shaped like cute figures. Li Mu thought to himself in surprise, Who would have thought that Her Majesty, despite her age, has quite a youthful heart? With a relaxed face, Li Mu said, To be honest, after I resign and go into seclusion, I'd like to live in a place like this. Of course, it would be great if this place was a little bigger. My family has a lot of people. A small room definitely wouldn't be enough. Her Majesty the Queen snapped her fingers, sending Li Mu back to the Demon Emperor's Dongfu, and said, Let's talk about the future later. First clean up the Demon Emperor's Dongfu, then we'll talk. A moment later, Li Mu started cleaning up, when suddenly he saw a dried-up corpse. Li Mu said in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net here." Without thinking much, he used the Samadhi True Fire to burn the corpse. The flames blazed fiercely, but after a while the corpse was still intact, leaving Li Mu bewildered. "It can't be burned?" he wondered. "Let's add a little more fire." Her Majesty the Queen suddenly stood in front of him and reminded, "Wait, these corpses are unusual. They must have been in the 7th realm, or even 8th realm powerhouses, when they were alive. Like the corpses of powerhouses, they can probably be refined into 6th realm zombie." She added in silence, "It's a pity I don't know how to refine corpses." Li Mu scratched his head and said humbly, "Refining corpses, I happen to know a little," he thought to himself. "In the 10 continents and 3 islands, who understands corpse refining better than the Grand Elder of the Corpse sect?" He honestly recounted. In Baidi's memories, these 10 corpses are the 10 great demon generals of Bai demons. 8 of them are 7th realm spirit demons, and 2 are 8th realm joy demons. Baidi originally intended to awaken them after he was resurrected, but unexpectedly, it's now beneficial to me. Li Mu rubbed his chin and muttered, "Refining zombie requires too many materials, and it's impossible to gather them in a short time, so I need to plan carefully." Her Majesty the Queen said, "What do you need? Just write it down, and I'll have someone find it." Just waiting for these words, Li Mu smiled happily and bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Then I'll renovate this space first." Li Mu began to renovate, doing the work while making calculations. He moved Sujiji's small room here, so that after Sujiji returns, she can stay here for a long time. Her Majesty the Queen waved her hand, and the barren land in front of them was covered in greenery, along with colorful flowers blooming. She thought to herself with satisfaction, "This is much more beautiful." Looking at the Queen's satisfied face, he thought to himself, "Her Majesty really likes flowers. This state of mind of hers, no wonder she can create animals in the shape of clouds. If she likes it so much, I'll put my house here, so that when she comes to visit, she'll be happier when she sees it." Thinking that, he transformed the clouds in the sky into different shapes. Her Majesty the Queen looked at the clouds in the sky and couldn't help but smile, happily thinking, "Such a child." After a while, Li Mu had finished renovating the Demon Emperor's Dongfu. Looking at the poetic scenery here, he thought to himself, "A Penglai wonderland. It would be great to cultivate in seclusion in a place isolated from the world, and then go sightseeing around the world when I feel lonely, right?" Her Majesty the Queen looked at the surrounding scenery with some confusion and asked, "You only have a few people in your family. Why build so many rooms?" Li Mu smiled and replied, "Building more rooms, we'll use them sooner or later. Even if we don't live in them ourselves, it will be easier to accommodate guests." At the same time, he offered, "Does Your Majesty want to choose a room? If you're bored in the palace in the future, you can come to my house often as a guest." After Li Mu finished speaking, he stood up, took out the Dao leaf, and thought curiously, "I wonder what's recorded on this Dao leaf in the hands of the demon sect." He began to activate the Dao leaf, and a faint golden light fluttered in the air. In the hazy space filled with swirling clouds, a cyan snake appeared looming, causing Li Mu to wonder in a daze, "What's going on?" As soon as their eyes met, Li Mu's gaze unconsciously changed. He thought in surprise, "Have I turned into a giant snake?" Li Mu thought in confusion, "Why are these things appearing in my head? Is this the cultivation method of the snake race?" Suddenly, the demon snake soared into the air at an incredibly fast speed, causing Li Mu to wonder in surprise, "Does this demon snake want to fly out?" It had just soared up a short distance when it was stopped by a boundary formation, but it didn't want to give up, and directly charged up many times. The more Li Mu looked, the more confused he became. What does it want to do? It's starting to burn its demon power. Once again, the demon snake directly charged up, slamming straight into the barrier, causing the surrounding space to shake. Li Muner was also blown away. As a result, he was confused, and his face darkened as he panted, covered in sweat as if he had taken a bath. Her Majesty the Queen handed him a handkerchief and asked, "What did you see?" Li Musek was still in shock, and he stammered in reply, "Demons. Many 9th realm heavenly demons." Wiping away the sweat, he said, "Even if they burn their demon power, they still want to fly out of the sky above the sky?" He then asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what exactly is the sky above the sky?" Her Majesty the Queen calmly said, "Go and see for yourself, won't you know right away?" With that, Her Majesty the Queen grabbed Li Mu's shoulder, and she took Li Mu flying straight into the sky. Li Mu excitedly shouted with delight. After a while, the higher Li Mu went, the more clearly he felt the changes in thought. The heavenly air is getting thinner and thinner." The two of them continued to fly into the sky without stopping. After a while, the two of them had flown up high. Limu looked around and thought, "At this height, even I don't feel uncomfortable. If it were a mortal who had never cultivated, they would probably be frozen to death immediately." Her Majesty the Queen slowly explained to Limu. Continuing to go higher is the ninth heaven gangwind layer. Limu admired and thought, "This ninth heaven gangwind is really powerful. My primordial spirit is about to be sucked out of my body by this gangwind." Her Majesty the Queen created a layer of boundary, and then took Limu Kiai even higher. The two of them continued to move forward, and at a certain point, Her Majesty the Queen said, "The higher you go, the more intense the gangwind will be, and based on my cultivation, I can only protect you up to here." The two of them stopped at the limit of Her Majesty the Queen. He observed the surroundings and praised, "The gangwind here. I'm afraid even a sixth realm powerhouse can't withstand it. Relying only on a mortal body, wanting to fly to the Tai Kong, is almost impossible." From the distance, a faint, golden light flickered. Her Majesty the Queen on this side was still calmly speaking to him. Continuing to go higher, "Even I can't set foot there." "All right, you've seen what you wanted to see, let's go back." Li Musi noticed the light in the distance and asked, "Your Majesty, what is that golden light?" Her Majesty the Queen finally glanced over, furrowed her brow slightly, and then tugged at Li Mu, saying, "Let's go take a look." The golden light radiated from a senior monk, sitting amidst the nine heavens gangwinds, without any protective barrier whatsoever. Li Mu, surprised, thought to himself, "This monk can withstand the nine heavens gangwinds without relying on magic power. Just how strong is his physical body?" The monk looked at Li Mu and the Queen and said, "This humble monk greets Her Majesty the Queen." Li Mu stepped forward and replied, "Indeed, this is Her Majesty the Queen. May I ask for the Grandmaster's Dharma name, and where do you cultivate?" The Grandmaster stood up and replied politely, "Amitabha." This old monk, Kong Ming, has met Her Majesty the Queen. Li Mu asked curiously, "Grandmaster is at the nine heavens gangwinds level. Are you perhaps cultivating here?" He smiled happily and replied, "Just killing time. Came here to temper my bones and tendons." He scanned him up and down, inwardly analyzing. Using the nine heavens gangwinds to temper bones and tendons is the first time I've heard of it. Though cultivating the Buddha's body, ordinary monks can't withstand this. This monk is at the Prajna realm of Buddhism, a seventh realm powerhouse just like Her Majesty's. Suddenly, the monk smiled kindly at Li Muchu and advised, "Little benefactor, you have a connection with my Buddha. If you convert to my Buddha, you'll be able to become a holy monk in the future." Hearing this, Her Majesty the Queen's face turned angry and she said through gritted teeth, "Mind your own sutras." With that, she grabbed Li Mu's shoulder and dragged him all the way down. She thought irritably, "Why do these monks keep trying to get my man to become a monk, one after another?" Li Mu, on the other hand, screamed until his throat was hoarse, tears streaming down his face. As light as they were going up, as fast as they were coming down, the speed of their descent even caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly, accompanied by Li Muso's earth-shattering screams. The screams startled the birds in the forest, sending them scattering in panic. Upon landing, his limbs were limp as he clung to Her Majesty the Queen, and he said groggily, "Your Majesty, don't be so fast next time, I can't quite handle it." Her Majesty the Queen replied worriedly, "I know, are you all right?" Li Mu hesitated. "I'm fine." He thought to himself, "Her Majesty must be angry because Kong Ming wanted me to become a monk. Seriously, things were going so smoothly between Her Majesty and me, and these guys just have to stir things up." Scene changed to the streets of Yangqiu County, where Her Majesty the Queen and Li Mu are leisurely strolling. She approached a stall and said with interest, "I want this." Li Mu paid the money and asked, "Your Majesty, are you in a hurry to go home?" Her Majesty the Queen held the candied haws in her hand and said leisurely, "It's not easy to get out for a trip. Why go back so soon? Don't you want to be with me?" Li Mu waved his hand and replied tentatively, "How could that be? Wherever you go, I'm ready." In his heart he thought, "Just treat this as Her Majesty dressing up for fun. She doesn't even leave the divine capital. The outside world is so fascinating to her." Her Majesty the Queen happily walked forward and said to Li Musai, "Then let's buy some local specialties to bring back to the Ali gang." Li Mu scratched his head from behind, inwardly remarking, "Her Majesty truly has the heart of a maiden." He smiled to himself. "But in the Yetian Shu that I received, there aren't any cultivation methods for the Fox clan. Once the nine-tailed heavenly fox deploys, the demon armies will retreat. The Yetian Shu, in Wanhuang Heavenly Lord's hands, likely contains the cultivation secrets of the Fox clan. I wonder if there's a chance to get it for Xiaobai." Back at Chengla Palace, Li Mu presented the magical artifact he took from Xuanji and said, "This is the Xuanhu tail, a gift for you." Xiaobai looked at the magical artifact in her hand with joy and exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu seized the opportunity to ask her, "Xiaobai, if there was someone who was both a benefactor and an enemy to you, heavenly foxes, what would you do?" Xiaobai replied, bewildered. "Both a benefactor and an enemy? I don't know." Wan, eating a pastry, offered her opinion. I know. First, repay his kindness with your body, then give birth to a litter of his children, and beat them up every day to get revenge. Wouldn't that work?" This made Li Mu dumbfounded. The scene that appeared in his mind made him shudder inwardly. "No way?" Li Mu flicked Wan's forehead and said, "You're such a scheming little devil." Wan clutched her head and cried out, "That hurts!" He rubbed her head and said, All right, let's still let Xiaobai speak." Li Mu thought to himself, "Heavenly foxes have a clear distinction between gratitude and grudges. It's impossible to let go of hatred in an instant. Besides, I already have one fox in my house, and I have no intention of having a little wild fox with another fox." Li Mu once again presented the situation to Xiaobai, saying, "Like this, Xiaobai, if before I saved you I already had a feud with you, what would you do?" Xiaobai asked blankly. "How could benefactor have a feud with me?" Li Mu corrected her. "This is just a hypothetical situation," Xiaobai replied firmly. "There's no such hypothesis." Li Mu was speechless, thinking to himself, "Forget it, I should still focus on cultivating first." He scratched his head and walked towards the door, thinking, "On the path of cultivation, I've used all the shortcuts. To take another step forward, I need to work hard and have faith. Maybe I can restart the dual cultivation plan of Buddhism and Taoism." Back at Changla Palace, Li Mu and Her Majesty the Queen were having dinner. After hearing Li Mu's plan, Her Majesty the Queen asked, "You want to cultivate both Buddhism and Taoism?" Li Mu calmly explained, "Buddhism and Taoism each have their own strengths and weaknesses. Cultivating both can compensate for each other's weaknesses. Besides, my current Taoist cultivation is unlikely to have a major breakthrough. Why not cultivate Buddhism first?" He thought to himself. "Moreover, my conditions are no worse than Huangji's. Why can she cultivate 3 paths, demon, Buddhism, and Taoism, and have a high realm, but I can't?" Her Majesty the Queen didn't stop him. She took out a treasure and said, "If you've already decided, then this is for you." Li Mu took the treasure, asking blankly, "This is a Buddhist relic?" Her Majesty the Queen introduced enthusiastically. It was left behind by a senior monk after his death. At that time they were building temples in different counties, and they donated the senior monk's relics to the imperial court Sarira. Before senior Buddhist monks pass away, they will condense their lifelong magic power into relics, and leave them to future generations. As long as their descendants can absorb the magic power in the relics, they can save decades of hard cultivation. Li Mu was extremely grateful, standing up to pay his respects to Her Majesty and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He thought to himself, for a senior monk to leave behind Sarira, he must at least be in the 7th realm. Even if this relic only has 10% of his magic power, it's enough for me to break through to the 3rd realm. If I absorb all the magic power in this relic, cultivating the golden body of the 4th realm is entirely possible. Scene changed to a few days later. Li Mu sighed, thinking to himself, "I already have Buddhist magic power, but it's not yet integrated with my flesh. The fastest way to integrate the two is through combat. But I don't have any Buddhist cultivators as friends by my side. That's right. The last time Her Majesty took me to the 9 Heavens Gangwin's level, isn't that the perfect place to temper my body?" Seeing him sigh, Her Majesty the Queen asked, "Having problems with your cultivation?" Li Mu replied in silence, "Although I have Buddhist magic power, it's not yet integrated with my flesh. I want to go to the 9 Heavens Gangwins to temper my body." Her Majesty the Queen asked, puzzled, "If you want to temper your body, I can help you. Why seek such distant things?" Li Mu avoided the answer. "Your Majesty is busy with 100 things, 1,000 things. I want to let Your Majesty rest more." In his heart he thought, "Are you kidding? I don't want to be tormented by Her Majesty, avoiding having to experience her power every day." Recalling the scenes from the past inside the dreamland, he shuddered inwardly, thinking, "Wrestling with her every day, I'll definitely have strange, shameful dreams at night." A moment later, at the 9 Heavens Gangwin's level, above the divine capital, Li Mu sat down, focusing on feeling. He thought to himself, whether it's tempering the body or tempering cultivation, this 9 Heavens Gangwin's level is a natural treasure ground. Every moment pushes the body and magic power to the limit. Every time you break through a layer of Gangwind, you'll enter a new world. The Buddhist magic power in my body has already begun to integrate with my flesh. Shangguan Li is like me. Our cultivation has been greatly improved by taking shortcuts. As he spoke, he looked at Shangguanli in front of him. Suddenly, he fell silent, thinking to himself, but even in the lowest region of the Gangwind layer, the power of the Gangwind wasn't weak at all. Suddenly, Her Majesty the Queen appeared above them and shouted, "Guo Gua, Gua Ji Yu! You guys have been cultivating here for 15 minutes already. You should come down now." Shangguanli leaned against a pillar, shivering as she said, "The cold of the Gangwind is bone-chilling, and it'll last for a long time. Find a warm place, and use your magic power to dispel the cold first." Li Mu, standing to one side, trembling, replied, "Got it. You go warm up quickly." She glanced at Li Mu Pinna, thinking to herself, "We can be considered to have gone through thick and thin together, sharing weal and woe." As she was thinking, Xiao Bai and Wan Wan suddenly came over, calling out worriedly, "Young master!" Xiao Bai and Wan Wan hugged Li Mu, then took turns asking, "Why is Benefactor so cold? Let's go back to the room quickly and help you warm up. Are you any warmer now, young master?" Li Mu looked towards Her Majesty the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, then I'll go first." She didn't try to keep him, and simply said, "Go." Shangguanli, seeing this scene, could only sigh dejectedly. Mei Wei, standing beside her, began to ask teasingly, "Now do you know the benefits of having someone by your side?" Shangguanli coldly retorted, "But that's all there is to it." Mei Wei, with a somewhat perverted expression, stretched out her arms towards Shangguanli, saying, "You're already so cold, yet you're still so stubborn, you little tsundere. Come on. Let Big Sis hug you to warm you up." Cut to the ghost capital, the location of the Soul Sect. A ghost came up and asked, "Wan Huang Tianjun has issued a second arrest warrant for Li Mu?" The other ghost nodded in response. "Yeah. And this time the warrant says that whoever can capture Li Mu alive can become a close disciple of Wan Huang Tianjun and possess the heavenly book for a year." The one-eyed ghost commented, "This isn't recruiting disciples, it's clearly recruiting a son-in-law. These kinds of benefits aren't usually for outsiders." Qing Guangwang frowned and replied that Li Mu must have been unfaithful to Wang Huang Tianjun's daughter, angering Wang Huang Tianjun, which is why he put a bounty on his head for capture alive. Qing Guangwang sighed and continued, "Ever since Chu Jiangwang died in the northern district, Wu Guanwang, Song Diwang, including the great elder Yao Ming Shengjun, have all died at the hands of that Li Mu. This time, the demon emperor's Dongfu has wiped out the 5 Yama kings." The one-eyed ghost sighed in agreement. "Once a glorious era of the Soul Sect, now it's just the two of us left, you and I." Qin Guangwang suggested, "We must quickly recruit some experts, otherwise, our Soul Sect will be in name only." The one-eyed ghost pondered. "The 5th level of the Ghost City's Demon Soul realm has been merged by various forces. We can't take it back from their hands." The other one then said, "I heard that there's a female ghost in Western Mountain who just advanced to the Demon Soul realm. And a year ago, the eastern part of Mi Mountain was also occupied by a 5th level soul cultivator. Maybe we can." The one-eyed ghost interjected, "Half a year ago, Tai Shanwang, on the order of Tai Shengjun, invited that Madame Lin of Western Mountain, but she refused him. And that Mi Mountain cultivator, Ping Dang Wang, and I have both invited her, but we haven't even seen her face." Ping Dang Wang almost died at her hands because of his lewd words. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise and asked, "Could that soul cultivator have advanced to the 6th level already?" The one-eyed ghost recounted, "Her cultivation isn't much stronger than ours, but her divine powers are unprecedented. Not only can she make heavy snow fall from the sky within a 15-mile radius, the snow is bone-chilling and can damage the soul, but she can also control lightning, which is a strong counter to us." Qin Guangwang seemed very interested and said, "She indeed has some ability. If we can subdue her, wouldn't I have an extra helper by my side? I can't ignore this woman, but before I subdue her, I want to meet Madame Lin." Back at the Changla Palace, Her Majesty the Queen read a secret letter and said, "Spies from the Devil Sect say that you impregnated Wan Huang Tianjun's daughter. Wan Huang Tianjun has issued an arrest warrant for you within the scope of the ancestral continent. Anyone who captures you alive can become a close disciple and be allowed to comprehend the Ye Tianshu for a year." Her Majesty the Queen, with a gossipy look, looked at Li Mush and asked, "When did your affair with that fox happen?" Xiao Bai, hearing this, was shocked, thinking, "Does Benefactor have another fox?" Wan Wan also gaped in surprise, thinking, "Does Benefactor have a child outside?" Li Mu angrily clenched the pen in his hand, stood up abruptly, and said, "Nonsense, who sent back this false information? Where's their responsibility? If this were an important war report, how much would it delay things, and how much loss would it cause to the court?" He slammed the pen down on the table and declared angrily, "His bonus for this year is gone." Her Majesty the Queen leisurely said, "This matter has spread throughout the demonic path, everyone has heard it." Li Mu turned around, patted his chest, and said, Please believe me, Your Majesty, I am always faithful to my wife. He paused here for a moment and thought, no matter how thick my skin is, I can't say those words of not having two hearts, not even being indecent. It seems like I really do have a few wives. He immediately switched to another sentence and continued, I am loyal to Your Majesty. How could I have an affair with a demonic female demon, let alone get her pregnant? This is fabrication, a rumor. I have Xiaobai by my side. How could I seduce another fox? Xiaobai immediately believed him. She breathed a sigh of relief and thought, benefactor still loves me. The queen released the secret letter, then burned it to ashes. She calmly said, All right, I believe you. Go to work. Li Mu stood up vigorously, thinking to himself, that Wanhuang Tianjun is still being persistent. This reward is so tempting that even I, not just people of the demonic path, am tempted. But if I surrender myself, hand over Li Mu alive, will Wanhuang Tianjun keep his word, and let me comprehend the Yetian Shu in his hands? Cut to the 10,000 Great Mountains, the location of the Huang sect. Wanhuang Tianjun took out the heavenly book and handed it to Huang Ji, carefully reminding her, don't force yourself if you can't understand it. She nodded and replied, I know, Father. Huang Ji took the heavenly book and began to use her magic power to sense the power within. After being taken into the illusion, she kept reminding herself, clear the mind, condense the spirit, dispel the fog. The fog was dispelled, and the foxtails quickly appeared. She began to count in excitement. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. She thought to herself, 3 years ago I inherited the 5-tailed demon fox from the heavenly book. If I meet a 6-tailed spirit fox this time, I can advance to 6 tails in the fastest time possible. On the other side, Wanhuang Tianjun turned and asked his subordinate, have you found the spirit corpse of the demon emperor? The subordinate immediately replied, reporting to Tianjun, we still haven't found any trace of him. Wanhuang Tianjun silently ordered, continue searching. He thought to himself, although the heavenly book has fallen into Li Mu's hands, the demon race's heavenly book has no effect on the human race, so there's no need to worry too much. But the demon emperor's corpse is the heavenly demon corpse. If it's handed over to the corpse sect for refinement, even if it can't restore the demon emperor's peak strength, it will definitely create a strong 3 realms expert. And those spirit corpses he was talking about are now lying spread out in front of Li Mu. He looked at the spirit corpses in front of him, thinking to himself, Her Majesty and I barely managed to create a paradise from the demon emperor's Dongfu, yet there are 10 corpses that have been dead for 3,000 years. Ruining the scenery here. Li Mu frowned, rubbed his chin and thought to himself, should I refine them all? But the materials needed to refine these 10 corpses, even the court and White Cloud Mountain combined, wouldn't be enough. The place with the most corpse-refining materials is definitely the corpse sect's headquarters. Should I pretend to be Tianhuang and go to the corpse sect? He silently thought. The demon race's heavenly book contains the demon race's unique transformation methods, which can change appearances without leaving any traces. In addition, there's also a stealth technique that can completely conceal aura and magic power, and can merge with the surroundings into one. Even a 3 realms expert won't be able to detect it, although the prerequisite is to be completely naked. But when faced with life and death, who cares about wearing clothes? And so he thought as he took off his clothes, Her Majesty has helped me test the demon transformation technique, so it won't be exposed, but I have to experience this stealth technique myself to be able to use it with peace of mind. When he was done, Li Mu began to test the stealth technique. He opened the door and went into the room. Wanwan and Xiaobai turned around and asked blankly, who's there? Seeing nothing for a moment, Wanwan said to Xiaobai, time for my turn to hit. Whoever wins this round gets to sleep inside tonight. Li Mu, seeing that Wanwan couldn't see him, smugly thought, even Wanwan's little spirit eyes couldn't detect me after I hid. This 3,000-year-old demon technique is kinda interesting. Let's try Changla Palace. With that, he happily skipped away. He, Chen Runong, arrived at Changla Palace and saw Shangguan Li standing at the door. He waved his hand to check, then thought with amusement, even Commander Shangguan couldn't detect me. Li Mu went inside Changla Palace, stood in front of Her Majesty the Queen for a while, then turned and left, feeling excited. I'm relieved now, he thought. At that moment the Queen also waved her hand, casting a spell. Li Mu looked up, then thought in confusion, mystic light technique? I don't get it. Who's Her Majesty trying to peep at with the mystic light technique? Suddenly, the image of Changla Palace appeared, making Li Mu wonder, why is Her Majesty looking at Changla Palace? In an instant, Li Mu fully materialized before Her Majesty the Queen. He immediately darted into his Dongfu, not forgetting to shout, Your Majesty, Her Majesty's face turned bright red as she stammered. I'm utterly bewildered, she muttered, covering her face, thinking, why isn't he wearing any clothes? Scene changed to some time later. Mei Wei entered and placed a letter on the table, reporting, Your Majesty, this is a letter that Li Mu asked me to deliver to you. The queen nodded in response. Leave it on the table. Her Majesty thought absent-mindedly. When he comes to Changla Palace, should I pretend that nothing happened? Or should I pretend to be furious, scold him, and then brush it off casually? If I pretend nothing happened, will he think I'm a loose woman? If I pretend to be angry, what if I hurt his feelings? He might get the idea to leave. Wouldn't I regret it even more? Mei Wei also added, I don't know what it was that he couldn't say in front of your Majesty. He hurriedly handed this letter to me and then left the palace. Hearing this, Her Majesty jumped up and asked, What? He left the palace? Only then did she take out Li Mu's letter. After reading the contents, she sighed in relief. It's okay, he's just going to take care of some personal matters, she thought. It's better that he left. After some time, we'll both forget about this, and it'll be like nothing ever happened. That would definitely be better. Scene changed to a famous prefecture. Li Mu appeared with Gao Yi, thinking, running away is indeed shameful but useful. Her Majesty is such a pure and innocent girl. If I leave any darkness in her heart, the guilt will be immense. But don't get me wrong, I don't have any weird fetishes. Gao Yi, seeing Li Mu scratching his head and pondering, felt confused. He frowned and asked, Let's talk business. You're not going to go back on your word about bringing the heavenly secret talisman from Yingzhu back to me, are you? Li Mu turned and replied, What kind of person do you take me for? If I said I'd give it to you, I definitely won't go back on my word. Gao Yi relented. I trust you, but the location of the corpse sect is extremely secretive, with dangers lurking everywhere. You really don't want me to go with you? Li Mu immediately put on a different face and said, No need. He casually instructed Gao Yi, You just wait for me outside. Li Mu thought, with the memories of Tian Huang, going to the corpse sect is basically like going home. Besides, ever since Tian Huang died, the corpse sect hasn't had any 6th-stage powerhouses. With this old bum here, unless we encounter a 7th-stage powerhouse, basically nothing will happen. Li Mu proceeded straight into the corpse sect. Suddenly a loud, Get out, echoed from within, along with threats from the people of the corpse sect. This isn't a place you can enter. I'll give you 10 breaths. If you don't scram, we'll extract your soul and refine you into a corpse. Li Mu wasn't one to back down. He released the pressure of Celestial Huang, loudly yelling, You bastards! Immediately, the people of the corpse sect appeared before Li Mu. They asked fiercely, with menacing looks, Who are you? What business do you have at our corpse sect? Li Muxin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Chen Shiyi, it's been 3 years, and you don't recognize this seat anymore. Hearing his name, the ghoul exclaimed in shock, You're the Grand Elder? He thought. This action, this gaze. It's exactly like Grand Elder Tian Huang. But it can't be. The soul lamp of the Grand Elder has already been extinguished. He can't possibly be alive, Li Mu calmly replied. Tian Huang once existed and is indeed dead. What's standing before you now is a body storing the memories of this seat. This seat has erased the memories on his original body. This seat is him, and he is this seat, Li Mu Kao thought. The soul lamp is connected to the life talisman and soul. Back then I couldn't deceive the underworld holy monarch, so naturally there's no way to deceive these dozen or so 5th-stage cultivators now. The people of the corpse sect were shocked, thinking, Erasing someone else's memories and replacing them with your own? Just how insane do you have to be to do something like that? Zhen Shiyi cautiously asked. Do you have any proof? With the memories of Tian Huang, Li Mu pointed at each person and recounted, Zhen Shiyi, how dare you speak to this seat like that? Have you forgotten who picked you up from a pile of corpses, taught you how to cultivate, and taught you how to refine corpses? Han Shi-san, what's with that look in your eyes? Don't think I don't know about you and the corpse woman you're refining. Sun Shi has already told everyone about it a long time ago. Hearing this, Han Shi-san grabbed Sun Shi by the collar and said fiercely, Sun Shi, you grandson. Didn't you say you'd help me keep it a secret? Sun Shi stammered. I accidentally let it slip. Li Mu crossed his arms and casually added, Sun Shi, there was also a time when you took advantage of Han Shi-san's absence and secretly did unspeakable things with that corpse woman. This seat hasn't told anyone about it all these years. Hearing this, Han Shi-san went crazy, raising his fist and saying, What? You bastard, Sun Shi? I treated you like a brother, and you actually did something so inhuman? Sun Shi retorted, I'm inhuman? What are you then? Chen Shiyi, annoyed by their bickering, yelled, Shut up! We'll talk about this later. He pointed at Li Muquan and said, You said it yourself. You only have the memories of the Grand Elder. The corpse sect's Grand Elder is already dead. Go back to where you came from. Li Mu didn't argue or get angry. He just sighed and said, "If that's the case, I'll just go find that 10,000-year-old ancient corpse. I'll just have to wait until the corpse sect is newly established and slowly refine it. I wonder if those 2 8th-stage corpses can be refined into 2 spirit corpses." Hearing this, Chen Shiyi immediately shouted, "Stop!" he said with an excited and greedy expression. "Can you show us the corpse?" Li Mu didn't hesitate. He immediately brought out the corpses he had obtained from the demon emperor's Dongfu. The people of the corpse sect looked at the corpses and exclaimed in shock, "It's been dead for so long, and the corpse still has such powerful force. When he was alive, he must have been an 8th-stage powerhouse. These 2 corpses are both 8th stage. The remaining corpses must be at least 7th stage. My hands are itching. I want one of these 8th-stage corpses." What followed was a fiery scene of snatching. "Bullshit, it's mine. We'll see if you have the ability to take it. Let's have a fight." Before they could say anything more, Li Mu retracted the corpses. He said coldly, "Have you seen enough?" The corpse sect members looked at each other, subtly signaling. Immediately after, they all knelt down in unison, shouting in unison, "All disciples of the corpse sect welcome the return of the Grand Elder." Li Muner didn't agree immediately but said in silence, "Your words have awakened this seat. This seat is not Tianhuang. I merely have his memories. The corpse sect and this seat are not related. You are not related to this seat either. From now on, you are you, and this seat is this seat. This seat and you have nothing to do with each other." The people of the corpse sect panicked and exclaimed, "Grand Elder, please don't abandon us. The corpse sect cannot be without you. You are the successor to the Grand Elder. You are our Grand Elder. Please forgive us for our previous offense." Li Mu still wore a calm face and said, "Stand up and talk." In his heart he thought, "Are you kidding? How can I really cut ties with the corpse sect? If I leave the corpse sect, where else will I find materials for refining corpses? And for those professional laborers, no need for this response anymore." Chen Shiyi stepped forward and declared, "Grand Elder's cultivation is profound and mysterious, stretching through eternities, unifying the 10 provinces." Han Shisan chimed in. "Under the Grand Elder's leadership, our corpse sect will sooner or later surpass the sacred sect and become the leader of the 10 sects." Li Mu extended his hand and said powerfully, "This ancient corpse is the key to our corpse sect's rise. No one is allowed to reveal this information. Not even the sacred sect or the other 9 paths. Any violations will be severely punished." As he spoke, Li Mu radiated an imposing aura, directly aimed at the corpse sect members. They trembled from this aura, thinking in surprise, "Is this the Grand Elder's revived might? This was originally just a temporary compromise for those 10 precious corpses. But this new Grand Elder is also a powerful expert." Chen Shiyi enthusiastically replied, "Grand Elder, rest assured. Anyone who dares to reveal this, I, Chen Shiki, will be the first to suck out their soul and refine their corpse. I was born a member of the corpse sect, and I will die as a corpse of the corpse sect, all based on the Grand Elder's command." Han Shisan continued, "We obey the Grand Elder's decrees." Li Mu, Kong Chen, and the others then handed over the 10 corpses to the corpse sect members and said, "This honored one still has matters to attend to and cannot remain in the corpse sect. However, I will stay for 3 days to personally guide you in setting up the corpse refining arrays. These few corpses are entrusted to you. I hope you don't disappoint this honored one." Chen Shiki excitedly and obsequiously replied, "Grand Elder, rest assured. We will exhaust all our family fortunes to perfectly refine these 10 ancient corpses. With these things, the rise of our corpse sect will happen overnight." Li Mu smiled, thinking to himself, "I've already refined these fiendish corpses once using secret methods. This sacrifice will ensure that after they finish refining them, even if they develop a strong independent consciousness, I will still be able to control them. Even if the corpse sect disciples have other ideas later on, it won't cause any waves." A moment later, Li Mu emerged. The moment Gao Yi saw him, he praised him. "Kid, you've got guts. You're always messing with people and daring to go against their ideas. You're the first one I've seen." Li Mu then took out the Heavenly Dao Talisman. Gao Yi held the Heavenly Dao Talisman in his hand and exclaimed in surprise, "The Heavenly Dao Talisman! The 1-year term is still early," Li Mu said cheerfully. "From today onwards, senior, you're free." Gao Yi seemed to genuinely like Li Mu. He said sincerely, "If I hadn't been beaten to it by Fu Daozi, this old man would truly have wanted to take you as a disciple." Li Mu smiled, cupped his hands, and said to him, "I wish senior an early entry onto the great path of transcendence." Gao Yi turned around, waved his hand, and said a few words to him. "And I wish you an early day of stepping into the grotto profound realm." With those words, he shot into the air. Li Musma watched his retreating back, thinking to himself, my current cultivation has already exhausted all shortcuts. Stepping into the grotto profound realm isn't easy at all. The 10 provinces and 3 islands are vast and boundless, although everyone knows the 7th realm is the peak. Who knows if there aren't 8th or 9th realms in some mysterious hidden place? Never mind, thinking about these things so early in the morning isn't good for my cultivation. I should still go to Baiyun Mountain to find my wife first. Han Yan and Yu Zhenzi are currently traveling abroad, so only Qinggur is left at Baiyun Mountain right now. Or maybe I should take Qinggur to visit Yangqi County. Thinking this, he pulled up his cloak, preparing to leave. Li Mu brought Li Qing back to Yangqi County. She asked curiously, didn't you say you'd arrive in a few more days? Why did you come to Baiyun Mountain so early? And you're even taking me out to play. Li Mu smiled awkwardly and replied, things were too idle at court, so I came a few days early. Besides, I missed you. Inside, he was so embarrassed he could only cover his face and think, I've completely lost face in front of His Majesty this time. I didn't even bring Wan Wan and Xiaobai along. I just fled in a panic. I should at least wait until His Majesty completely forgets about it before showing my face to him again. Suddenly, a hawker's cry reached Li Mu's ears. Roasted chicken! Tender inside, crispy outside roasted chicken. Only 10 copper coins apiece. 20 copper coins for 3 pieces. 100 copper coins for 20 pieces. Across the street, a couple was selling roasted chicken. The husband enthusiastically stepped forward and said, this is the last piece. His wife also smiled and followed up. We're truly sorry. We'll definitely prepare more tomorrow. Sorry. Come buy roasted chicken tomorrow, and we'll give you a free bowl of soup. The moment Li Muli looked, he knew it was the 2 weasel demons from before. He said nostalgically, it's them. Li Mu Youqing also recognized them and said, it's that yellow weasel couple over here. The weasel spirit couple was packing up their stall. The husband cheerfully said while tidying up, if our business keeps going like this, at most half a year and we can buy a small manor here. Suddenly the wife looked towards Lin Jing and Li Mu and said, that's our benefactors. The husband stepped forward, wanting to shout loudly, but his wife immediately stopped him, advising, don't disturb them. The husband turned and whispered to his wife, if it weren't for them, we would have been destroyed long ago. Let's give our benefactors another kowtow. And just like that, the 2 weasel spirits prostrated themselves on the street towards Li Mu and his companion, under the bewildered gaze of everyone around them. Li Mu looked at the weasel spirit couple, thinking to himself, to be able to endure hardships together with the one I love, Bao Tu Jianglong is my greatest hope. Li Mu opened his dongfu and led Li Qing inside. He led Li Qing to a spot inside the dongfu and said proudly, this is where we'll live from now on. Li Qing exclaimed in surprise. It's so beautiful. He turned, smiled, and said to Li Qing, I even built a few more wooden houses. Take a look, whichever one you like, you can live in it later. Li Qing didn't need to think much, immediately pointing to the large house in front of them and saying clearly, I like this one. Li Mu was startled, silently exclaiming to himself, this is the one the Empress built for herself. Every single beam, every plank, every blade of grass in the flower garden was made by Her Majesty's own hands. If she comes here later and sees someone occupying her house, with one side being the benefactor who loves and protects me, and the other side being the woman I love, what on earth am I supposed to do? Ling Qing asked, puzzled. What's wrong? Is even a small room in this house not okay? Li Mu hastily replied. It's not that it's not okay, it's just that I suddenly want to build a house together with you. A house we make with our own hands. A room that belongs only to us. Li Mu continued to paint a beautiful picture for her. Every single structure will be designed by our own hands. We can also create a small flower garden. We'll plant all the flowers you like in it. Li Qing was touched by his romantic gesture and immediately said, then let's create a house together, she said with a hint of reluctance. But after we finish building the house, I'll have to return to continue my secluded cultivation. The sect leader acquired a supreme-grade medicinal pill from the Pill Hall faction, and after this round of secluded cultivation, I'll definitely be able to reach the creation realm. Li Mu wiped his sweat and said happily, that's great! I'll stay at Baiyun Mountain during this time. The first person you see after coming out of seclusion will be me. Come on, let's go prepare the materials to build our house. The scene shifts to 3 days later, at Baiyun Mountain's main peak. Xuanji Qizi stepped forward and said to Li Mu, junior brother, you've arrived. Li Mu walked in, observing the stranger in the hall, silently noting, a 6th realm expert, and he even has the scent of medicinal pills on him. He's from the Pill Hall faction. Li Mu asked, looking puzzled, senior brother, what's going on? Xuanjiputzi enthusiastically introduced. "This is fellow Daoist Heng Yangzi from the Pill Hall faction." Li Mu bowed politely and said, "Greetings, fellow Daoist Heng Yangzi." She also politely replied, "Greetings, fellow Daoist Ling Jizhi." Xuanjizhi then happily said, "To be honest, only junior brother Ling Jizhi in our sect can refine the heavenly Dao talisman. This matter requires his consent." This statement made Heng Yangzi look up at Li Mu in surprise. She hesitated for a moment, then recounted. "Fellow Daoist Ling Jizhi, the situation is this. A Grand Supreme Elder from my sect is on the verge of death, and hopes to request a heavenly Dao talisman from your esteemed sect," Li Mu happily replied. "No problem, but the materials for the heavenly Dao talisman?" Before he could finish speaking, Heng Yangzi happily chimed in. "All the materials needed for drawing the talisman will be provided by the Pill Alchemy faction. If you succeed in drawing it, we will prepare a generous gift for the talisman drawing faction." Li Mu was a bit surprised, scratching his head as he said, "Actually, I'm also quite interested in alchemy. I heard that the Daogo leaf of the Pill Alchemy faction contains the supreme truths of the Daogo of pills." He thought to himself, "Since I'm the one involved, I can't let senior brother Xuanjie take all the benefits. Borrowing the Dao leaf isn't a matter of principle anyway. The Pill Alchemy faction will probably agree to it." Heng Yangzi knelt down earnestly and replied, "If the heavenly mystery talisman can be successfully drawn, we can allow Daoist friend Ling Jizhi to comprehend our faction's Dao leaf once. Just waiting for that." Li Mu straightforwardly told Xuanjizhi, "Senior brother, you can start preparing to draw the talisman." A few days later, thunder rumbled in the sky once again, and bolts of lightning struck directly down on the talisman drawing faction. Heng Yangzi received the heavenly mystery talisman and said happily, "Thank you, Daoist friend Xuanjizhi, Daoist friend Ling Jizhi." She simultaneously took out the heavenly scripture of the Pill Alchemy faction, carefully saying, "This is the Dao leaf of the Pill Alchemy faction. Daoist friend Ling Jizhi, please." Li Mu sat cross-legged in the main hall, murmuring incantations to read the contents of the heavenly scripture. "The heart is like clear ice. The heavenly pagoda is unmoved." He was quickly transported into the space inside the heavenly scripture. Bizarrely shaped monsters marched straight forward. The Daoists on the other side of the battle line continuously hurled something, Li Mu observed closely, and wondered in surprise. Pills. All the pills that were thrown successfully landed directly into the mouths of those monsters, exploding the moment they touched the head of the demon creature. Seeing this scene of one move exploding them to smithereens, Li Mu exclaimed in astonishment, "These pills can be compared to atomic bombs." Another pill flew into the throat of a huge monster, and instantly, a layer of extremely thick ice enveloped that monster. It was controlled by the ice and couldn't advance at all, Li Mu enthusiastically appraised. "Those people in the Dao leaf of the talisman drawing faction can draw talismans in the void, and these people can turn pills into weapons." Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot straight through Li Mu's body. Immediately, familiar golden words appeared, causing him to wonder in surprise. "Is this Daoyo of pill enlightenment?" Li Mu smiled with interest, looking up at the sky, thinking, "It seems that the pills here all contain the principles of the Dao of pills. I can't waste this one-time enlightenment opportunity. Pills, here I come." Outside, Heng Yangzi muttered. "Why do I keep feeling goosebumps?" Xuanjizhi asked in confusion. "What's wrong, Daoist friend Heng Yangzi?" Heng Yangzi stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "It takes a lot of energy to comprehend that Dao leaf. Daoist friend Ling Jizhi's cultivation is not high, yet he can persevere in enlightenment for so long." Xuanjizhi heard this and said proudly, "Although this junior brother of mine has limited cultivation, his spirit is exceptionally firm. Even I admire him greatly." Xuanjizhi smugly thought this was the time to let these people feel the power of his junior brother. After a while, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes. He stood up and said politely, "Thank you, Daoist friend Heng Yangzi." In his heart, he thought, "The Pill Alchemy faction is really generous." Heng Yangzi curiously asked, "I wonder how much Daoist friend Ling Jizhi has comprehended." Li Mu, learning from previous experiences, winked and replied, "A little, just a tiny bit." Li Mu stood behind, watching Heng Yangzi leave, thinking in his heart, "I said I'd just take a look. But in the end, I secretly learned everything left in the Dao leaf of the Pill Alchemy faction. Now, even if I were to start my own sect and establish a second Pill Alchemy faction, it wouldn't be a problem. Except..." He hadn't finished thinking when Xuanjizhi stepped forward and patted Li Mu's shoulder, asking with a probing look, "Descendant of the Pill Alchemy faction, how much did junior brother actually learn?" Li Mu was startled but tried to regain his composure and said stiffly, "I can swear to the heavens, it's really just a little bit." In his heart he thought, "Are you kidding me? If I'm not humble, I'm afraid I'll be dragged off to be a beast of burden by my senior brother." Xuanjiazi put his arm around Li Mu's shoulder and said happily, "A little bit is fine. After all, your talent in talisman drawing and Daoist magic is 1 in 1,000 years." He sighed inwardly. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Li Mu suddenly had an idea, and he turned to ask Xuanjizi, "Actually, the Dao leaves of the 4 sects, can senior brother borrow them all at once for me to see?" Xuanjizi hesitated and replied, "That's probably not possible. If it's just the pill alchemy faction, we can explain it as junior brother is interested in alchemy. Using the same reason for all the factions makes it clear that we have ulterior motives." Li Mu nodded in agreement. "Alright then," he pondered inwardly. "What senior brother said makes sense. The talisman drawing faction itself has a Dao leaf, and to use others would be inappropriate. I'll find an opportunity later. For now, I must first digest the knowledge of alchemy, and then try to concoct pills." Half a month later, Liu Hanyan also returned. Li Mutai brought her into the space of the Dongfu, and as soon as she entered she exclaimed, "This place is so beautiful," Li Mu said warmly. "I built a few rooms, especially to store gifts. The gifts that you and Qingge received during the disciple acceptance ceremony can be placed here," Liu Hanyan asked curiously. "Qingge said that the two of you built a small house here." Li Mu sweated slightly and immediately replied, "At that time she and senior sister Yu Zhenzi were traveling. Originally, I planned to wait for you to return so we could build one together," Liu Hanyan said with a smile. "I'm too lazy to build. The houses here are not bad, I can just choose one." Li Mu didn't object and said generously, "Then just choose one." On the surface, that's what he said, but inside, Li Mu was constantly praying, "Please, please don't choose the Empress's house." What followed was a room-by-room introduction from Li Mu. "How about this one? South-facing, best feng shui." Liu Hanyan casually replied, "I don't like this one." Li Mu introduced another one. "Then how about this one? The courtyard outside is so beautiful and you can usually play the zither in front of it." Liu Hanyan directly criticized. "Boring, not unique at all." So he was forced to lead her to other houses. When passing by the Empress's house, Li Mutia kept praying in his heart, "Don't choose this one, don't choose it." But perhaps what Li Mutia feared had arrived. Liu Hanyan looked up at the Empress's house with eyes full of interest. She pointed directly at the Empress's house and said clearly, "I choose this one." Li Mu was startled, sweating profusely, and said, "Actually, I thought it would be more meaningful if the two of us built a small house ourselves." Liu Hanyan still firmly explained, "But I really like this one. Look how beautiful it is, like a palace. There's even a small garden in front." Li Mu quickly pulled Liu Hanyan back, trying to persuade her. "We can build one exactly like this one," Liu Hanyan asked in confusion. "If there's already one, why do we have to build a new one?" Li Mu started lecturing again. "It's not the same. Think about it. Don't you want to have one that the two of us built ourselves?" Liu Hanyan bluntly replied. "No need for such trouble, it's not any different anyway." Liu Mu, seeing that persuasion wasn't working, said irritably, "Why don't you understand romance?" Liu Hanyan immediately retorted, "Are you saying I'm not as romantic as Qingge? Sure enough, you value the new and despise the old. Do you feel that I can't compare to her in any way?" Li Mu's brain started conjuring up scenarios again, and he sighed. "Of course not, actually. This house belongs to Her Majesty the Empress." Hearing this, Liu Hanyan was stunned. Her Majesty the Empress? Why would the Empress's house be built in our home? He was stumped and stammered, It's. Liu Hanyan, sensing something fishy, pressed him. "Why are you hemming and hawing? Could it be?" As if realizing everything, she burst into tears with a choked voice. "No wonder we don't have a house, and you just ran inside. You didn't even bother coming home. No wonder Her Majesty is so good to you. No wonder the rumors said you were Li the Empress's concubine. So they were telling the truth." Just thinking about it made Li Mu break out in a cold sweat. He nervously shook his head, thinking, No, absolutely can't say that, or things will turn into a battlefield immediately." Liu Hanyan asked, puzzled, "What is it? Why won't you let me pick this one?" Li Mu crossed his arms and replied, "Because Qingge and I built this house with our own hands. I'm worried that if you didn't have one, you'd think I was favoring someone." Liu Hanyan blushed with emotion, saying softly, "So that's why." In the blink of an eye, Liu Hanyan went inside, saying casually as she walked, "Don't worry, I won't overthink it, I just don't want so much trouble." Li Mu was completely helpless, and could only sigh and follow behind Liu Hanyan. Opening the door, Liu Hanyan exclaimed in surprise, "It's beautiful inside too. The bed is so wide, and these tables and chairs are actually made of spirit wood. The carvings are so exquisite they must have been made by famous artisans." Liu Hanyan continued to explore the Empress's house. She stopped in front of a painting and asked in surprise, "The painting on the wall is the original of Dao Xuan Zhenren from the previous dynasty, right?" Most of his paintings have been lost. Where did you find it? Li Musaika forced a smile and replied, as long as you like it. He grimaced, thinking, I'm screwed, what should I do?
Liu Hanyan happily turned around and announced to Li Mu, oh right, Qing and I have to stay at the sect to recruit disciples, so we can't return to the divine capital with you. This news wasn't too surprising, so Li Mu simply replied, okay, I understand. Li Mu suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident from before and thought, that's right, now that the disciple recruitment ceremony is over, I should return to the divine capital too. I just don't know if Her Majesty has forgotten about that yet. This day has finally come. At Zhangla Palace, Li Mu stood respectfully before the Empress and said, Your Majesty, I have returned. The Empress looked embarrassed, holding a book and leaning back on her chair, and said in a cold voice, Wait until I finish this page. A minute later, Li Mu looked at the Empress before him, his eyes filled with unspoken words. Finally, Li Mu mustered up his courage and reminded her, Your Majesty, you've been holding that book upside down for a minute now. The Empress awkwardly put the book down, coughed lightly, and asked, How did the trip to Yingzhou go? Li Mu calmly reported the results.
I successfully gained the trust of the corpse sect, and had them refine those 10 demonic corpses. The Empress asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that after they refine them, they'll use those demonic corpses against you? Li Muxi confidently replied, Your Majesty, don't worry. I used the clone technique to deal with those 10 demonic corpses. No matter who refines them, they will only obey my commands. Li Mu watched the Empress listening attentively, secretly pleased. Great, hopefully she'll just forget about the time I ran around Changla Palace naked. The Empress stood up, put on her cloak, and said leisurely,
Take me to your Dongfu. I want to see my garden.
Li Mugo broke out in a cold sweat and thought, If I'm guilty of something, I'd rather face the punishment of the law than face this situation. Her Majesty's house has already been occupied by Han Yan. Not only did she sleep in Her Majesty's bed, but she also picked Her Majesty's flowers. How am I supposed to explain this? Seeing Li Mu standing there hesitating, the Empress frowned and asked, Aren't you going to open the door? Li Mu nervously opened the door to the Dongfu and replied, It's open. The two quickly entered the Dongfu. Looking at the house in front of her, the Empress was somewhat surprised and said,
This is, Li Mugo eagerly pointed to the house and introduced.
Your Majesty, I built this, the Empress asked in surprise. For me, he bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty's status is so noble that only this house can express Your Majesty's identity. Please come inside for a tour, the Empress happily replied. Then let's take a look. Li Mu began to lead the Empress around the house, analyzing as he walked. This room is Her Majesty's bedroom. The space doesn't need to be too big, or Her Majesty won't sleep well. This is the relaxation area. Her Majesty can play chess or cards with Wanwan and Xiao Bai here in the future. This is the kitchen, and the area next to it is the dining area. This is where Her Majesty can cultivate in seclusion. The surrounding walls and even the top and bottom are soundproofed. Cultivating here ensures that no one can disturb you. Upstairs, there's a private bathroom where Her Majesty can take a bath before bed. It's good for sleeping. Outside is the balcony, with plenty of spots to enjoy the view of the lake, and you can also lie there and watch the rainbow.
After touring the house Li Mu built, the Empress said with satisfaction, Not bad, you put your heart into it. Li Mu scratched his head and replied, As long as Her Majesty likes it, but then thought about the elephant in the room. The Empress turned around and said, Okay, now let's go see my house. These words made Li Mu Suan want to vomit blood. He suppressed the urge to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood, and brazenly asked, That house, does Your Majesty still need it?
The Empress turned back, puzzled, and replied, That's the one I made myself, of course I need it. Li Mu stammered, I thought that since you had one here you wouldn't need that one anymore, so I took the liberty of sleeping there for one night. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Empress pouted and asked, Don't you have your own place? Why did you sleep in mine? The Muscate twiddled his fingers, sweating, and replied, Your Majesty, it's because I felt close to Your Majesty's house.
Hearing this, the Empress was generous, and flipped her hair and said, Forget it, if you like it, then I'll give it to you. I'm going to look at the flowers. Li Mu wiped his sweat and smiled. Please, Your Majesty. Li Mu sighed in relief. It's finally over.
The Empress looked at the flower bed in front of her house and asked, There's a peony missing here. Who picked it? Li Mu was shocked and couldn't believe it, thinking, she even noticed a missing peony. Li Mu finally had to take the blame. He avoided her gaze and replied, I was careless.
The Empress looked at Li Mu with a scrutinizing expression. In the end, the Empress was generous, turned away, and said, Forget it, I'll give you this house and garden, take good care of the garden. There's a painting inside that I'll take with me, but I'll give you everything else.
With that, the empress went inside to collect the painting. Suddenly she noticed the bed beside her. The empress immediately asked Li Muke, "Have you ever slept here?" Li Musi immediately replied, "I have." The empress approached the bed and said seriously, "You're lying to me. This isn't your scent." Li Musi panicked and stammered again. The empress turned to him and seriously reminded him, "Think carefully before you speak. You should know what the crime of deceiving the emperor is." Li Muka finally had to confess. He lowered his head and replied, "Besides me, my wives have also slept here."
The empress sniffed to confirm and muttered, "Sure enough, it's the scent of 2 people. She frowned in anger, thinking, "They occupied my room and slept on my bed. Li Mu probably even picked flowers from my garden and put them on that other woman's head.
Could it be that they did those things on my bed?" The more she thought about it, the angrier the empress became.
She said in a low voice to Li Musi, "You go, I want to be alone for a while." In her mind, she thought, what should have come, finally came. Li Musi had no choice but to obey. This subject takes his leave. The empress then wandered to the lake. She sat there hugging her knees, watching the fish swimming happily in the lake, her face filled with loss and disappointment. Suddenly, 2 fish kissing under the water made the empress angrily stand up and throw stones at them, causing the 2 fish to scatter. She gritted her teeth and thought, "Keep kissing." Li Mu said, exhausted, left his dongfu and appeared on the streets of the capital, thinking to himself, "Clearly this dongfu belongs to me, so why has Her Majesty taken it over? Whatever, she can have it. I was the one who didn't play by the rules first, so taking a step back is the right thing to do." Suddenly, Li Si spotted him and asked in surprise, "Li Amu, what brings you here? What wind blew you in?" Li Amu waved at him and said, "Let's go grab a drink. I happen to have something I want to ask you about." The 2 quickly arrived at a tavern. Li Si picked up his wine cup and leisurely asked, "Where are Lao Da and Miss Han Yan?" Li Mu calmly replied, "They're at Baiyun Mountain. They have some important matters to attend to."
Li Mu then got down to business, hesitantly asking, "Li Si, I want to ask you something for a friend." Li Si readily replied. "Go ahead," Li Mu thoughtfully recounted. "This friend of mine made a mistake, hurting another friend. He doesn't know how to get her to forgive him." Li Si, hearing something familiar, asked, "This friend of yours? And another friend of yours? Are those the 2 you mentioned last time?" Li Muhu decisively nodded. "That's them." Li Si scratched his head and asked,
"It's been so long, I thought they'd be together by now. How are they still just friends?"
Li Mu pouted and replied,
"Their relationship isn't what you think it is." Li Si looked up, confidently questioning, "Not that kind of relationship. Yet they're together day and night, even living together." Li Mu lowered his head, not daring to look up, and hesitantly replied, "They're only together because of work. Plus that friend already has a family." Li Si launched into another round of questioning. "When you had a family, weren't you also living with Lao Da?" Li Mushi looked up to the sky and replied, "This is different, okay?" Li Si asked again, "How is it different? Did she marry someone else?" Li Mushi clutched his head and replied, "It's not exactly like that, Li Si." "Whatever, what are you afraid of?" Li Mujant urgently and vehemently stated. "They're not like what you think."
Li Si, with eyes that seemed to see through the mortal realm, directly questioned, "You're not him, how do you know they aren't?" This question caused Li Mu to freeze in place. He turned his head away, lost in thought. Seeing him like this, Li Si offered an idea. "How about this? Starting from now, imagine that you are this friend of yours. Imagine, if that woman married someone else, how would you feel?"
Following Li Si's guidance, he began to imagine, thinking to himself, "If Her Majesty had an empress, consorts, Miano Wei."
Li Mu started scratching his head and wondering, "Do I really have such a strong possessive desire for Her Majesty? I can't bear to share Her Majesty's favor with anyone else. I won't allow anyone else to be with her day and night. I won't allow her to get hurt without caring for herself, even splitting herself into an avatar for the second person, even leaving the capital to save. Her Majesty is so good to me, and I've become spoiled and reckless. Hurting Her Majesty like this, I'm really going too far." After learning a painful lesson, Li Mushui stood up, turned around, and left, leaving Li Si with only one sentence. "You drink by yourself, I'm leaving." Li Si caressed the wine cup in his hand, smiling to himself, "Looks like I'll be preparing for Li Mushu's wedding soon." Cut to Chengla Palace, where the queen was sitting at her desk, constantly sighing. She blurted out, "Mei Wei, what's the punishment for deceiving the queen?" Hearing this, Mei Wei said with great vigor, "I don't know who is so bold, I will arrest him and bring him here to be questioned." The queen was silent, then sighed again, helplessly cutting her off. and gave up.
Seeing her attitude, Mei Wei immediately asked, "Did Li Mu anger you again, your majesty? Hit a sore spot?" The queen, flushed with anger, slammed the table and said loudly, "He gave away the house I built myself, the garden I planted myself, to someone else, and he lied to me. Tell me, should I punish him?" Mei Wei replied sincerely, "You should. Your majesty is so good to him, and that little brat dares to do that to your majesty. I will arrest him and give him 100 strokes. Hearing this punishment, the queen was hesitant and asked, 100 strokes? Isn't that too harsh?" Mei Wei sternly said.
"He must remember it deeply." The queen sighed and said, "Forget it. I'm not that kind of person. It's only natural for him to be good to his wives." Hearing this, Mei Wei's blood boiled, and she said fiercely, "Your majesty is so good to him, loving him and protecting him. The tributes from the counties always think of him first. Yet he repays your majesty like this?" Mei Wei turned towards the door, annoyedly saying, "No, I can't swallow this anger. If I don't teach him a lesson, I will be ashamed of myself and ashamed of your majesty." At that moment, Shangguan Li entered to report, "Your majesty, Li Musin requests an audience."
Without waiting for the queen to give an order, Mei Wei bluntly said, "Tell him to wait outside. He can only come in after standing for an hour." Shangguan Li was confused and hesitated to speak. The queen also sat silently, without saying anything.
After a while, the queen hesitantly said, "How about?" Mei Wei immediately turned around to remind her, "Your majesty, you can't protect him this time." Hearing this, the queen also felt that it was right and thought, "Actually, he should remember it, or he will bully me like this again in the future."
It wasn't until half an hour later that Li Muyu heard Shangguan Li's voice. "Come in." As soon as he entered, Mei Wei stepped out with a face like an asura, sternly questioning, "You dare to come here?" Li Muyu said nothing, immediately running over and kneeling down.
He lowered his head and said loudly, "Your majesty, I am guilty." Li Mu bit his teeth in regret and thought, "I have explained everything to Han Yan and Qing Er. Neither of them blames me. I only need to get Her Majesty's forgiveness."
He secretly looked up at the queen, praying in his heart, surely thinking, "But will Her Majesty forgive me?" The queen was surprised by his actions and thought, "He knows he's wrong? But I can't be soft-hearted." The queen put on a stern expression and asked in a low voice, "What are you guilty of?" Li Musa immediately replied, "I shouldn't have deceived your majesty, and I shouldn't have slept in your majesty's house without your majesty's permission. I beg your majesty to punish me." Mei Wei sternly said from the side, "Deceiving the queen is punishable by death. Do you think a small punishment can compensate for your criminal behavior? But that's really the case. Even there is no punishment at all." The queen looked at Li Musa and said gently, "It's good that you know you're wrong. Don't do it again." Mei Wei turned around in surprise to look at the queen, thinking, "Does your majesty not intend to pursue the matter anymore?" Li Mu was also happy to be forgiven, and bowed his head to reply, "Thank you, your majesty." After going outside, Li Mu stretched and said, "Her majesty still loves me the most." Mei Wei followed him and said silently, "Li Mu Shumu, Her majesty towards you." Before she could finish, Li Mu turned around and blamed her. "Sister Mei, I've called you sister so many times, yet you treated me like that in front of Her Majesty. Sister, you've disappointed me so much." Then Li Mukai left. Mei Wei stood there dumbfounded, angrily saying, "I swear if I say another word in the future I will be a dog." Shangguan Li smiled helplessly and added, "Let's not interfere in their affairs." Cut to the next day, outside Changla Palace, Mei Wei was guarding and observing the situation inside, thinking, "Yesterday I couldn't wait to chop off his head. Today one you and one me, talking non-stop, have said one word already." She pondered silently. "Although I've watched His Majesty grow up, I find it increasingly difficult to understand what's on her mind." Inside, the queen was standing in front of the painting she'd retrieved from the house within the Dongfu yesterday. Li Mu curiously approached and asked, "Your Majesty, what's so mysterious about this painting?" The queen looked up at the painting and said, "I can't figure it out."
Li Mu raised his hand to form a mudra, his eyes slowly closing, thinking to himself, "Usually, when my mind is at peace, my comprehension is at its strongest."
Suddenly, the painting in front of him became blurred. Li Mu wondered in surprise, "Why am I getting so dizzy?" In the blink of an eye, Li Mu was pulled into the space inside the painting.
Li Mu looked at the illusory scene before him, thinking, "Is this inside the painting?"
Li Mu watched the figure at the bow of the boat, holding a calligraphy brush and drawing strokes in the air, surprised and wondering, is he trying to paint in mid-air? Before Li Mu had to wait long, the man with the brush finished drawing a fish, conveniently dotting its eyes. The fish, as soon as its eyes were dotted, immediately moved, diving and swimming in the water as vividly as the real thing. The man painted a red crane, and as soon as its eyes were dotted, the crane spread its wings and flew into the air. Li Mu, witnessing this scene, was stunned, his eyes wide with amazement as he asked himself, "Is this the magic brush Ma Liang?" The man continued to paint. Now it was a towering mountain.
As soon as the mountain appeared, a storm immediately raged, causing the boat to rock violently. Li Mu worriedly wondered, "Isn't this old geezer afraid of capsizing the boat?" Just as the boat was about to capsize, the man painted himself a pair of wings and flew into the air. Li Mu lost his balance and fell into the water. That feeling of suffocation pulled him out of the space inside the painting. Li Mu stood there panting. Just based on a brush he can create something from nothing. Is this a painter?
The queen turned to look at Li Mu, surprised, and asked, "You've sensed the mystery of that painting." Li Mu, still not recovered, pointed at the painting, panting as he said, "I was just inside the painting." Hearing what Li Mu said, the queen closed her eyes and pondered. Dao Xuan Zhenren really did hide his painting. Dao Shuo legacy in that painting. Thousands of years ago, the Bai family contended for fame, and the painting Dao, relying on the art of creating something from nothing, once stood at the forefront of the 100 schools. But after Dao Xuan Zhenren passed away, the painting Dao lost its rightful heir. This painting is the only work left behind by Dao Xuan Zhenren. People only guessed that this painting might contain the mysteries of the painting Dao. But I didn't expect it to be true, Li Mu asked curiously. With this magical ability to create something from nothing, wouldn't the painting Dao cultivators back then have been invincible? The queen smiled and replied, "In the path of cultivation, who dares to claim invincibility? The legalist cultivators can say what they do, but they have never been invincible. Any Daotio has its strengths and weaknesses, and can never be truly undefeated. Although the path of cultivation has strengths and weaknesses, if you learn from others, you can use your strengths to make up for your weaknesses. It's not impossible to be invincible." The queen quickly rolled up the miraculous painting, then handed it back to Li Mu and said, "Since you can comprehend the inheritance of Dao Xuan Zhenren, I'll give you this painting. Slowly comprehend it." Li Mu received the painting respectfully and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Scene changed to the peak of Baiyun Mountain. Li Qing approached Liu Hanyan from behind and asked curiously, "Elder sister, what's wrong?" Liu Hanyan replied silently. "I regret it a little now," Li Qingyu asked, stunned. "Regret what?" Liu Hanyan rubbed her chin and pondered. If only I had stayed in Shendu with him back then. She had a premonition and couldn't help but think. She even left a place for the queen in her own house, afraid that the queen wouldn't have anywhere to go. Has the queen already become indispensable to Li Mu in the future? Li Mu received the scroll from Her Majesty. On the way back, he cheerfully hummed a lively tune, thinking to himself, "Her Majesty is so good." Suddenly, Guard Mackay approached from behind and said sternly, "Stop!" She walked up to Li Mu, pointed at the scroll in his hand, and asked, "Why did Her Majesty give you that painting?" Li Mu didn't understand and asked, "Is there a problem?" Mei Wei then recounted. When she was young, Her Majesty loved paintings very much and admired painting Saint Dao Xuan Zhenren. This is the only painting of Dao Xuan Zhenren left in the world, and Her Majesty's favorite work. Furthermore, this painting was one of the gifts that the late emperor gave to the Zhou family back then. How could she give away the thing she likes most to you? Li Mu scratched his head blankly and replied, "The thing she likes most. But Her Majesty didn't hesitate to give this painting to me." Afterward, Li Mu trudged home dejectedly. At the same time, he met Jiang Chun and Prince Xiao. Lord Zhang saw Li Mu and asked, "Li Mu, aren't you in the palace with Her Majesty? Why are you out here?" Li Mu, filled with thoughts, sighed, walked up to the two men, and bluntly asked, "Lord Zhang, how did the late emperor treat his favorite officials back then? How does it compare to Her Majesty's treatment of me?" Jiang Chun shrugged and replied, "I hadn't entered the court back then, how would I know?" Fortunately, Prince Xiao behind him stroked his beard and said, "Can the late emperor's favorite officials be compared to you? The late emperor wasn't as good to his favored concubines or the empress as Her Majesty is to you." Prince Xiao approached Li Mu, rubbed his chin, and asked him, "Haven't you heard those rumors?" Li Mu then thoughtfully considered. "So, in some people's eyes, I'm no longer a favored official, but a hold-the-thigh type?" Jiang Chun patted him on the shoulder, smiled, and comforted him. "Li Mu, don't pay too much attention to those criticisms. Your good fortune is yet to come." After saying a few words, Li Mu continued on his way home. He walked and thought, "Since I entered Shendu, have those criticisms ever stopped?
The only thing I need to care about is Her Majesty's feelings. With that thought, he took out his jade tablet and sent a voice transmission. Zhen Shiyi, help me investigate Daoshuan Zhenren.
Scene changed to 1 month later. Li Muyu went to Changla Palace, stood before the queen's desk, and respectfully said, "Your subject pays his respects to your majesty." The queen, reviewing memorials, said, "Didn't Baiyun Mountain urgently summon you back? It's only been a month. Why aren't you with your wife, and what brings you back to Shendu?"
Speaking like that, she thought to herself, men are all the same. Once they get married, they forget everything. They swear loyalty to me at first, saying they wouldn't mind jumping into a sea of fire. But when I need you, you're nowhere to be found. Lifty Mu smiled and replied, "Your Majesty's birthday is coming up, and I have a few gifts I'd like to give you." The queen asked in surprise. "How did you know it's my birthday?" Li Mu slowly replied. "Grand Secretary Mei Sei told me."
After finishing speaking, Li Mushpa waved his sleeve, and countless paintings appeared, neatly arranged in the air. The queen exclaimed in surprise. "This is," Li Mushpa quickly explained.
"Authentic works of Daoshuan Zhenren?" the queen asked, puzzled. "There's only one authentic work of his in the world. Where did you get so many?"
Li Mu tilted his head away, hesitatingly replying, "It was just a lucky coincidence." The queen naturally didn't believe him, and began calculating with her fingers. She looked at Li Mu with a speechless expression and asked, "Did you dig up his grave?"
Li Mu jumped, thinking, the emperor can even figure this out with his fingers? Li Mu scratched his head and replied timidly, "This humble servant is, well, for the inheritance of painting Daogao, thinking that the painting saint would not blame me. And besides, his tomb doesn't have a body, so it doesn't count as an offense." "All right, Your Majesty. Whose paintings do you like? I'll have people dig them up."
"The corpse sect people are very good at robbing tombs," Li Mu then recounted.
"Tang was once a powerful painting saint. Yet he built his tomb like an ordinary person's. No wonder no one discovered it for thousands of years. I took the corpse sect guys to search for a whole month. If I didn't have the painting saint's original artwork that you gifted me, Your Majesty, which had a magical connection to the burial goods, I'd have missed the painting saint's tomb too." Hearing the strange way of gifting, the Queen Empress said, with her hair standing on end, No need." She smoothed her hair and asked, "So, you weren't at Baiyun Mountain this month?" Li Mu nodded. "Of course, the painting saint's tomb wasn't easy to find. I just happened to find it. Otherwise, all the efforts of the past month would have been in vain. Thankfully, I found it before Your Majesty's birthday." Upon hearing this, the Queen Empress rarely smiled with satisfaction mixed with happiness. But then she seriously reminded, "Ancient tombs are full of dangers. Have you forgotten what happened in Baidi's Dongfu? Don't do such dangerous things in the future."
Li Mu replied obediently, "This servant obeys." The Queen Empress turned around and continued, "Go to the back palace. Xiao Bai and Wan Wan have been mentioning you all day." Hearing this, Li Mu bowed and took his leave.
The Queen Empress walked to the paintings neatly arranged in the air, smiling and thinking, "You still have a conscience." At the same time, Mei Wei also stepped in, saying aggrievedly, "Your Majesty, please investigate. This servant did not tell him Your Majesty's birthday. He must have heard it from somewhere else. This troublemaking brat has not cared about the court for a whole month, just to please Your Majesty. He is becoming more and more clueless. No wonder others are talking behind his back." The Queen Empress was still immersed in happiness, looking at the paintings and replying to Mei Wei perfunctorily but meaningfully, "Yes, you watch over him for me. Don't let him cause trouble again." Mei Wei was surprised, but then got used to it and accepted the order. "This servant understands." Li Mu picked up a painting and looked at it, asking, "Your Majesty, tell me, what's so different about this painting I drew?" The Queen Empress also commented sincerely, "There's form but no spirit. You haven't even entered the door, and you already want to learn how to paint?" Li Mu said silently, "I want to try void chi condensation. I definitely can't draw it myself. I have to find someone to help me enter the door." In his heart, he thought, after learning void chi condensation, when I go to the demon sect to find Xiao Bai, my cultivation will be a little stronger. The Queen Empress suddenly coughed as if giving a signal, and Li Mu immediately caught the signal and turned around. The Queen Empress also turned to look at him with sparkling eyes. But then his next sentence left the Queen Empress speechless. "There are many painters in the palace with good skills. Can I ask them to teach me how to paint?" Seeing the Queen Empress's mood going down, he asked, "Your Majesty, is it okay?" The Queen Empress sighed and replied, "It's okay, but there are many rules for painters in the palace. Even if you want to learn, they may not be willing to teach you. If they don't want to teach you, I can't force them either." Li Mu agreed. "That's for sure. If they don't agree, I can only find someone else." Mei Wei was immediately called in by the Queen Empress to issue an order. "Mei Wei,
Go to the secretariat and invite a painter to teach Li Mu how to paint. Just say, it's my order.
But if the painter doesn't want to, don't force it. With just one look, Mei Wei understood and said, "This servant understands." She thought to herself, the intention is not to allow a painter to teach Li Mu. A moment later, Li Mu was still obediently peeling grapes and feeding them to the Queen Empress. He was still happily thinking, although I don't understand worldly love, but based on my looks, inviting a few painters in the palace to teach me how to paint, there definitely won't be a problem, especially with the Queen Empress's words.
Although she said not to force them, who doesn't know that the Queen Empress dotes on me the most?
Whoever dares to refuse will not have to come to work tomorrow. At the same time, Mei Wei had returned. She bowed her head and solemnly announced, "Your Majesty." The painters said that their skills cannot be passed on, and no one is willing to teach him. This news shocked Li Mu, and he exclaimed loudly, "Why?" The Queen Empress replied with a smile, "If they have such rules, I can't force them either. You should go find someone else."
Mei Wei caught the signal at this time and suggested,
"Why don't you ask Her Majesty to teach you how to paint?" Li Mu was truly surprised at this time and asked, "Does Her Majesty know how to paint?"
Mei Wei began to say some flattering words.
"Why do you think Her Majesty likes to collect the original artworks of the painting saint? Her Majesty has loved painting since she was young. Her skills are not inferior to the top painters in the palace." Li Muxan was overjoyed and thought, "That's right. Although I haven't seen the Queen Empress paint, she seems very professional when she critiques my paintings. I have been searching for her hundreds of thousands of times." Suddenly I turned my head, and the person is right there in the dim light. Li Mu couldn't help but blurt out, "So Her Majesty is the person I have been searching for all along."
The Queen Empress smiled and asked him, "What have you been searching for all along?" Not letting the opportunity slip, Li Muqi immediately stood up and offered, "Your Majesty's skills are unparalleled. Can you teach this servant how to paint?" The Queen Empress pretended to be embarrassed and said, "It's not that I can't."
Only Li Mu immediately turned on his spoiled mode and pleaded, "Please, Your Majesty, this is really important to this servant." Finally, the Queen Empress reluctantly replied,
"All right, I agree. Mei Ji Wei, prepare pen and ink."
Li Muxi rejoiced in his heart and said, "The truth proves that as long as I act spoiled, the Queen Empress will definitely agree." The Queen Empress also happily thought, "He has finally realized it."
Li Mu walked outside, and Mei Wei followed him. She said thoughtfully, "Ever since you entered the palace, everything has changed. Before, Her Majesty only went to the garden in the late afternoon, let alone having time to paint. Sometimes I would patrol until late at night, and I could still see Her Majesty sitting in the pavilion." Li Mu leaned over and said to Mei Wei, "Isn't it because I'm doing all the things that Her Majesty used to do? Otherwise, how could Her Majesty have so much free time?" Mei Wei patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, "So it can be said that you entered the palace 3 years earlier. If you had come 3 years earlier, Her Majesty would have suffered 3 years less." Li Mu then said seriously, "Based on Her Majesty's personality, she might just be thinking about a life where she can plant 100 kinds of flowers and paint when she's in the mood." Mei Wei rubbed her head and sighed. "It's just that in the past few decades, the various kingdoms have become increasingly disobedient to the Chu family. The last time the various kingdoms paid tribute, because of the stupidity of the previous emperor, the court lost all face in front of the ambassadors of the various kingdoms, which also made them develop disloyalty. In this year, from the time the previous emperor died, to the time the Chu family seized the imperial aura, and Her Majesty ascended the throne, many vassal states want to rebel. This time, the ambassadors of the various kingdoms came to pay tribute, and it seems that they have implicitly made agreements to break away from the Great Chu, and will not pay tribute in the future. This will have a very large impact on the masses. If the various kingdoms break away from the Great Chu during the time Her Majesty is in power, the common people will put all the blame on Her Majesty." Li Mu said leisurely, "This is also very normal. Who is willing to be permanently dependent on others? For them, they are probably hoping that the Great Chu will change the country, and they will take the opportunity of the troubled times to divide the Great Chu." Mei Wei became more and more angry and shouted, "A bunch of wolf cubs whose reputation hasn't grown much. They have probably forgotten who helped them resist the enemies in Yanzhou and Shangzhou. Without the Great Chu, they would have been swallowed up long ago, eaten until nothing was left." Li Mu patted Mei Wei on the shoulder and said calmly, "Calm down. This moment is no longer the era of the previous emperor. Even if they have 2 hearts, they probably don't have the guts." Scene changed to the Zhaoyang Hall banquet. The sound of drums and music resounds. The atmosphere is lively and cheerful. Li Mu and other officials walked into the hall, and he observed the surrounding situation as he walked. Li Mu pondered and analyzed. Southeast, Southwest, and Zhujiao have more than a dozen small countries. Lu, Liang, Yu, Mei, Jing, Shen, and Yang are the strongest. The remaining 4 Dao sects and 6 factions are distributed in Liang, Yu, Mei, and Jing, relying on the 4 factions. These 4 countries have a lot of reputation in the south.
Although Shen does not have a Dao sect, it is the birthplace of Buddhism. They once took advantage of the fact that the Great Zhou had just been established, and the national power was not stable, and took the initiative to provoke the Great Zhou. The Taizu mobilized troops to send, and almost hit the capital of Shen. If it weren't for the fact that the Great Zhou has always pursued a policy of peace, Shen would have been wiped out of Zhujiao long ago. But their ambition to rule has never been extinguished.
The ambassadors of Shen glared at Li Mu with resentment in their hearts, thinking, since the Great Zhou issued the silver punishment, the people have long been angry. Such a corrupt court, we are only waiting for the Great Zhou to have internal strife so that we can take the opportunity to divide the Great Zhou. If it weren't for this Li Mu Ye, how could our expectations for so many years have turned into nothing? Streams of anger from the bodies of the ambassadors flickered in the air, and Li Mu slowly raised his hand to absorb them all. The 2 who felt tired thought, someone is sucking our emotional power. The Great Zhou officials saw everything, and they were all secretly thinking with amusement. Sweet Li Mu Yi, after taking a sip, turned to ask Liu Yi, Lord Liu, those 2 fellas in hats across from us, what country are they from? Liu Yi whispered back, they're envoys from the divine nation. Li Mu smirked and said, on our turf and still daring to be so cocky, you think our Great Zhou is empty or something? Suddenly, he noticed Mai Wei approaching Her Majesty the Queen, and whispering something to her. Li Mu frowned, thinking, did something happen? The envoy from the divine nation also seemed to have picked up on something. He immediately stood up, booming aggressively. Your Majesty the Queen, this humble envoy has just learned that a citizen of my country was murdered in your nation.
Great Zhou must give us a proper explanation for this. Otherwise, starting today, we will no longer pay tribute to Great Zhou. The envoys from other nations frowned, and started whispering among themselves when they heard that. What the? Li Mu thought when he heard the news.
The divine nation has always been shifty. Looks like they've found their excuse to stir up trouble this time. The envoys from those other countries seemed quite entertained by this turn of events. Li Meng was still deep in thought, analyzing the situation between the 2 sides. A murder case popping up right when the crucial tribute offerings from various nations hadn't even been presented yet. If not handled carefully, it could lead to a major conflict between nations. Was this murder an accident, or was it staged?
Mai Wei quickly stepped forward, parted the curtains, and ordered, Her Majesty is moving to Ziwei Palace. Order the Ministry of Punishments to immediately bring those involved in the case to the palace. Scene change to the heavenly prison of the Ministry of Punishments. Wei Peng, holding a book, leisurely walked into a cell and said to a prisoner, Let's go. I'm afraid this is the only chance in your life to enter the palace.
That prisoner trembled and replied, My lord, I don't want to die.
Wei Peng leaned close to his ear and calmly asked, Why would you die?
That prisoner stammered, If I hadn't chased that thief from the divine nation, he wouldn't have fallen down the stone steps and died on Great Zhou's soil. Wei Peng glared and said, You were merely in a hurry. When did you chase him? Lord Yang of the Ministry of Punishments walked over at this moment and said, in a loud voice, It's no use. Once we get to the Golden Palace, a soul search will reveal the truth. Have you forgotten what happened last year? Wei Peng patted the law book of Great Zhou and said with a cunning tone, My lord, times have changed.
A while later, at Ziwei Palace, the envoys from the divine nation were still kicking up a fuss. He bellowed, A citizen of our divine nation died on your Great Zhou soil. The Great Zhou court must punish the culprit and give us an explanation.
Wei Peng happened to walk in just then.
He leisurely questioned the divine nation group. Culprit? What culprit? That guy whipped around and retorted, Naturally, the culprit who killed a citizen of our country. Only then did the envoy notice Wei Peng's unfamiliar face and asked, Who are you? What do you have to do with this case? He calmly introduced himself to the envoys. Wei Peng, head of the Ministry of Punishments. At the invitation of my client, I will be his defense counsel in this case. All his statements will be made through me. Li Mu watched him, thinking proudly, Wei Peng's got my old flair. Wei Peng began to recount. From what I've gathered, a merchant from your country committed theft in Great Zhou's divine capital. While escaping, he carelessly fell down the stairs and died. What's that got to do with my client? Where's this so-called murderer? The envoy pointed at the prisoner kneeling before the court and said,
Even if he was stealing first, according to your Great Zhou's laws, it's not a crime punishable by death.
If that person hadn't chased him, he wouldn't have died. Ultimately, this person is still the murderer who killed him. Wei Peng stepped forward, looked up at the sky, and questioned him back.
Who said my client was chasing him? My client was merely in a hurry. The merchant from your country was anxious, but what did my client do? This reasoning suddenly left the guy speechless. He said angrily, running and shouting, "Stop, don't run." Was that also just because he was in a hurry? Wei Peng smiled confidently and replied, he was in a rush and got hungry. He happened to see a street vendor and wanted a bowl of wine to quench his thirst. Is that not allowed? He was argued into a corner, then pointed at Wei Peng and shouted, "You're just making excuses. Just let me soul search him once and the truth will be clear." Li Mu didn't say much, just tilted his head as a signal, and Zhang Chun on this side immediately got it. He quickly joined the fray with a loud shout. "Insolence! Who do you think you are? A barbaric nation? You think you're worthy of soul-searching a citizen of my Great Zhou?" The Divine Nation envoy gritted his teeth and replied, "A citizen of the Divine Nation died at the hands of Great Zhou in the Divine Capital. Is this the attitude of your Great Zhou?" He thought to himself. Zhang Chun, Li Mu's most loyal dog. He dares to bite me.
Is he following Li Mu's orders? Li Mu stared back at his murderous gaze, thinking, this isn't the era of the late emperor favoring small nations to win support anymore. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'd better curl up when you come to my Great Zhou.
Soon after, Her Majesty the Queen also gave her verdict. The citizen of the Divine Nation committed theft. He fell to his death while fleeing. That's his own fault. No more blaming, and no need for further discussion. Court dismissed. As her voice faded, the Great Zhou officials below immediately chanted in unison, "Her Majesty is wise."
Scene change. Li Mu handed chopsticks to Her Majesty the Queen and said, "The Divine Nation's envoy is not convinced, and he's still arrogantly trying to call the shots on our turf, even using tribute to threaten us." Her Majesty the Queen understood his meaning and said, "Then issue an edict. From now on, Great Zhou and the Divine Nations sever ties. As for the other small nations, if they have similar thoughts, they can report directly." Li Mu took a letter from his sleeve and said, "I took the remaining envoys from the small nations to Fengtian Palace."
Everyone expressed their loyalty.
"Your Majesty, please take a look at this letter."
Her Majesty the Queen pulled out the letter and said, "A painting of the capital," Li Mu calmly explained. "This is a token of sincerity from the envoy of Ung Nation to promote trade between our two countries. I think it's not bad. I'll entrust the subsequent trade matters to you." Li Muni quickly took the letter and said, "Your servant obeys the order." He thought to himself. Her Majesty really doesn't want to do even a tiny bit of work. At this moment, he noticed the little girl Wanwan beside them.
He looked at the food in front of the little girl and asked, "Why only 5 bowls of rice today? Don't you usually eat 6 bowls?" Wanwan replied somberly. "I miss young mistress." Li Muni tilted his head and said, "That's true, you've been with Han Yan since you were little. Being away from her for so long, of course you'd feel unaccustomed. How about I take you back to White Cloud Mountain?"
Wanwan hesitated and replied, "But there's only green vegetables and tofu on the mountain.
I still haven't tried all the food in Sister Chu's imperial kitchen."
Li Mu was speechless and said, "There are at least thousands, tens of thousands of dishes in the palace. It's impossible for you to try them all. If, in the future, you could only stay in one place, would you choose to stay with your young mistress on White Cloud Mountain, or choose to stay with Sister Chu in the imperial palace?"
Without much thought, Wanwan immediately asked Her Majesty the Queen, "Sister Chu, can my young mistress come live in the palace with us?" Her Majesty hesitated. "Well," she thought to herself, "this little rascal, is she trying to bite the hand that feeds her?"
Li Mu quickly tapped Wanwan's head and hurriedly turned to the Queen.
"She's just a child, she wants everything. Who did she learn this greediness from? Your Majesty, don't believe this little girl's words. I'll take her back to White Cloud Mountain. She'll probably be back in a month." Her Majesty the Queen asked, bewildered. "It's just to the North Prefecture. Why does it need a whole month?" Ibnu placed some food into Her Majesty's bowl and explained.
"A few days ago, Fengtian Palace received news that there's a lake demon causing trouble in Zhujiang Prefecture. The local authorities can't handle it. I'll just conveniently make a trip to investigate. It might delay me a few days."
Her Majesty the Queen nodded and reminded him. "Then you go, but you must come back early. There's still a pile of work waiting for you in the palace." Li Mu smiled and replied, "Your servant will definitely return early." Li Mu thought to himself, Han Yan and Qing Qing are being nurtured by the current city lord. Their cultivation is also very tough, so they'll probably be in closed-door cultivation most of the time. I'll drop Wanwan off there, and then head to Zhujiang Prefecture to investigate the lake demon. That should work out.
Scene changed to Zhujiang County. Shouts echoed. "Stop right there, you fox demon. See where you can run, brothers. Capture her alive." Li Mu, passing by, conveniently hid near a tree to observe the situation. He wondered curiously, a fox demon? Analyzing the situation, he thought,
the injured fox demon is no match for these demonic cultivators at all. If I step in to save her, perhaps I can ask about the cultivation secrets of the Fox clan, as repayment for saving her life? It wouldn't be too much to ask, right? But before he could act, a group of people rushed in, shouting, "You deserve to die!" Li Muxie quickly ducked behind the tree, thinking, "Someone's here." The newcomers immediately attacked the demonic cultivators.
Huang Ji also appeared next to the injured fox, asking, "Are you all right?" Li Mu was surprised and thought, "Why is it her?" The injured fox understood and dodged, saying, "No need for pleasantries, thank you, fellow clanswoman."
Huang Ji, while observing the situation, asked, "Why are you being chased by these people?" The fox frowned and replied, "These evil people have been capturing many of our clan members to sell to humans, and falsely accusing me of harming people, getting the authorities to gather human cultivators to eliminate me. They want to reap the benefits. If it weren't for you saving me, I would have fallen into their hands." Huang Ji gritted her teeth angrily. "These damned humans, take them back for a thorough questioning."
Li Mu had, hiding behind the tree, carefully concealed his aura and observed the situation, thinking, the other foxes can be ignored, but Huang Ji has countless treasures on her, and Zhujiang County is next to the demon country. Issues. If Huang Ji is captured, Huang Tianjun will come. My troubles will be huge. I should leave. No need to take such a risk. What's wrong? Huang Ji supported the injured fox and said, "This elder sister, your injuries are severe. Come to my place to recuperate first." Suddenly, the compass in her body reacted. Huang Ji immediately turned around and shouted, "Who's there? Come out!" She carried 2 sabers and went towards the tree where Li Muna was hiding. Li Muna promptly covered himself with demonic energy and began to change his appearance, thinking, "I can't let her discover me." In the blink of an eye, Li Mu transformed into a weak demon, clutching his head and pleading, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I was just passing by."
Huang Ji frowned and asked, "What were you sneaking around here for?" Li Mu stammered, I passed by and saw you fighting. I was afraid you would kill me, so I hid here." Another fox demon walked up to Li Mu and commented, "My lady, this little demon's skin is smooth and delicate, even more beautiful than Kui Ming when he was young." The fox girl said, "Lady Huang Ji, the mate sect is currently facing a shortage of manpower. If we groom this little demon, maybe in the future he can shoulder the Meilai sect."
Huang Ji found this reasonable and asked Li Mu, "What's your name? Do you want to join my Meiki sect?" Li Mu, with a determined and confident face, introduced himself. "My surname is Wu. You can call me Yanzu." Huang Ji sat down in front of Li Mu and sincerely asked, "Wu Yanzu, do you want to join the Meilai sect and follow me?" Li Mu didn't immediately agree but asked, "What are the benefits of joining the Meilai sect?" Hu Ju stepped forward and said, "There are many benefits. At the Mei sect, cultivation uses spirit jade. You will have guidance from strong cultivators, and Lady Huangji's father, Huang Tianjun, is at the 7th stage of the profound demon realm. If you get his guidance, you might even become a great demon in the future."
Hearing this, Li Mu pretended to be overjoyed and said, "Then I agree." In his heart he laughed sinisterly. "How can you catch foxes without entering their dens? This is a great opportunity to infiltrate the demon race." Scene changed to Tianhu country. The scenery here is truly picturesque.
Li Mu followed Hu Ju with an innocent look, asking, "Big brother Hu Ju, where is this?" Hu Ju replied enthusiastically, "This is Tianhu country, where our Mei sect is located. This is Lady Huangji's residence. Stay here for now. Once you make enough contributions, you can earn a larger place to live on your own." Li Mu eagerly asked, "What do I need to do now?" Hu Ju put his arm around Li Mu's shoulder, smiling. "Your strength is too low right now. You need to cultivate first. Tomorrow, I'll give you cultivation resources and an identity token." After the introduction, Hu Ju happily reminded, "All right, the sect joining ceremony is tomorrow. Rest well today." Li Mu watched Hu Ju leave, thinking, Huang Tianjun just went into seclusion. Tianhu country and the Menchi sect will have a long period without a 7th-stage powerhouse guarding them. I can be bolder, but to get the Fox clan's cultivation method, I must first gain Huang Ji's trust. Send a message to His Majesty and Han Yan. I have no worries now. From now on, I am just a normal little snake demon in Huang Ji's residence. Scene changed to the next day. Hu Jiu brought Li Mu to Huang Ji and said, "Lady Huang Ji, he's here." Li Mu stepped forward cautiously, saying, "Greetings, Lady Huang Ji." Huang Ji turned around, saying seriously, "Joining the Mei sect, you must follow the rules of the Mei sect, protect its secrets. A traitor to the Mei sect, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will personally kill you. You still have a chance to regret it now." Li Muni immediately raised his hand to the sky, saying clearly, "I, Wu Yanzu,
Swear to the heavens, if I betray the Mei sect, I will turn into a dog. In his heart he thought, I learned this from the Thistle and Time twins, the most hateful oath to the Serpent clan. I wonder how those two sisters are doing now. Huang Ji covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, Your Serpent clan hates the Canine clan so much?
Li Mu replied straightforwardly, From the moment they became loyal to humans, they have been our enemies. Huang Ji nodded approvingly. Alright, just do one more thing, and you can officially become a disciple of the Mei sect, Li Mu replied seriously. Lady Huang Ji, just give the order. She pointed to the statue beside her and ordered, Chop him with a saber. Li Mu immediately turned to look. Seeing the saber in front of him, Li Mu started sweating, thinking, Does Huang Ji really hate me that much? But then, Li Mu did as told, striking a blow at the statue of himself. After striking, Li Mu acted exhausted and asked, My lady, who is this? Why chop at his stone statue? Huang Ji said silently, This is something you shouldn't ask. Hu Jiu stepped forward, supporting the sword in Li Muji's hand, and took the opportunity to spread some knowledge. That's Lady Huang Ji's enemy. You need to stay away from him in the future, understand? Li Muji asked curiously. If he's Lady Huang Ji's enemy, why not kill him and avenge Lady Huang Ji? Hu Jiu said with a serious face. This person's magic is strong. Even the great elder of the Soul Sect died in his hands. If you could kill him, you wouldn't be here. You might even have a chance to comprehend the heavenly book. But if this person ever falls into your hands, hand him over to Lady Huang Ji. Li Musi feigned discouragement, saying, Forget it then. Isn't my strength just going to be wasted by seeking death? It's still better to be careful. Caution ensures longevity, Hu Jiu added. That's right. Not only is that Li Mu strong, but he's also very handsome. Even the powerful Great Zhou Empress is bewitched by him. It's said that he often enters and exits the palace, even spending the night in the Empress's chambers. Hearing these rumors about himself, Li Mu couldn't help but ask, How do you guys know? Hu Jiu mysteriously replied, The Mei sect's spies are all over the world. You'll find out later. Li Mu exclaimed in feigned surprise. The Mei sect is amazing. In his heart he curled his lip. The Mei sect's spies are good. They even know about me being in Her Majesty's chambers. Hu Jiu added, That Li Mu is amazing. What it took Kui Ming 20 years to do, he did in just 2 years. It's said that he single-handedly handles the court's affairs. If we could bring that Li Mu to the Mei sect, we could even control Great Zhou through him. Hearing this, Li Mu chimed in. Great plan! In his heart he couldn't help but mock. Keep dreaming. Hu Jiu put his arm around Li Mu and lamented. But that Li Mu is extremely righteous, so he's probably not easy to seduce. But maybe we can exploit his lustful nature and find a way to have a Mei sect woman seduce him? Li Mu stammered. Lust? Lustful, Hu Jiu said knowingly. Our spies in the divine capital report that Li Mu always has beauties accompanying him on his travels. His wife is of unsurpassed beauty, with a pure and lovely appearance, and his 2 concubines are also top-tier beauties. One of them is even a stunning Fox Clan member, not to mention the Great Zhou Empress. Rumors say she doesn't wake up until the sun is high in the sky. Those words made Li Musha explode from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but shout, Framing! It's clearly framing. Hu Jiu looked at him in confusion and asked, Why are you so agitated? Li Mu said with an extremely serious expression, If Li Mu really had a thing with the Great Zhou Empress, how could the Empress easily allow him to have relationships with other women? These rumors are obviously fake news. If we act rashly based on these fake rumors, wouldn't we be falling into a trap? Inside he was screaming, My glorious, legendary reputation is going to be ruined by the spies of the Charm sect. If I find out who's making this up, I'll skin them alive. That night, Li Mu stood outside the door of the Fox clan, thinking to himself with a disgruntled expression, To think that I, a dignified second-generation disciple of the Fulu sect, the future headmaster, in charge of the Gongfeng Ti, the deputy commander of the Empress's personal guards, am here guarding the door for a fox demon. He looked up at the sky and then calculated, Right now, I'm just a low-level little demon of the Charm sect. Huang Ji doesn't even glance at me. I have to show some value, attract Huang Ji's attention, and then take the opportunity to climb up. I wonder if Her Majesty has found the Charm sect spies hiding in the palace yet. Suddenly, Li Mu sensed something and was stunned. After a moment, Li Mu thought excitedly, That aura is the heavenly scripture. The heavenly scripture of the Wanhuang Heavenly Lord is in Huang Ji's hands. But reason quickly returned. Li Mu grabbed his arm and thought, I can't steal it. This is the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. Even if I have the Demon Emperor's Dongfu, once the space is locked, I'll be trapped here until I die. I must endure. Hang in there, Li Mu. You can definitely resist the temptation. At the same time, Hu Jiu and other fox demons came over and said, Xiaoxi,
You can go back and rest now. Let him take over for a while. Li Mu turned back and asked, Hu Ju, what are you guys doing? Hu Ju crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied, Before those evil cultivators died, the Grand Elder used soul-searching on them and found out their hideout. We still have some clansmen captured by them there. We're going to rescue them. Hearing this, Li Mu said excitedly, Hu Ju, I'll go too. He warned Li Mu seriously. Your strength is so low, what are you going to do? Not only will you not be able to help, but you'll also cause trouble. Li Mu patted his chest and replied, My parents died at the hands of evil cultivators. I hate evil cultivators the most. Following you guys, maybe I can meet the murderer who killed my parents. My biggest dream is to one day avenge my parents myself.
Hu Ju smiled and said to him, This mission isn't dangerous. If you want to go, just follow along for some experience. It won't do you any harm. Walking on the brink of life and death is beneficial for upgrading your cultivation. Li Mu happily clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, Hu Ju. I will definitely try my best. Time flew by. Half a month later, Li Mu climbed onto the wall and asked Hu Ju, who was walking outside, Hu Ju, another mission, I'll go too. He looked at Li Mu and sighed. This guy who told me to be careful not long ago is now more eager than anyone else to go on dangerous missions.
Li Mu replied silently. As a little demon, I'm free outside. I don't know when I'll be captured by humans and have to sleep with ugly old women. It was Madame Huangji who gave me everything I have now. I just want to repay Madame Huangji. What he said pleased Hu Ju very much, and he thought, Very good. Madame Huangji indeed didn't choose the wrong person.
Hu Ju handed Li Mu a jade bottle and said, This is Madame Huangji giving it to you. Li Mu asked curiously. What is this? Hu Ju enthusiastically explained. This is the demon core of a snake demon who just entered the 5th realm. Recently, your performance has been noticed by Madame Huangji. This is her reward. After refining this demon core, you will definitely advance to the 4th realm. Li Muji took the bottle of demon core and happily said, Thank you, Madame Huangji. Hu Ju walked away, waving his hand at Li Muji and said, Work hard. If you can successfully advance, I will suggest to Madame Huangji that you become her bodyguard. With such a good opportunity, Li Mu would naturally seize it. He said after him, Huangju, don't worry, I will try my best. Li Mu looked up at the sky and thought, Even if I attract Huangji's attention, the distance to approach the heavenly scripture is still far. My next goal is to become Huangji's bodyguard, to gain Huangji's absolute trust. Flash forward to 3 days later, Li Mu sat in the courtyard concentrating on cultivation, he thought. The demon core left me with 2-realm advancement. I only need to transform my own magic power to create the false phenomenon of breaking through the realm of cultivation. Now I'm just waiting for good news from Hu Ju. Just then, Hu Ju came in and called softly, Xiao Shi. He walked up to Li Muxi and said,
Although you still can't be Madame Huangji's bodyguard, I believe that Madame Huangji will agree soon. Li Mu immediately put on a sad face and replied, I know. Hu Ju put his arm around Li Mu and said, Don't be discouraged. You've only been in the charm sect for half a month. Try hard. There will be opportunities in the future, he politely replied. Thank you, Hu Ju. I will try my best. Li Mu then sent Hu Ju away. He watched his back and thought, That being said, the atmosphere in the charm sect is much stronger than in the imperial court, and you can even turn your back on each other. Especially Hu Ju, we are just strangers who met by chance, yet he treats me a little too well. Suddenly, a head peeked out from the door, which immediately caught Li Mu's attention. He turned around and looked at him and asked, What are you looking at? The fox demon asked Li Mu innocently. Everyone knows that Judaran doesn't like women. Are you going to become Judaran's lover? This news made Li Mu panic and scream. What? He subconsciously hugged his butt and thought in horror, so Hu Ju usually put his arms around my shoulders, hugging and embracing, all because he coveted my body. Li Mu soaked in the bathtub, confused and connected the events. No wonder Hu Ju kept praising me for being beautiful, and took care of me a little. Thinking carefully about everything he said to me, there were hints everywhere. After thinking for a while, Li Mu set up a soundproof barrier around the bathtub again. He took out the conch shell and observed his surroundings while thinking. It's been half a month since I came here, and I haven't sent a message to Her Majesty yet. I don't know if the experts of the charm sect are still eyeing me, but the fog here is thick. The profound light technique can probe, but it has no effect on clearing the fog. If someone is peeping, they will see everything. As soon as he connected with the Empress, she asked, Are you coming back soon? Li Mu replied anxiously, It may be a long time. I don't have much time. I can only say it briefly. There are spies in the palace. Her Majesty can pay more attention to the palace maids in Cheng the palace, but it is best not to startle the snake. Wait until I return, and then deal with it. After he finished speaking, he disconnected. Li Mu stood up from the bathtub, calculating in his heart.
The life of a spy is much harder than I imagined.
If I want to climb up quickly, I have to think of another way.
Flash forward to the second day at the top of the mountain in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. All the fox demons were gathered here.
Li Mudo also followed the group of foxes. He asked in confusion, "Why are we summoning everyone here so early in the morning? Did something big happen?" He looked around for a familiar figure but didn't see one, so he asked, "Where is Hujiju? What happened?" The fox demon in front of him silently recounted, "We fell into the trap of the evil cultivators. Huju stayed behind alone to cover our escape." Then, the fox hesitated and shed tears, unable to speak. Another demon stood up and continued, "Since Lin captured 5 evil cultivators last time, the adults used soul-searching to lead us to destroy countless hideouts of the evil cultivators, rescuing dozens of fellow demon clansmen, but we were also noticed by the evil cultivator organization. This time, the evil cultivator organization deliberately leaked false information to lure us into a trap. If Huju hadn't sacrificed his life to give us a chance to escape, none of us would have returned."
This time, Li Mu's opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked back, "Huju is gone."
At the same time, Huangji went to the fierce tiger and ordered the demons there, "Follow me." Those monster spirits, just barely back from death's door, hastily tried to stop her. "Lady Huangji, this needs a long-term plan. Those 5 evil cultivators are all at the 5th realm. When they work together in formation, they can even handle someone at the 6th realm. We'd just be going to our deaths. Think it over, Lady Huangji. We can't let Lord Huju's sacrifice be in vain. We'll get revenge sooner or later, but not now."
Huangji wouldn't listen. She frowned and said,
"Fine, I won't force you." With that, she stomped her foot and flew into the air, but before she could leave the mountain, her whole body froze in place.
Her Shifu walked over and sternly reminded her, "You're no match for them, you can't go." Huangji angrily shouted, "Huang Yun." She turned around and said through gritted teeth,
"Then you go and avenge Huju." Huang Yun calmly replied, "Father is in closed-door cultivation. I have to guard this place. I can't leave. Besides, you know the rules of the demon kingdom. No matter how much the lower ranks cause trouble, powerhouses above the 6th realm can't interfere. If we break that rule, this place will become lawless again, and even more people will die."
Huangji wouldn't listen to a word. She struggled like crazy, saying, "I have to avenge Huju. Let me go." Huang Yun kept saying, "I can't let you go. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to father. Just calm down for now. Huju's revenge. I'll let you have it when the time is right." With that, he waved his hand and imprisoned Huangji. She yelled like a maniac, "Let me out!"
"Huang Yun, you bastard! Let me out! Let me out! I curse you to never find a wife." Li Mu, watching this from below, thought, "Even though Huju lusted after my body, it's true that he always helped me. Now that he's dead, I should do something for him. Plus, if I can bring Huju's body back, I'll definitely gain Huangji's trust."
Scene changed to 2 days later. 2 fox demons went to where Huangji was imprisoned and complained urgently, "My lady, they're being too much of a bully." Huangji, who had calmed down, asked, "What's wrong?" They quickly recounted. Those evil cultivators actually hung Lord Huju's body at the mountain gate, exposed to the sun and rain. Huangji heard this, gritted her teeth, and went ballistic. "I will kill them." One of the 2 fox demons hesitated and said, "There's one more thing." The subordinate doesn't dare to speculate. "I don't know if I should tell Lady Huangji." Huangji urgently pressed him to speak. The fox demon quickly said, "Last time we brought that snake demon back from outside, it took 2 days. He must have left Tianhu City. He didn't tell anyone about it. Could it be that he was afraid of death and ran away?"
Huangji said in a low voice, "If he wants to go, let him go. MI sect can do with him or without him. Next time we meet, he'll be an enemy." The fox demon looked upset and said,
"That demon doesn't understand gratitude. If it weren't for Lady Huangji, he'd just be a little demon right now. He might not be able to cultivate a demon core in this lifetime." Huangji frowned and said, "Don't mention him. Think of a way to bring Huju's body back." The fox demon started analyzing. "This bait is obvious. They're humiliating Huju's body like this to lure us there. They've definitely set a trap there, just waiting for us to walk right into it."
Cut back outside. 2 gate guards of the demon fox city were still chatting excitedly. "I told you, that snake demon is a total coward. Who wanted him to join the sect anyway? Huju? Huju's so muddled. I know he was attracted to that snake demon's looks, but MI sect selection can't just be based on looks, you also need character and temperament."
He pretended not to be afraid of death before, but now he's shown his true colors. Halfway through his sentence he suddenly noticed something and was startled. The two gate guards looked at the hazy figure in the mist and asked blankly, "Who is it? Is this Tianhu Kingdom? Stop right there."
After observing for a while, the two guys said again, "It looks like he's carrying a corpse on his back." Getting a closer look, they exclaimed in panic, "It's Huju's body." The fox demon next to him said dubiously, "That person is Liamu, with a disheveled body and a face as pale as a sheet," he weakly said.
"It's me, little snake. I've brought back the body of Big Brother Hujiu." Scene changed to Huangji's residence. Li Muliu was lying motionless in the room. Huangji stood beside his bed, lost in thought. Even the Great Elder might not be able to bring back Huju's body, and he's just a fourth realm little demon. Before she could finish thinking, Li Mushu faintly woke up. He quickly sat up and saluted her with difficulty. "Greetings, Lady Huangji." Huangji quickly supported Li Mu's arm and said, "You're badly injured, you need to rest, no need to salute?" After helping Li Mu up, she asked curiously, "How did you do it?" Li Mu put on a very pained expression and said, "I couldn't bear to see Big Brother Huju's body being humiliated after his death, so I used the hidden divinity art of the Snake Clan, hiding near the evil cultivator's mountain gate for half a month, and finally waited for those 5 evil cultivators to leave." Huangji narrowed her eyes in disbelief and said, "Even so, you couldn't have retrieved Huju's body." Li Muchu turned on his professional acting mode and said to Huangji with a sincere tone, "With my strength I could only use tricks to get Big Brother Huju's body back, so I transformed into the appearance of one of them, tricked their subordinates, then got discovered, and I barely managed to escape, otherwise I wouldn't have met Lady Huangji." Huangji still couldn't believe the truth that Li Mu told, and said, "Impossible. Transformation techniques require at least 6th realm cultivation. Even I don't know it, and you can't have elixirs and talismans that can disguise you." Li Muto said with an innocent face, "This has to thank Lady Huangji. You allowed me to break through to the 4th realm, and at the same time when I broke through, I awakened a divine gift." Huangji stared into his eyes and said, "Snakes can't have transformation divine powers. Unless..." This one sentence made Li Muke break out in a cold sweat. But then Huangji concluded, "You're a bloodline of the Ji clan. The Ji clan is known as the 4-legged snake, and there's often a phenomenon of soul connection between families and the Ji clan." Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "My grandmother is from the Ji clan." Huangji finally let go and said, "Indeed." But then she strictly reminded him, "You shouldn't have acted without permission like that." Li Mu put on a determined face and said, "Even you are strictly forbidden. If I went to retrieve Big Brother Huju's body, I definitely wouldn't be allowed to." Huangji crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked down at Li Mu and asked, "For Huju's body, do you not even need your life?" He continued to spin the tale. "My father once said, demons are born into this world. There are things we do and things we don't do. We must give up some things to achieve what we want. I can't let Huju carry's body be humiliated after death because I'm afraid of death. Otherwise, even if I continue to live, I will still feel guilty in my heart." There was a figure lurking outside. The mysterious person listened to these words of Li Mukai and sighed. "I didn't expect that you, little snake, are so devoted to friendship. It's true that I didn't love you in vain. You were willing to snatch back my dead body. Could it be that you have fallen for me?" Li Musho saw Huju and said in extreme confusion, "He's not dead." Huangji then came out to explain. Although Huju lost his physical body, his demon soul was still able to run back. Huju also said, "It's a pity that I didn't listen to Lady Huangji before. If I had cultivated the Dao, and cultivated to the point of primordial spirit manifestation, I could have been reborn, and found my physical body again." "Little snake, you won't stop loving me just because I've turned into a ghost, right?" Li Mu went completely crazy at this moment, and raised his middle finger in front of Hujuju and said, "Love your mother?" With that, Li Mu got a nosebleed, foamed at the mouth, and fainted on the spot. Huangji had to step in front of Huju and say, "He almost died. Let him rest. We're going first. He's still useful to me, so you're not allowed to pay attention to him anymore." Huju raised his hand in the air and smiled lightly, replying, "Understood." After they both left, Lian Mu slowly opened his eyes, lost in thought. "Actually, these demons are more sincere than humans. Regardless of their race, I'm still pretty happy that Huju's demon soul is everywhere. Gaining Huangji's trust this time, and Huju not dying, it's considered perfect." Cut to 3 days later in Huangji's inner courtyard, she asked with concern, "How's your recovery going?" Liu Mukai respectfully replied, "It's alright thanks to the elixirs given by Lady Huangji." Huangji stood up and said to him, Although you carried Hujiu's corpse back and made a great contribution, there are still many people in the sect who don't believe you can do it.
So you need to demonstrate your divine ability in front of me. As long as you can prove what you said is true, I definitely won't let anyone who dares to disagree with you off the hook. Seeing the opportunity before him, Li Muke immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll transform into Big Brother Huju.
After a while, with Huju's face, he asked her, Lady Huangji, is this okay?
Huangji sized Li Mu up for a while and exclaimed, to be able to awaken a divine ability of this level, only 1 in 10,000 can. You're the first person I've seen do it. Then she pointed to a statue and ordered, transform into him again for me to see.
Li Musa looked at the statue that looked exactly like him and sweated, saying, Lady Huangji, I've never met him before. I'm afraid I can't transform into him. Seeing the cold air emanating from behind her, Li Mu helplessly said, then let me try. Huangji crossed her arms and said, begin. While using the transformation technique, he thought, can't deny it, this is really exciting. Huangji wants to play body double.
After transforming into Li Mu's face, she walked over and pinched his face, praising him. Good, very good, Li Mu stammered, sweating. Whew, Lady Huangji, please don't do that.
After touching him enough, she turned and left. Li Mu looked at Huangji's satisfied appearance and thought, this means that, starting now, I'm Huangji's personal guard. After walking a few steps, she turned around and said, I'll give you a different name, that's what I'll call you. From now on, Li Mua obediently replied. This subordinate will obey Lady Huangji's orders. She glanced at him and said, remember, from now on your name is Li Mua.
When he entered the room, Huju also followed behind, chattering, Little Snake, I thought you were timid and afraid of death before. I want to apologize to you. You're really a tough and resilient guy, unlike those pretty boy white lotuses, Li Mu said quietly. Didn't I come back? I'm actually afraid of dying too, so I plan everything carefully when I work. Our snake race is cold-blooded, born to be good at hiding. The green forest is our territory. If they dare to chase us here, they're just offering their lives.
Hu Jiu asked with concern. So it's really not because you love me? Li Mu's bluntly replied, I like beautiful women, and I'll never change that in my life. Hu Jiu still didn't give up and asked, who do you like? Tell me, so I can give up completely. Li Mu put on a bewildered but slightly cold face and said, I can't say. Without waiting, Hu Jiu asked directly, is it Lady Huangji? He followed along and continued, please help me keep it a secret, Big Brother Hu Jiu. In his heart he thought, Huangji is a pretty good shield.
Hu Jiu said quietly, I knew it. The #1 beauty of the fox race. In this entire demon kingdom, as long as there's a pulse, even with thorns, everyone would like Lady Huangji, but you definitely won't get anywhere with it. Unless you can capture Li Musa alive and bring him before Lady Huangji and become a personal disciple of the celestial sovereign, you'll have a chance.
Li Mu held back his smile and replied,
I'll try my best, he thought to himself confidently. Any female, no matter if it's a woman or a female demon, it's hard to hate someone who likes you, not to mention that I'm handsome and righteous. It's not impossible to be seduced in order to complete the mission quickly.
Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Li Mu, come in here. Just as he was about to speak, Li Mu was startled and covered his mouth, thinking, Li Mu is my new name, I can't respond too quickly. After a while, he awkwardly came out. Huangji asked unhappily, what were you doing in the room? I've called you 3 times. Li Mu scratched his head and replied, sorry, Lady Huangji, I haven't gotten used to the new name yet, I didn't react just now.
Huangji thought it made sense and reminded him, throwing him a gold card, get used to it slowly later, keep your guard badge safe. Li Mu quickly caught it and said, yes. Huangji grabbed Li Mu's clothes and ordered, from now on, you are my personal guard. Wherever I go, you go. Also, before you meet me, you must transform into that statue's form. Li Mu asked, puzzled. Why? But Huangji didn't explain, only saying coldly, you just need to listen.
In the end, Li Mu had to transform into his own face. He secretly calculated, I can't transform too similarly. Otherwise, with Huangji's suspicious nature, she will definitely suspect something. After transforming, Huangji rubbed her chin, looked at him and commented, still a little different. She projected an image of Li Musi and ordered him to redo it. Look closely again, it's best to transform exactly the same, without the slightest difference. Later, you should also change into clothes like his. After a while, Li Mu changed into his clothes and walked out confidently. He smiled and called softly, Lady Huangji. Before he could do anything, Huangji suddenly turned around and attacked Li Mu. He also panicked, sweating profusely, and shouted, Lady Huangji, please don't. Huang Ji frowned and said, "Your cultivation has indeed improved, but you're relying on external objects to help you. Your strength and magic power are incompatible."
Finally, she made an announcement. "Starting today, I will guide your cultivation every day. Now you can use your sword to attack me."
Li Mu looked at the sword in Huang Ji's hand as old memories came flooding back,
and he shuddered at the realization. So that's why Huang Ji made me revert to my original form. Her claim of guiding my cultivation was just an excuse to openly vent her anger. I have to think of Han Xin, of Gujian, of my father's teachings. A true man knows when to be firm and when to yield. A moment of impatience can ruin the entire plan. Or the heavenly tome. For the secrets of the charm sect, I endure it.
Thinking of this, Li Mu turned around and said, "Lady Huang Ji, excuse me, here I go." He rushed forward to attack, but Huang Ji whipped Li Mu indiscriminately and said, "Too slow, still too slow." He was painfully beaten, secretly thinking in his heart, Huang Ji isn't suppressing her magic power at all. She's clearly bullying me. I'll remember this debt. Li Mu, getting beaten without being able to fight back, could only flee. Huang Ji chased after him, taunting, "You're full of openings! How in the world did you ever manage to escape their pursuit?" As he ran, Li Mu thought to himself, "Just you wait. Once I get my hands on the heavenly tome and find the charm sect's spy in the divine capital, I swear I'll pay you back double for today's whipping." Cut to a few days later, Huang Ji walked in leisurely and said, "Not practicing today." Li Mu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "No." He squinted his dark circles and looked at Huang Ji, thinking, "This little fox is definitely thinking of some flirtatious trick to mess with me." Just as he thought, Huang Ji simply sat down on the chair, crossed her legs comfortably on the table, and ordered him, "Li Mu, come here and help me massage my shoulders." Li Mu looked at this scene and couldn't help but blush. Li Mu and Hu Jiu walked into the courtyard, where a group of demons were whispering to each other. Lady Huang Ji has been laughing a lot lately, and her complexion is much better than before, like some young ladies who are well fed and taken care of. Little Snake's body not only exchanged for Lady Huang Ji's smile, but also exchanged for the Fox Heaven magical treasure. So many treasures, I love it. Hu Jiu heard this and angrily shouted, "Shut up! How dare you gossip about Lady Huang Ji behind her back?" They heard the sound and turned around, exclaiming in surprise, "Lord Hu Jiu, Lord Lai." Hu Jiu led Li Mu past the group of demons. He confidently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little Snake, don't mind them, they're just admiring you."
Li Mu grinned and replied, "It's all right, big brother Hu Jiu. I know they don't mean any harm. You want to come with us this time to avenge against those demonic cultivators?" On the surface, that's what he said. But in his heart, he was already going crazy, thinking, Huang Ji makes everyone at the charm sect call me Li Mu Grin, and she bullies and tramples on me every single day. Even His Majesty hasn't asked me to massage his shoulders yet. Just wait till I get my hands on the heavenly book. Huang Ji's days are numbered.
Hu Jiu winked at him and responded, "Even though I've switched to cultivating the ghost Dao now, my strength is still pretty decent. You don't have to worry about me." Scene changed to the demonic cultivator's hideout outside Tianhu country. A heaven-shaking scream erupted. Li Mu stood before a corpse, coldly snorting, too weak to withstand a single blow. Seeing this, the demonic cultivators panicked. "That's him. He's the one who stole the corpse last time. We're no match for him. Retreat, quickly."
But Li Mu wasn't that simple. He heroically charged forward, yelling, "You want to run? Not so easy." Suddenly, a line of earth appeared on the ground. Slowly rising up, Li Mu stopped, sensed it for a moment, and thought, "This aura, it's the peak of the fifth realm."
From that mound of earth, a master flew from underground to in front of Li Mu. He mused to himself, "The fifth realm masters of this demonic cultivator hideout, aren't they the 5 brothers who were seduced away by Huang Ji?"
Looking at the guy in front of him, Li Mu curiously asked loudly, "Are you guys the 6th brother?" This question made the guy frown, enraged, and he growled, "So, it's you."
Li Mu quickly took out a talisman, activated it, and fled. He thought to himself, "Gotta lure him to a deserted place." The demonic cultivator behind him chased frantically, constantly yelling, "You can't escape!" Huang Ji, who was fighting above, saw Li Mu being chased and worriedly turned around, shouting, "Xiao Sha!" The demonic cultivator fighting her saw this and immediately attacked, saying, "Little beauty, you're still thinking about others at a time like this. Worry about yourself first." Without saying much, she slashed at the demonic cultivator, yelling, "Get lost!" He was knocked back and glared bitterly at Huang Ji, preparing to counterattack. He used 2 fingers to shoot a bolt of magic towards Huang Ji, forcing her to somersault to dodge. In the end, she had to unleash her fox demon power to fight, Huang Ji worriedly thought. Xiao Sha is only at the 4th realm. He's definitely no match for that demonic cultivator. I have to quickly go save him.
On this side, Li Mu was still running like crazy. The demonic cultivator behind him kept chasing, constantly jabbering, "Let's see how long your talisman can last." He sped up and attacked Li Mu, not forgetting to scream, "Daring to kill my disciple? I'll bring you back later. Extract your soul and refine it, turn your body into a corpse, and let you feel the pain of the soul-burning nether flame." But before he could do anything, Li Mu soared into the air. He looked down from above, coldly saying, "You've got some skills." The guy finally felt that something was off and said, "That's not right, you're not a little demon, what exactly are you?" Li Mu looked around, thinking, surely no one can see this. Li Mu put his hand to his ear and shouted clearly, "Come forth!" Immediately, a golden light appeared in the sky. The Dao Bell was finally taken out in its massive size. Li Mu stood next to the Dao Bell and leisurely said, "What am I? That's not something you should know." The demonic cultivator was now sweating profusely, unable to say a word. The Dao Bell quickly descended, crushing him, and he could only scream one last time. Li Mu caught the little Dao Bell in his hand, smugly saying, "You want to talk about corpse refining? I'm your grandmaster." Huangji was also searching for him, shouting loudly throughout the forest, "Li Mu, where are you?" Huangji followed behind, anxiously asking, "Xiao Sha, nothing happened, right?" Huangji hurriedly said, "Let's split up and search, he'll be all right." Huangji frowned, thinking, even though I quickly dealt with those 5 demonic cultivators, I was still a bit slow. Xiao Sha has quite a few magic treasures on him, but he's definitely no match for that guy. Suddenly, a familiar hand appeared in the pile of leaves. Li Mu Sha waved and shouted, "Lord Huangji, I'm here." She quickly ran over, worriedly saying, "Xiao Sha." Li Mu Sha struggled to sit up and asked, "Lord Huangji, why did you come in person?" Huangji checked around and asked, "Where's the one who was chasing you?" Li Mu brushed off his clothes and said, "I knew I wasn't his match, so I started running. He flew over my head. I don't know where he is now." Huangji patted his shoulder, happily saying, "It's good that you're okay." Li Mu leisurely replied, "My family specializes in hiding. Plus, with the aura concealment talisman that Lord Huangji gave me, that little punk didn't even notice me." Hu Jiu also arrived in time. He patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Knew you'd be lucky." He looked around, a little confused, and asked, "Why did everyone come here?" Hu Jiu grinned and recounted, "Lord Huangji was so worried about finding you, she was about to die of anxiety." Huangji embarrassedly reminded Hu Jiu, "Watch your mouth." Hu Jiu then asked, "Right. Lord Huangji, in that demonic cultivator's hideout, there are still dozens of imprisoned demon folk and over 10 human women. Should we still follow the rules and bring the humans to Zhujiang Prefecture for their government to handle?" Huangji closed her eyes and nodded. "Yeah, you and Li Mu Ji go." The other demon folk heard this and said with dissatisfaction, "Why should we care about those humans? Let them stay here and fend for themselves." Huangji clearly distinguished right from wrong and said, "The ones you should hate are those demonic cultivators. Those girls, like us, are victims." Huangji's words stunned Li Mu, thinking, "Huangji, isn't she supposed to hate humans the most?" Hu Jiu and Li Mu put those human women in a corner of the street. As he worked, he asked Li Mu, "Do you think Lord Huangji is being too compassionate towards humans?" Li Mu said in silence, "A little. Wouldn't it be better if we left these people where they were? Why bother taking them so far to go back?" Hu Jiu looked at the human woman in front of him and explained, "These people are innocent. They're also victims. Those humans say we demon folk are cruel and bloodthirsty. If we do that, won't we be just like them?" Li Mu glanced at him and continued to ask, "If we don't have hatred for humans, why do we have so many snake spies all over Great Zhou, opposing the court?" Hu Jiu said angrily, "What dog-joshed court? They condone humans blatantly capturing and killing, extracting the souls of our demon folk. When we want revenge, they send strong people to kill us all. We want fairness. We can only overturn them and establish our own court." Hu Jiu's words really hit Li Mu. He thought deeply, if I were truly a demon and faced such unfairness, I'd totally want to overthrow the imperial court too. But I belong to Great Zhou. I belong to the empress. Li Mu then started digging deeper. So, how many spies does the Mei Qinyi sect have in the imperial court? When can we really overthrow them and set up our own dynasty? Hu Jiu replied without missing a beat. Back when Kui Ming was still around, we had quite a few, but because that Li Mu guy was constantly by the Great Zhou Empress's side, he ruined our plans that took at least 10 years to put in place. We've suffered losses at his hands, more times than I can count. That's why Lady Huangji changed your name and told you to pretend to be him. When she's a bit mad, she'll take it out on you, so you gotta put on a good show to make her happy." Hearing this, Li Mu had no choice but to join the faked outrage and cuss himself out. "It's all that damn Li Mu's fault! If it weren't for him, we could still directly influence the Great Zhou Imperial Court.
Li Mu looked up and asked, "So, in the Great Zhou Imperial Court now, we don't have any high-ranking spies like Kui Ming anymore, right?" Wu Zhuju turned his face away and replied, "Who said we don't? It's just a top secret of our sect. Even fellow Meikai sect members aren't supposed to reveal it to each other." Li Mu began to employ his bitter flesh trick. He stood up, turned around, and pretended to be heartbroken, saying, "I know, I'm too low-ranking. You guys don't trust me at all."
These secrets aren't for my ears, Li Mu mused to himself. In situations like this, the pretty boy trick totally works, doesn't it?
It totally worked. Huju quickly got anxious, saying, "Don't think like that. Everyone totally trusts you, including Lady Huangji. Otherwise, why would Lady Huangji have made you her personal guard and brought you along on every single mission?" Li Mu still hadn't gotten the answer he wanted, so he added, "Big brother Hujiju, you don't need to say anything more. From now on, I'll know my place. I won't say what shouldn't be said, and I definitely won't ask what shouldn't be asked." Huju was flustered, not knowing what to do, so he could only sweet-talk him. All right, already. I'll tell you about someone. Princess Yun Yang of the Zhao Imperial clan, Kui Ming's wife, is now one of us too."
"And the others?" Just as he was about to say more, Li Mu raised a hand to signal him to be quiet and said, "Big brother Hujiju, don't say another word. Just knowing that everyone considers me family, I'm already super content. If you keep going like this, I'll actually feel like I'm not even a human." Huju stared blankly, thinking, what silly nonsense is he talking about? You're not human to begin with. Indeed, Li Mu was still feeling quite guilty, thinking, Huji and the Mei sect really consider me one of them, yet I'm secretly plotting against them. Back at the Huan Manor, they saw a lively scene as soon as they entered the courtyard. Hu Ji stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Huang Ji quickly replied, "This is a spy from the Great Zhou Imperial Court that we caught, who was planted in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom." Hearing that, he stepped forward, used his sword to lift the spy's face, and asked, "We knew all along that your Great Zhou Imperial Court wasn't honest, but you're actually a spy. Tell me, who else are your accomplices? Where are they?" Li Mu, standing aside, frowned and thought to himself, that woman must be from the Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei members are Her Majesty's people. And Her Majesty's people. I can't just let Her Majesty's people die without doing anything. The Great Zhou Imperial spy looked at Huang Ji's group with disdain and said, "I have no accomplices. Do what you want. Chop me, kill me, whatever." Huang Ji squeezed the woman's face hard and said, "There must be accomplices of yours in Heavenly Fox City. I don't believe they won't come to rescue you." Immediately after, she ordered, "Take her down, increase surveillance, and relay the Mei sect's order. Tell everyone to observe all abnormal behaviors in the city, and report them immediately if found." Back in the Great Zhou Imperial Court. At this moment, Shangguan Li also reported the situation in time. The Zhu Wei agent in Heavenly Fox Kingdom couldn't rescue the captured spy directly. Forcibly intervening would only drag more people in. Mei Wei silently said, "Li Mu is also in Heavenly Fox Kingdom. We can tell him to take charge." Guo Wei immediately retorted, "Absolutely not. All members of the Guo Wei, from the day they joined, are prepared to sacrifice themselves. We absolutely cannot sacrifice others just to save one person. Lord Lai has more important tasks. He can't be put at risk." Her Majesty the Empress held the communication conch in her hand, thinking to herself, "I don't want Li Mu to be at risk, but I also don't want to easily abandon a loyal subject." Mei Wei straightforwardly advised, "Your Majesty, for the greater good you must make a choice." But before anything could be done, the conch began to stir. Li Muxi's voice echoed from within the conch. "Your Majesty, a Zhu Wei agent in Heavenly Fox City has fallen into the Mei sect's hands." All three personal guards listened intently to this conversation. Her Majesty the Empress calmly replied, "I know about you." Li Muhu quickly proposed a plan from his side. "Given my current situation, it would be hard to avoid suspicion if I tried to rescue her directly. It's best for the Imperial Court to step forward. I've acquired some intelligence. Princess Yun Yang has been compromised by the Mei sect. Your Majesty can send someone to her manor to capture an important Mei sect member to exchange in Heavenly Fox Kingdom." As soon as the words fell, Her Majesty the Empress immediately ordered her personal guards, "Send someone to Princess Yun Yang's residence to seal it and thoroughly investigate." Meiju quickly obeyed the order and went to work. She once again pressed her ear to the conch, but then heard no more stirrings. Her Majesty the Empress fell silent, thinking to herself, "He didn't even let me get another word in." She pondered deeply. Perhaps I shouldn't have let Li Mu leave back then. If I hadn't let him go, my favored subject wouldn't be bullied by that vixen. Nor would he have to be massaging her back. Meanwhile, Huang Ji sat comfortably in the courtyard, enjoying Li Mu Yim massaging her. She asked, Do you like the bathhouse I had built for you? Li Mu hesitated, forcing a smile. I love it, thanks a lot, Lady Huangji.
Li Mu pouted, thinking to himself, Huangji thinks I actually like bathing like this?
She built me a bathhouse in the courtyard, so I can't go out, and I can't use the spiritual conch in the manor either. My only way to contact Her Majesty is cut off.
Hu Ju walked in at this moment, happily saying, Milady is getting kinder and kinder to that little snake. Huangji turned her head, challenging him. Am I not good to you then? Get to the main point. She then told Li Mu Ka, don't stop, keep going. He obediently complied and replied,
Yes, milady. Li Mu tilted his head, thinking unhappily. Huangji is being more and more outrageous with me, ordering me to go faster, treating me even better. Does this count as a different kind of compensation? Hu Ji then began to report. These past few days, no one in the city has shown any excessively abnormal behavior. It's even quieter near the heavenly prison. Those hidden spies probably won't come to rescue anyone. Just then, a demon walked in, urgently announcing, Milady, the Great Zhou Imperial Court has sent an envoy. They reported that they've captured Hu Liu and want to exchange Hu Liu for that woman. Hearing the news, Huangji immediately shot up, exclaiming loudly, What? Hu Ju also said in surprise, Hu Liu hasn't done anything these past few years. There's no way he could have been exposed.
Huangji's eyes sharpened as she commanded. Only a few people knew about Hu Liu being a spy. Gather all of them here. Li Mu also proactively stepped forward and said, Big brother Hu Ju, I also know about this, but Hu Ju said with absolute confidence, anyone could be a spy, but never you. Absolutely not you. He clenched his hand into a fist, angrily saying, Lang Shi-san! It must be Lang Shi-san! I initially thought he was a spy from those measly wolves who infiltrated our heavenly fox kingdom, Hu Liu, and he had a really good relationship, he must have told that wolf. The demons quickly brought Lang Shi-san forward. He struggled repeatedly, saying, This is an injustice. It's so unfair. Huangji quickly used her soul-seizing art on him and asked, Have you done anything to betray the Meiki sect? Under the influence of the soul-seizing art, he stammered in reply, I'm a spy from the Wolf Demon Clan.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Ju furiously grabbed his hair and started raining punches and kicks on him. Hu Ju yelled as he beat him. We treated you like a brother, and you betrayed us. You lousy wolf, a viper in our bosom. We shouldn't have saved you in the first place. Huangji stood up, frowned, and waved her hand as a signal.
She walked up to the other demons and said, It wasn't Lang Shi-san who leaked the information to the imperial court. Who else knew about Hu Liu's matter? Li Mu once again stepped forward and said, Last time, Big brother Hu Ju accidentally mentioned it in front of me. Lady Huangji can also use soul-seizing on me.
Huangji heard this and turned her head to say, No need, not to mention you've contributed to the charm sect. A fearful spy would be too busy trying to escape. How could they proactively ask me to soul-search you? Just then, a demon fox ran in to report. My lady, the envoy sent by the Great Zhou dynasty for negotiations is outside Tianhu City. What's coming is coming, Huangji calmly said. Let him in. A moment later, the Grand Guardian of the Imperial Offering Court stepped inside, and upon entering, he exclaimed in surprise,
Lord Li. Huangji was taken aback for a moment, but then looked at Xiao Shi beside her, thinking to herself, he mistook this Li Mui, transformed by Xiao Shi, for that detestable guy. This is a breakthrough. She unhesitatingly gave him orders. Li Mu started massaging, and after observing for a while, the Grand Guardians thought,
Wrong, he has demonic aura, he's not Lord Lai.
He angrily shouted, Fox demon, how dare you insult a high official of the Great Zhou, insult my Great Zhou dynasty, Huangji triumphantly said. I never said he was your Lord Liai, he's my bodyguard and it just so happens his name is Li Mu Ya. You're the ones who mistook him. She crossed her legs again, and arrogantly said, Li Mu, massage my legs, Li Mu, while doing it, thought. This fox is clearly using me to humiliate the court, I hope he can swallow this anger.
The Grand Guardian said irritably, Fox demon, don't push your luck, Huangji smugly replied. I'm ordering my bodyguard around. How is that bullying? She ordered again. Li Mu, a little higher, a little stronger. Fortunately, he didn't explode. At this moment, the Grand Guardian calmed himself down. I can't get entangled in this with her. Let's discuss official matters first. He finally spoke. The Tianhu Kingdom has captured our people, and we have captured the people of the Tianhu Kingdom. I am here on the orders of the court to negotiate an exchange with you.
Huangji put on a superficial expression and said, You think you can just exchange as you please? The Grand Guardian slowly replied, This old man is just seeking your opinion.
If you want to exchange, then we exchange. If you don't agree, then that's one less thing to worry about. I'll return and report to the court, and tomorrow we'll publicly execute that demon fox. Huangji then angrily threatened, You dare!
The imperial offering court was not famous for being easily intimidated, and he fearlessly said, "Whether the court's spies live or die doesn't affect this old man's salary, exchange or not. Make a decision." "I'm still waiting to report back." Finally, Huang Ji had to compromise and said, "Hu Jiu, bring the Great Zhou spies here." He quickly complied. Huang Ji glanced at Li Mu again, thinking, "He's not pleased with this Xiao Shi who looks like Li Mu. I just want to make him see it." With that thought, she ordered him, "Li Mu, come here and continue massaging my shoulders."
What followed was a series of commands from Huang Ji. "Massage my legs, peel these grapes and feed them to me, bring the basin of water to wash my feet." Li Mu grimaced and thought, "Is this not over yet? I have to wash her feet today, and tomorrow will I have to help her scrub and bathe." Unable to endure it, he said pitifully, "Great Huang Ji, I feel that you are trampling on my dignity." Huang Ji turned around sharply, grabbed Li Mu's collar, and whispered, "I know these things are too much, but in front of outsiders, give me some face. Please listen to me obediently. After these few days, I will allow you to comprehend the heavenly book once." As if he was waiting for this, Li Mu's expression immediately changed. He eagerly asked, "Do you want the footbath water hot or cold?" The Grand Guardian returned to the palace and quickly reported everything to Her Majesty the Queen. She angrily slammed the table and stood up. "You said that fox demon made Li Mu wash her feet?" The Grand Guardian honestly replied, "That fox demon doesn't know where she found a little demon that looks exactly like Lord Li Mu, and deliberately in front of this old man, made that little demon massage her legs, shoulders, and wash her feet. She has used this shameless method to insult the court." Her Majesty the Queen frowned and said, "You may withdraw." As soon as the door closed, Her Majesty the Queen vented all her anger on the table in front of her, shattering it and saying, "That damned fox demon! I must go to the demon kingdom to bring Li Mu back." Mei Wei tried hard to stop her and said, "Your Majesty, don't be impulsive. You can't leave the divine capital anymore. He is enduring it for the court, for your Majesty. If he didn't endure these humiliations, we wouldn't be able to capture that demon fox spy. When the opportunity arises later, it won't be too late to make that demon fox pay the price." Switching scenes to Tianhu Manor, Li Mu was still serving Huang Ji, he thought. She said she would let me comprehend the heavenly book, but was tricked by Huang Ji. I don't have the time to be a spy by her side for 8 years. How can I get the heavenly book? While thinking, suddenly a demon creature walked in and leisurely asked Huang Ji, "Junior sister, is he the snake demon who recently joined the charm sect? Has junior sister thoroughly investigated his background?" Huang Ji questioned him with a displeased face. "Are you doubting my people?" Li Mu glanced over and thought, "Crown Prince Zixuan of the Tianhu Kingdom, the only disciple of Wanhuang Tianjun. I remember Hu Jiu said that Zixuan has always pursued Huang Ji." He said with a suave expression, "Junior sister, don't misunderstand. The incident with Hu Liu just happened not long ago. We must increase our vigilance. What if someone insidious and unpredictable mixes into the charm sect? The one who suffers will be the charm sect. Tonight, father is holding a banquet in the palace, and mother specifically told me to invite junior sister." Tianji didn't think much, and immediately replied, "I have important matters tonight. You go back first. I have to cultivate." He was unhappy when he heard this, but then reluctantly left, only leaving a greeting, "All right, then senior brother will go first. Junior sister." Li Mu watched Zixuan leave and said, "The crown prince likes Lady Huang Ji." Huang Ji wasn't surprised and said, "The people who like me can line up from here to the divine capital. There's no shortage of people like Zixuan." She tilted her head to look at Li Mu and said with a suggestive tone, "Huang Zixuan said you also like me." Li Mu silently replied, "From the first time I met Lady Huang Ji, I've liked you, and I've liked you for a long time." In his heart he thought, as expected, a secret that is only told to Hu Jiu is equivalent to telling the whole world. Huang Ji closed her eyes and sighed, commenting, "You're too weak. I won't like a man who is weaker than me." Hearing this, Li Mushan internally assessed, "I don't know what's wrong with her. If Her Majesty also thinks like this, then I'm afraid she'll be lonely her whole life." But to act correctly, Li Mushan also pretended to be determined and said, "I will definitely try my best to cultivate." Huang Ji could only force a smile and thought, "Forget it. Bullying him is enough. Let's give him a little hope." Li Mu then took the opportunity to ask directly, "Lady Huang Ji, what merits must I achieve to comprehend the heavenly book?" Huang Ji asked confusedly, "Why do you want to comprehend the heavenly book?" Li Mu silently replied, "It is said that in the heavenly book, there is the great Tao of heaven and earth, and those who comprehend the heavenly book will have the ability to comprehend the truth of heaven and earth, and thus become stronger." Huang Ji calmly replied,
There's no need to achieve any merit, you just need to stay by my side for 5 years, and after 5 years, I'll request my father to make an exception and let you comprehend the heavenly book once. Li Mu shook his head and said, 5 years is too long, by then I'll have even less of a chance. Huang Ji leaned back and said leisurely, then there's no other way, unless you can subdue the wolf clan, or capture Li Mu alive and bring him before me, or you bring the heads of the 10 great evil cultivators here.
The 10 great evil cultivators, referring to the 10 retainers of the Zhujiang prince, whose strongest cultivation is creation. At their weakest they have divine arts, but with their deep connections, they tightly control the black market industry of hunting and trafficking the Yao race. Countless Yao have died cruel deaths at their hands. Some are killed for their cores, and have their souls extracted for refinement. Others are sold to cultivators as cultivation furnaces or tools for pleasure. Because they're backed by the Zhujiang County Prince, and have the royal court's support, no one dares to mess with them. Cut to the grand courtyard of the Wu family in Qingjiang County, where a fat old man opens the door and walks inside. Before him is a beautiful and fresh-faced female Yao. The old man beside him introduces her. Big boss, this is a new snake Yao that just arrived at our estate. She's very likely a virgin. The snake Yao quickly shoots a seductive gaze towards the fat man, who, blushing with a face so full of lust that steam is practically coming out of his nose, instructs his servant.
Later, no matter what sounds you hear coming from inside, no one is allowed to enter.
As soon as the door closes, the fat man reveals his perverted face and lunges forward, saying, "Little beauty, here I come." But then, with just 2 fingers, the fat man is stopped in midair. Li Mu drops his disguise and smiles, thinking to himself, "You old perv. No one gets to feel me up except for my ladies."
Li Mu then begins to soul-search him. The memories within that filthy mind quickly spill out. The 10 great retainers under the Zhujiang County Prince are all involved in illegal businesses, killing Yao for their cores, and forcing the innocent into prostitution. As a result, many cultivators have started hunting demons to sell to them. These activities have formed a massive black market industry in Zhujiang County. This man left a life tablet at the Zhujiang Prince's manor. Once he dies and his soul dissipates, the life tablet will shatter. The Zhujiang County Prince would be the first to sense it, and my future actions would be a lot less smooth. Thinking this, he immediately imprisons the man in his Hudishan space. After finishing his business, Li Mu transforms back into the old leecher and steps outside. The servant obsequiously asks, "Master, should we bring her out?" In a cheerful tone, Li Mu says, "No need. The taste of a snake Yao is really not bad at all. I want to enjoy her again tonight. Just let her rest and regain her energy. No one is to disturb her, or I'll snap his neck." After saying that, Li Mu continues to command, "Prepare the carriage. I want to go to Shang Muday's residence." Cut to a moment later at the Mura residence. Li Mu puts his arm around Muraday's shoulder and says casually, "Brother Mu, you absolutely have to come and have a taste of this new girl I got." Muday asks curiously, "I've heard that snake Yaos are the most clingy. Is that true?" Li Mu replies cheerfully, "Of course it is." He leads Muday into the carriage, knocks him out, and thinks to himself, "Who's next?" Cut to the Zhujiang County Prince's manor. Li Mu, with his flawless disguise, walks outside, thinking to himself, "The guys gathered at the Zhujiang Prince's manor are just a bunch of wimps. Even if they all ganged up, they couldn't handle any real trouble. I've already nabbed 4 of the 10 great demonic cultivators." Li Mu walks to a street corner and carefully removes his mask. He strolls down the street, holding a compass in his hand. Looking at the needles on the compass, he wonders in confusion, "Where the heck is this compass taking me?" He follows the compass's directions until he reaches a house. As he walks up the corridor, he thinks, "Huang Ji gave me this compass. Could it be?" Just as he reaches the top of the stairs, he sees Hu Jiu opening the door. Li Mu asks in surprise, "Why are you here? And what's with that look on your face?" Hu Jiu, with a somewhat fearful expression, replies, "I'm not the only one who came." Huang Ji, standing inside the room with her arms crossed, says irritably, "Haven't I told you before? I told you not to act on your own." Li Mu tilts his head, feigning ignorance, and asks back, "Wasn't it you, Lady Huang Ji, who told me to go kill the 10 great demonic cultivators?" Huang Ji frowns and asks, "When did I ever tell you to kill the 10 great demonic cultivators?" Li Mu honestly reminds her, "You said that if I could kill the 10 great demonic cultivators, you would let me comprehend the heavenly tome." Hearing this, Huang Ji gets angry, grabs Li Mu by the collar, and yells, "Is that what I meant? Li Mu just keeps playing dumb? Was it not? Huang Jiu has no choice but to step in." "Lady Huang Ji, calm down, calm down. Little Snake's brain is just a straight line. It's not like this is the first day you've known that." Huang Ji lets out a sharp breath and says, "Forget it, come back with me." Li Mu activates his Huanshan space and says, I can't go back just yet, Lady Huangji, please take a look.
Each of the demonic cultivators he captured is lined up neatly on the floor. Huangji says in amazement, Wulang, Mulid, Moren, 4 of the 10 are already here. It's only been a few days. Hu Jiu is just as surprised, wondering. The places they live are heavily guarded, checked layer by layer, and covered in formations. How did you even manage to break in?
Limu smiles and says, I didn't break in, I just relied on my transformation art, and then they invited me in themselves. Besides, these guys' cultivation levels aren't that high, so they were easy to ambush. The remaining ones are all in the 5th realm, so I'm not quite confident about them yet. Hearing this, Hu Jiu sidles up to Limu Wei and says with admiration, good at ambushing, capable of transformation. You're like a born assassin. Huangji stands up, crossing her arms, and says, forget about the others. You've already captured 4 of them. If you keep making moves, you'll easily be discovered. We'll rescue our kin from the underground dungeon first, and then we'll talk.
Limu rubs his head and says, but if we do that, I won't be able to gather all 10 of the great villains.
Hearing this, Huangji gives him a hard smack on the head and says, when we get back, I'll let you comprehend the heavenly tome, you idiot. Next time you act on your own, I'll kick you out of the maison. Limu, despite being hit, happily replies, yes ma'am. Suddenly, Huangji throws something at Limu and reminds him, keep this on you. Don't put it in the Huqin space. Limu senses the spirit jade and thinks in surprise, the fresh blood in this spirit jade has Huangji's aura. She sealed her own essence blood and gave it to me. Is it to prevent me from secretly running wild behind her back? While lost in thought, Huangji suddenly takes out something familiar. Limu knows full well what it is, but plays along to keep up his act. He asks, my lady, what is this?
Huangji enthusiastically introduces it. This is the heavenly tome. Originally, without my father's consent, I couldn't have let you comprehend it on my own authority, but you have repeatedly rendered great service to the Maison, so I can make an exception this one time.
You only have one night, so try to grasp it.
Limu joyfully bows and says loudly, many thanks, Lady Huangji.
His eyes shining, he thinks.
The heavenly tome. This is the heavenly tome I've been dreaming of every night. Huangji, sitting casually on the bed, says, no need to thank me, you earned this with your own merits. Comprehend it here. You cannot leave this place tonight.
Just as he is about to comprehend the heavenly tome, he abruptly stops, an uneasy thought crossing his mind. I got too excited for a moment and almost forgot my cover. As a country bumpkin snake who's never seen the world, I've never even seen a heavenly tome before, so how would I know the finger technique to comprehend it?
With that thought, he asks, Lady Huangji, how do I comprehend the heavenly tome? Inwardly, he thinks, if you're going to act, you have to go all the way. How would a country bumpkin snake know the finger technique to comprehend the heavenly tome? Huangji is very enthusiastic in her instruction. Use your divine sense to feel it, or touch it with your hand.
Limu obediently does as Huangji instructs.
Watching the clumsy little snake in front of her, Huangji thinks, this idiot, you tell him not to do something and he won't listen, but he follows my unreasonable request to the letter without a word of complaint. He didn't even refuse when I told him to transform into someone else.
Come to think of it, that Limu has become a heavy weight in my heart. Instead of constantly weighing revenge against repaying a debt, it's better to just happily let it go. From now on, there are no debts or ties between him and me.
From now on, I'll just keep little snake by my side. When I'm bored, I can bully him a little. It might not be fair to him, but I'll make it up to him more in the future. Though this face of his is handsome, it's also really punchable.
Early the next morning, Huangji's face is magnified right in front of Limu. He exclaims in surprise, Lady Huangji.
Limu Kui is startled, thinking, this vixen, what's she doing getting so close to me?
Huangji asked curiously,
what did you see? Limu scratched his head and replied, I only saw thick fog, a 3-legged fox, one type of bewitching divine power, and one type of joy-inducing divine power. My lady, are these 2 types of divine power useless?
Huangji smiled and replied, it's all right, just cultivate well in the future. These 2 types of divine power will be very powerful when cultivated to a high level. Limu put on a delighted expression and replied, I won't let Lady Huangji down. In his heart, he thought, I still won't tell her that I saw the 9-tailed heavenly fox's successor. 2 days later, at the heavenly fox kingdom, Huangji and her 2 brothers stood before a man, respectfully greeting him. Greetings, holy sect envoy.
The man coldly said, spare the formalities. Limu Shao watched from the side, thinking to himself, a black lotus is the symbol of the demonic path holy sect. Why did someone from the holy sect suddenly come here?
According to legend, the 9 demonic sects were divided from the holy sect. The holy sect has absolute control over the 9 sects, and there's probably existence beyond the 7th realm.
Even the demon emperor Bai Di was extremely wary of the demonic path 3,000 years ago.
Huiju added from the side. People from the holy sect aren't good news. The conflict between Tianjun and the holy sect isn't new. Back then, in Zhejiang Prefecture, the holy sect bypassed Tianjun and put Kui Ming into the Great Zhou court. Tianjun could only accept it afterward. In recent years, Tianjun has focused on cultivation. The Great Elder and Lady Huangji have repeatedly resisted the holy sect's orders. The holy sect is very dissatisfied with the charm sect. Li Mu leaned close to Huju's ear and asked, "When will Lord Tianjun come out of seclusion?" He quickly replied, "Lord Tianjun has been in seclusion often these past few years, and this time is even longer than before. It will probably be a year and a half this time." Li Mu said somberly, "I'm afraid Lady Huangji will be in trouble." After exchanging a few greetings, Huangji said to the demonic path person, "Envoy, I have something to attend to, please allow me to take my leave." Zixuan, upon hearing this, said, "Junior sister, you don't understand the rules. What could be more important than the envoy?" Huangji frankly replied, "Countless compatriots are suffering, and I must save them." Zixuan snapped, "Junior sister." The demonic path person also said calmly, "Saving people requires haste. Lady Huangji, please go."
After bidding farewell, Huangji and Huju left. Zixuan then approached the envoy and said softly, "Envoy, please don't be angry. My junior sister has never understood etiquette since she was young." The envoy said leisurely, "It's not just her who doesn't understand etiquette in the Huang family." He looked at Zixuan and said, "Actually, I have an important matter to discuss with you this time. The elders hope that your Bai family can control the charm sect."
Zixuan said awkwardly upon hearing this. "The charm sect is very devoted to our master. Huang Yun, senior brother, and Huang Ji, senior sister, are the ones who control the charm sect. Moreover, Huang Yun, senior brother, is also a sixth realm expert. Although the Bai family has many people in your sect, they don't have much say." The envoy gave a sinister smile and said, "Whether it's possible or not is not important. What's important is whether you want it or not." Zixuan turned around and said anxiously, "I do, but master won't agree. Huang Yun, senior brother, and Huang Ji, senior sister, won't let the charm sect bow down." The envoy gave a meaningful question. "What if they all died?" Zixuan patted his chest and said loudly, "Envoy, Tianjun, the great elder, is my master. Huang Yun, senior brother, is like my elder brother. Huang Ji, senior sister, is the woman I love the most." The envoy impatiently interrupted, "So you can't do it, right?" Finally, greed won. He revealed his ferocious face and said, "Please allow me to do it myself. The Bai family. I am the king of the fox race. I've endured that old man for too long. Scene changes to Wu family manor backyard. A big crack appear on the ground. A family member pointed to the hole and said, 'The master is in seclusion and can't personally receive you. Please enter, and someone will entertain you below.'" Huangji's group silently looked at the suspicious hole. Huiju went to go down first, but Huangji quickly pulled him back and said, "Wait." She frowned and said, "Something's wrong." Li Mu, who was wearing a mask, also noticed and said, "This is an illusion technique." Sensing danger, Huangji immediately turned around and shouted, "Retreat quickly!" But before they could escape, a formation quickly spread out and surrounded the four of them. Huangji shouted, "Ambush! We've been tricked!" A demon fox looked at Li Mu and frowned. "Could it be you?" Hu Yao retorted. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting Xiao Shi?" The demon fox raised his voice and said, "He's the most suspicious. Shouldn't we suspect him?" Huju firmly said, "It's impossible for Xiao Shi, I trust him."
Huangji shouted to remind them, "Now isn't the time to talk about this. Let's work together to break the formation."
After a series of attacks, the group discovered the disadvantage and said, "It's useless. Even a sixth realm expert would need more than 2 hours to have any hope of breaking this formation. Continuing like this is just a waste of effort."
The leader of the night demonic cultivators stepped forward and sneered, "You actually dared to come here?" The female demon fox next to him angrily said, "Lord Tianjun's daughter is here. If you dare to hurt her, Lord Tianjun will not spare you."
These words made the demonic cultivator even more excited and said, "Wan Huang Tianjun, how scary. Then let him come and see who won't spare who." With that, he ordered his subordinates to kill them. Huangji quickly used a magic artifact to block the incoming attack.
The magic artifact successfully protected Li Mu's group from this attack.
Hu Jugyu observed it and said anxiously, "My lady, this magic artifact won't last long." Huangji gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Only a few people knew that we were coming to Zhejiang Prefecture to save people, and we were ambushed in advance. Has the charm sect become so weak today?" Huju was still saying, "If we can escape from here, I will definitely catch that damn spy and tear him into 1,000 pieces and grind him into dust." The female demon fox next to him slapped her forehead and said,
Let's talk about escaping first. What's the point of saying that now? It's a pity for this old lady. I'm still a young girl. And I haven't even tasted the flavor of a man.
Hujuju suddenly had an idea. We can detonate our demon core primordial spirit. Even if we can't break one eye of this formation, we can weaken it to the strongest extent, enough for Lady Huangji to break the formation.
As long as the formation is broken, Lady Huangji may have hope of escaping. Huangji immediately retorted, "No way!" Huju earnestly said, "Lady Huangji, we have no other choice. Only you can escape and avenge us, and have the opportunity to save our compatriots here."
At this time, Limu, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke.
"No, we still have one more option."
Huju spoke. "Even if we can break the formation, there are so many strong enemies outside, we can't escape together."
Limu carefully analyzed it this time. "I have comprehended a Daoist technique in the heavenly book. Later, all of you will transmit your magic power to me.
Except for Lady Huangji, I will use this Daoist technique, which may be able to stop them for a while. This time is enough for Lady Huangji to take you to escape." Huju asked with some doubt. "Really?" Limu smiled and replied. "Fortunately, Lady Huangji gave me a chance to comprehend the heavenly book 2 days ago. Otherwise the heavens would have ordered us all to die here." Huangji frowned and asked him, "Why didn't you tell me?" Limu scratched his head and replied, "Originally, I wanted to find a suitable time to surprise Huangji, but I didn't expect to use it so quickly." Huangju brought up another issue. "After we run away, what will you do?"
Limu confidently patted Huju on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, there is still a blood escape technique in the heavenly book. Basically, people under the 6th realm can't catch up. After giving you enough time, I can use the blood escape technique to escape."
Huju said in surprise.
"Blood escape? It sounds very serious." Limu still smiled brightly and explained.
"After using it, the vitality will be severely damaged. But in a critical situation, you can't care so much." The female demon fox next to her stared at Limusi in her heart,
thinking to herself, "I have never heard of a blood escape technique." Huangji still said worriedly, But. The demon fox immediately reminded, "Lady Huangji, there is no more time. You prepare to attack. To weaken this formation a little, we will transmit magic power to him." She still ruffled her eyes and thought uneasily. Up above, Prince Zhujiang of Zhujiang Commandery leisurely commanded, "Hurry, it won't hold on much longer."
Sure enough, Huangji's magical treasure shattered after another attack. But then something golden flew high from within the debris.
That golden light shot straight at the formation, cracking it with one blow.
Prince Zhujiang was astonished, thinking to himself, "Damn it, a one-hit KO? Am I seeing things? Why did I see the shadow of a bell flash by? This move is definitely Limu's." That little bell went right up and smashed the formation.
Only then did Prince Zhujiang order his subordinates to chase after the demonic cultivators.
Just then, Li Mule also rushed out, standing in front of the demonic cultivators, and clearly proclaiming, "Anyone who crosses this line will die." When Li Mu appeared, Prince Zhujiang was extremely surprised, thinking, "Peak 5th realm? How could his strength increase so damn fast?" Without hesitation, he immediately ordered, "Kill him! Then chase after those guys for me." Li Mu started his battle mode, wrapping talismans around his arms before charging forward.
Even the demonic cultivators fighting him were astonished, thinking to themselves, "To think that this little snake from the Maison has such unyielding followers, so loyal and devoted, completely unafraid of death."
Li Mu took a step back, took out the spirit jade that Huangji gave him, and said with a melodramatic tone, "Huangji, farewell."
He thought to himself, "Let a little snake like this live on in their hearts." Then, he started to gather energy. Seeing this, the demonic cultivators panicked. "Crap! He wants to self-destruct. Run! Damn it! Don't block my way." Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, heavily affecting the surrounding area.
Meanwhile, Huangji's group successfully escaped. As soon as they landed, the fox demon supported her, anxiously asking, "My lady, are you all right?"
Huangji slumped to the ground, declaring, "They don't dare to chase. Quickly recover your magical power. We'll wait here for that little snake to return."
Huju excitedly said,
"I knew it. In times like these, that little snake is the most reliable, my lady. When he returns, we must reward him handsomely." The fox demon next to her then said silently, "Little snake is probably not coming back." Huju frowned. "Sixth sister, why are you saying such discouraging things? Little snake just saved us all. Spit that crap out of your mouth right now."
Huliu frowned. "Don't you guys understand? There's no such thing as a blood escape. He just used our magical power to temporarily increase his cultivation level. Only by self-detonating his divine soul could he buy time for Huangji." Little Snake. Little Snake isn't coming back. Horiju refused to believe it, closing his eyes and clearing his throat. What are you talking about? That's impossible.
As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from behind, shocking everyone. All three of them turned around simultaneously. At that moment, Huju knelt down, exclaiming in disbelief, "Little Snake!" Huangji also looked at the spirit, jade in her hand.
It didn't give her any hope, shattering directly into 1,000 pieces. Scene changes to the Demon Emperor's Dongfu. Limu finished his role, lying comfortably, watching the clouds and thinking, the mission to Tianhu Kingdom is complete, and the play is over. Although I wasn't completely immersed in it, acting is still just acting. The role of Little Snake is done. From now on there is only Limu. Thinking this, he picked up the seashell, ready to send a message to Her Majesty the Queen.
As soon as the Queen connected, she began to lecture. "Limu, if you don't let me speak this time, when you return, I'll show you how I punish you." Despite being scolded, Limu wasn't annoyed at all. He calmly replied, "Your Majesty, my mission is complete. I'll be able to return to the divine capital in less than a day. You can say as much as you want."
The Queen asked in surprise, "You can return already?" Limu reported leisurely,
"Yes, I've left the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, but I discovered that Prince Wang Xiaoheng of Zhujiang Commandery is using illegal means to recruit a large number of cultivators to harm Zhujiang Commandery. I must handle this matter before I can return." Upon hearing the news, the Queen immediately ordered Mei Wei,
"Inform the offering hall to send 2 offering elders to Zhujiang Commandery to handle the matter and bring Limu back to me." After Mei Wei left with the order, the Queen, with fiery eyes, questioned Limu, "I heard that in the Demon Kingdom, you massaged the shoulders and back of a fox and even washed her feet?" Hearing this, Limu could only force a smile. An hour later, somewhere in Qingjiang County, Zhujiang Commandery, Limu Chu left the Demon Emperor's Dongfu. He sighed, thinking, if it weren't for a divine attendant requesting an audience, Her Majesty would have continued talking to me through the spirit seashell for another hour. It's been a while since she scolded me. I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Little Snake." Seeing Huangji, Limu was startled, thinking, "Crap," Huangju excitedly said, "Little Snake, it really is you. You're not dead." Just as he was about to put his arm around him, Limu immediately pushed his hand away and said, "I'm alive and kicking." "What do you mean dead?" Huju asked blankly. "Little Snake, what's wrong with you? Don't you recognize me anymore?" Huangji stood behind, carefully observing, thinking, I can't sense the drop of essence blood I gave Little Snake. He's not Little Snake. Limu turned around and politely greeted Huangji. "Fox, we meet again."
Only then did Huju realize the difference, pointing directly at Limu and saying, "Little Snake wouldn't address Huangji like that. You're Limu, the real Limu." Limu crossed his arms, slowly uttering, "The Grand Offering said that there's another Limu in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom."
I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true.
He glanced at her and said, Huangji, you're too much. You don't dare to fight me directly, and yet you slander me behind my back like this?"
Huangji didn't refute, simply turning her head and asking, "What are you doing here?" Li Muya reached out to her and said, "I'm here under orders to investigate Prince Zhujiang, but I'm not familiar with this place. I didn't expect to run into you guys. I know that your charm sect is knowledgeable about this area. Do you want to cooperate?" Huangji looked at her 2 comrades, pondering in her heart.
Finally, she concluded, "Cooperation is fine, but you have to agree to one condition with me." In her heart, she thought, I was worried about how to avenge Zhao Shi and how to save the compatriots imprisoned by Prince Zhujiang. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of him. The group entered the restaurant. Li Mu cheerfully asked, "Go ahead, what condition?"
Huangji said sternly, "Prince Zhujiang is still imprisoning many of the demon race. After you deal with Prince Zhujiang, I want to take these demons away." Li Mu smiled and said, "Foxes are indeed foxes. You're clearly harboring a grudge against Prince Zhujiang and want to use me, yet you pretend to be helping me. Huangji isn't to be trifled with either." She stood up and said leisurely, "If you don't want to cooperate, then forget it. Investigate Prince Zhujiang's crimes yourself. Huanglu, Huangju, let's go." But Li Mu was also someone who knew when to yield. He pressed Huangji's shoulder down and said politely, Don't, let's talk it over. You take care of your revenge. I'll finish investigating Prince Zhujiang's affairs, and then I can go back early to report. We can cooperate for a win-win situation." Huangji said disdainfully, "Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start?" She looked at Li Musai, thinking in her heart,
It was always Li Mu bullying me before. This is the first time he's humbled himself in front of me.
He used to vent his anger on Zhao Shi. Now that Zhao Shi is gone, seeing his face makes me feel a little close.
Suddenly, Li Mu's hand on her shoulder startled her. She thought to herself, Is this feeling Xiao? She After thinking for a moment, she said, "Cooperation is fine, but my shoulders are a little sore. Can you give me a massage?"
Li Mu resisted with all his might. "Little fox, don't go too far," Huang Ji also threatened sternly. "Our grudge can wait. Hulu, Hujiu, let's go." In the end, Li Mu was speechless as he watched her. He went over and massaged her shoulders, asking softly, "I also want to stretch my bones a bit. Is this strength okay?" Huang Ji thought sadly. Xiaoxi's massage techniques were personally taught by me. Li Mu is far inferior to Xiaoxi.
At this moment, Li Mu noticed something else. He reminded her awkwardly, "You should pull your clothes up a bit higher. That white stuff is all exposed." Huang Ji was still immersed in her own thoughts.
Countless people have seen Xiaoxi self-destruct. I can't feel that drop of essence blood anymore. Maybe I have to accept reality. After figuring things out, she said, "Alright, no need to massage anymore." Huang Ji then got to the main point. Prince Zhu Jiang and his retainers kidnap women, demons, and humans to entertain some cultivators with impure motives, or to use them as cultivation furnaces. Although Li Mu knew, he still asked, "Is this information accurate?" Hu Jiu, who was standing beside her, took a sip of wine and said, "Of course it's accurate. This is the information that Xiaoxi exchanged with his life." Li Mu, excited, pulled up his scarf and said, "Very good. If you have clear evidence, then there's no need to investigate anymore."
Huang Ji asked curiously, "If you find out about Prince Zhu Jiang's crimes, what do you plan to do?"
Li Mu slammed the table and confidently declared, "Prince Zhu Jiang has committed such outrageous acts that are condemned by both heaven and earth. Not killing him won't appease the people's anger and won't win their hearts. Anyone involved in this matter, regardless of their status or cultivation level, must die."
As night fell, Huang Ji, sitting on the bed in the inn, pondered and said, "I also think that the Dazhao dynasty is our enemy. He has no reason to help us," Hu Lu suspiciously questioned. "This Li Mu's appearance is too coincidental. I have a feeling he's deliberately trying to help us. Don't you two think so?"
Hu Jiu stroked her chin and said, "Could it be that Li Mu likes you, Huang Ji, so he's helping us? After all, Li Mu is a man. It's normal for him to crave your beauty, Huang Ji." Huang Ji shook her head and said, "He's not that kind of person. Perhaps it's just because this mission is very important to him." Hu Jiu put her hands behind her head and casually commented, "I think he's a good person too," Huang Ji also said. "We owe him this time.
We should find an opportunity to repay his kindness in the future." Inside the room, Li Muze was leisurely drinking tea, thinking to himself, "I've been wearing a mask every day during this period. The mental pressure on me is too great." Suddenly, there was a noise on the roof, causing Li Mu to suspect, "What's that sound?" Without saying much, Li Mu immediately jumped up to check. As soon as he went up, he saw an acquaintance. He saw Huang Ji, sitting there with her knees drawn up, looking sad, and he was a little surprised. Li Mu walked closer to her and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you stargazing here?" Huang Ji wiped away her tears and replied coldly, "It's none of your business."
Li Mu sat down next to Huang Ji and began to lecture. "In fact, why do you have to oppose the imperial court? As long as the demons don't cause trouble in the region and are willing to abide by the laws of Danju, if someone catches and kills them, harming the demons, the imperial court can also stand up for you." Huang Ji sighed and said, "If your imperial court could treat us fairly, with equality between humans and demons, why would the spy of Charming sect have any difficulty withdrawing from Shendu?" Huang Ji turned to Li Mu and asked, "But can you do it?" Li Mu said frankly. "Not being able to do it now doesn't mean we can't do it later. His Majesty is intelligent and righteous, and he has compassion. Promoting this matter is only a matter of time." Huang Ji closed her eyes and responded casually, "Then wait until you can do it before you talk." Li Mu stood up and said, "You can continue to enjoy the view. I'm going to sleep." Huang Ji then said, "Why are you doing these things for the demon race?" Without having to think, Li Mu patted his chest and declared, "For justice." Huang Ji exclaimed in surprise. "For justice." Scene changes to Zhujiang Prefecture office. Huang Ji and her group whispered worriedly, "We are still wanted, yet we are going to the prefecture office with great fanfare. Is that okay?" Li Mu said leisurely. "Rest assured." The official inside quickly ran out to greet him warmly. "Greetings, Lord Ling. I have failed to welcome you from afar. Please do not blame me." Li Mu said sternly, "I am acting on the Empress's orders to investigate Prince Zhujiang, Xiao Heng. Yesterday, the prefecture office issued a warrant for 3 demons, who are important witnesses in this case. The prefecture office must immediately withdraw the arrest warrant. You must also immediately follow me to Prince Zhujiang's mansion." The official hesitated and said, "Yes, my lord." "Hi." Huo Jiu looked at Li Mu's working style and said, There has never been a time when we didn't rescue our compatriots cautiously.
This is the first time we are openly knocking on the door to enter.
Scene changes to Prince Zhujiang's mansion. Li Mu pointed directly at the main gate and said to Hu Ju, "Go knock on the door. Later, I'll need you to identify the criminals. Remember, we're here to arrest people today, so you can be a little arrogant." Hu Ju asked blankly, "Arrogant? What does that mean?" Li Mu quickly switched his demeanor, his expression becoming colder than ever.
He walked straight to the gate of Zhujiang Prince's mansion. Then with just one kick, he sent the gate flying and shouted loudly, "Prince Zhujiang, Zhao Heng, get your ass out here."
Seeing this style, Hu Ju's eyes lit up and she said, "Sixth sister, I'm starting to like him a little." Hu Lu was speechless and asked, "So, do you like Xiaoxi or Li Mu?" Hu Ju replied firmly, "Of course it's Xiaoxi. Li Mu can't compare to Xiaoxi." Prince Zhujiang's protective barrier began to activate.
But then Grand Commander just used one move to shatter that flimsy barrier.
Li Mu just stood there casually and shouted. Xiao Heng said, "Xiao Heng, are you turtling up in there?" Xiao Heng heard the commotion and rushed out yelling, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" But when he saw Li Mu, he was stunned.
Before Li Mu could say anything, he was already bowing and scraping.
"It's you, Lord Li. I've admired you for so long. This humble official has always wanted to get to know you but never had the chance." Huang Qi, watching from behind, thought to herself, "If Li Mu and that Zhujiang prince are in the same boat, aren't we walking right into a trap? I shouldn't have trusted Li Mu so easily, and definitely shouldn't have brought Hu Lu and Hu Ju into danger." Li Mu said sternly, "Don't try to get familiar with me. Are you and I close?" "Zhao Heng, today I'm acting on imperial orders to arrest you." Xiao Heng tried to play dumb. "Lord Lai must be mistaken. This prince has always followed the law. Why would the court want to arrest me?" He kept up the friendly act, saying to Li Mu, "Why don't you sit down and have a cup of tea that I just—" Before he could finish, Li Mu slapped his hand away and retorted, "Tea, you've lost all conscience. Ordering your men to abduct innocent girls for your depraved pleasure. So many women have suffered because of you, and you still want to drink tea." Cornered, Xiao Heng went berserk, grabbing Li Mu's collar and threatening, "Li Mu, don't push your luck. I am the Zhujiang prince, personally appointed by His Majesty. Without evidence, how dare you act so arrogantly?" Without another word, Li Mu immediately seized his hand, pinned him to the ground, and sneered, "Evidence, I have plenty. I've executed my fair share of nobles. Today I will definitely bring you to justice and rid the people of this pest." Xiao Heng, pinned to the ground, thought angrily, "Li Mu showing up is a bad sign. Today is definitely not going to end well." He glanced at Huang Ji and accused, "Did you all see? Those 3 demonic creatures behind him are the very same demons the court has been hunting. This guy is in cahoots with the demon race."
"Governor of Zhujiang, are you helping demons bully me? Aren't you going to arrest him?" The governor, also terrified, tried to dissuade him. "Your Highness, there's no end to suffering. Turn back before it's too late." He thought to himself, "He's traveling with 2 grand protectors. Who would believe they weren't sent by the court? And not to mention how favored he is. Even if he wasn't sent by the court, who would dare oppose him?" That Xiao Heng still overestimated himself and ordered his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? Kill this traitor who's colluding with demons." Those brain-dead guys quickly rushed at Liao Mu, but he stood there calmly, simply waving his hand at them. With just that one move, he completely controlled all of Xiao Heng's subordinates. Seeing that things were going south, Xiao Heng darted into the prince's mansion. He ran into a room crying for help. "General Liu, save me. There's a rebel plotting treason." The guy called General Liu stepped forward and asked Li Mu, "Who are you?" Li Mu announced clearly, "Li Mu, Secretariat Drafter, Deputy Leader of the Empress's Zhu Guard. Leader and I are ordered by Her Majesty to come to Zhujiang and arrest Zhujiang Prince Xiao Heng." "Please, General, step aside." Li Mu held up the golden token, thinking to himself, "This guy must be a powerhouse in the army, responsible for guarding the border." Xiao Heng stammered, "General Liu, don't believe him. Look at those 3 demons behind him. He's colluding with demons and causing chaos. He deserves to be punished." General Liu turned to Li Mudu and said, "He is a noble. Without an imperial decree, this general cannot let you take him away. Lord Li, please return to the capital for the decree. This general only accepts the imperial decree." Without further ado, Li Mudu pulled out the spirit conch and said to him, "If the general doesn't believe me, then let Her Majesty speak to you herself." Immediately, he listened obediently to Her Majesty's words. "Yes, this subordinate will help Lord Lai handle this matter well." This subordinate takes his leave. Xiao Heng, hearing this, panicked and cursed inwardly. Damn it, he can't be trusted. As soon as he finished speaking, General Liu left. Xiao Heng tried to escape, but he was stopped by the 2 grand protectors. They brought Xiao Heng before Li Mu and said, "Lord Liao, we've apprehended the culprit." Li Mu stared at Xiao Heng and said, "Don't even think about running. Your crimes are enough to have your head chopped off 100 times over." Huang Ji looked at him and said, I want to ask him something in private. Li Mu agreed but reminded her not to overdo it. But I have one condition. Don't kill him. Otherwise I'll have a hard time explaining things when I get back. Huang Ji nodded. I'll be careful. A moment later, Huang Ji came out, and Li Mu asked curiously, What did you ask? Huang Ji shook her head. I didn't get anything, but someone must have tipped him off. Hu Ju punched the pillar next to her, angrily shouting, That's the one who killed Xiao Shi! Don't let me find out who it is, or I'll kick his butt into pieces and chop him into a million little pieces. Li Mu put his hand on Hu Ju's shoulder and comforted her. The dead can't be brought back to life. Bear the pain. Hu Ju looked at Li Mu and said, Most humans are fake, shameless, greedy, and cruel. But you're different. Why don't you join our Enchantress sect? With your skills, you'll have a very high position in the sect, Li Mu calmly replied. I already have a very high position in the Great Zhou Court. Hu Ju pointed at Li Mu and questioned, Isn't it because you're not happy? Or are you not happy with Lady Huang Ji either? If you don't like Lady Huang Ji, why are you so nice to us? Huang Ji, hearing this, warned him. Hu Ju, Li Mu was sweating bullets, thinking, Oh no. The real Li Mu and Huang Ji were always at each other's throats, but these past few days, even though I teased Huang Ji a few times, I've been indulging, tolerating, and caring for her a lot. If Huang Ji associates me with Xiao Shi, then I won't have any face left. I need to find an explanation? I definitely will. Think, Li Mu, think. Hu Ju was still suspicious and said to Huang Ji, But he's so strange. If he really doesn't like people, why would he make an exception and let us meet that dog, Xiao Heng, in private? Finally, Li Mu mustered his courage, put his hands on his hips, and said, Yes, that's right. I like Huang Ji, so what? Huang Ji, hearing this, was startled, blushed, and shyly looked at Li Mu. He started patting his chest and explaining, You know I'm a lecher. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to show my kindness. Huang Ji will owe me a great favor. Besides paying with her body, what other way does she have to repay me? Didn't you say you wanted us to help you find evidence of the Zhujiang prince's crimes? You all seem to have forgotten who I am, a little Zhujiang prince. If I want him dead, do I even need to find evidence? Huang Ji quickly covered his mouth and said, Don't talk nonsense. Hu Lu then stepped forward seductively and said to Li Mu, Lord Li, as long as you're willing to come to our Enchantress sect, I'm willing to repay you with my body. Li Mu bluntly said, You're too old. I don't need you. Hu Lu, hearing this, angrily rushed at him. You little brat! Who are you calling old? Hu Ju awkwardly said, Sister Lu, let it go, you can't beat him. But then Hu Ju stepped forward with a charming look and asked, You don't like Sister Lu? Then what about me? Just this one sentence sent shivers down Li Mu's spine. He lunged forward, but Huang Ji and Hu Lu held him back. Li Mu roared in a frenzy, Don't stop me, I want to kill him. Night fell at the Heavenly Fox residence. Huang Ji said coldly, Thank you for your concern, Crown Prince. I'm fine, please go back, I need to rest. Zixuan, hearing this, didn't force it and said, Then rest well, junior sister, I'll go first. As he left, he glanced at Huang Ji, feeling a bit angry. I thought the Zhujiang prince was so powerful, but he's just trash among trash, and yet he let Huang Ji's group return to Jiang alive. She turned around to leave, and as soon as she returned to the courtyard, Xiao Shi's image appeared again, making her surprised and sad, Xiao Shi. But as she reached out her hand, the image faded away. Huang Ji sadly thought to herself, If only you were still alive, how wonderful would that be? Zixuan, on the other hand, felt quite smug, thinking, Luckily that snake died, no one will ruin our good times next time. But it's a shame if Shimei stays like a living corpse. Her inner Heavenly Fox bloodline might even surpass Shifu's. If I could cultivate with her, it would greatly benefit me. At that moment, the envoy arrived. Zixuan groveled and bowed, saying, Envoy, what are your orders? The envoy impatiently asked. You must know where Wan Huang Tianjun is cultivating in seclusion, right? Zixuan quickly replied. That seclusion place is extremely important to him, though he didn't tell me the exact location. There are only a few places. We'll find it eventually, if we search them one by one. Back at the Changla Palace, Mei Wei entered to report. Your Majesty, we found 2 spies in the palace, but they were both saved by the Mi sect after being captured by those demonic cultivators. The local magistrate was the mastermind behind their tragic experience, so they became spies for the Mi sect. Li Mu frowned and said, The people's hearts in Dachu are being destroyed by these beasts. This time, while I was a spy in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, I discovered that the root cause of the conflict between the 2 races is the injustice between humans and demons. To improve relations between the human and demon races and promote peace in the districts, we need to pass laws in the imperial court. The queen flipped through the book in her hand and said, Most court officials and even commoners can't get rid of their prejudices. Many people will oppose this, Li Mu solemnly said. I believe the people of the 36 districts are subjects of Danchu, and the demons who follow the territorial rules of Danchu are also subjects of Danchu. Although the number of demons is not as large as the common people, they can develop intelligence or transform, and they all have cultivation. The power of faith they generate far surpasses that of the common people.
If the myriad demon territory of Daichu has a change of heart, the imperial aura will surely condense faster, and your majesty can escape sooner.
The queen closed the book, nodding. If you think it's right, then go ahead and do it boldly. I will always be behind you. The queen frowned, thinking, that fox spirit in the heavenly fox kingdom made my favorite imperial subject massage her shoulders and feet. Although I can't go to the heavenly fox kingdom to cause trouble for her, I must have what she has, and I must have what she doesn't have. Thinking this, the queen rubbed her shoulders and said, sitting for so long, my shoulders are a bit sore. She thought, I can't compete with that Liu Hanyan, so be it. Who told her to be Li Mu's wife?
But I am the queen of a country, and I must not lose to a fox. Shangguan Li was about to step forward, but Mei Wei quickly pulled her away and said, Ali, come with me for a moment. I have something important to tell you. Li Mu pouted to himself. Her Majesty is a 7th realm expert. All she does every day is read books and grow flowers. What's there to be tired about? The queen rubbed her shoulders, gesturing and saying, Ahem. It would be great if someone could massage my shoulders. Li Mu didn't catch the signal, and he rubbed his chin, thinking, that's right. I've been serving others for the past few days. It's probably time for me to enjoy myself now. When I get back, I'll have Wan Wan and Xiao Bai massage my shoulders and feet, experiencing the joy of Huanji. Thinking this, Li Mu stood up and said, the memorials have been approved. Your Majesty can review them. I'll take my leave. This sentence stunned the queens. Mei Wei saw him and blankly asked, why are you coming out? Li Mu stood up, rubbed his shoulders and said, the memorials have been approved. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to have Xiao Bai and Wan Wan massage my shoulders. Mei Wei was speechless, thinking, this old lady deliberately pulled Iliad away to create an opportunity for your Majesty and you to be alone. But you ran out here instead. Li Mu, oblivious, casually said, going home. The queen angrily threw the book onto the floor and said, Li Mu, I am not done with you yet. Li Muzhi returned home and lay down leisurely to enjoy himself, thinking in his heart, such a big house, with only 3 people living in it, is too lonely. It would be great if there was a female owner. While he was relaxing, a familiar figure appeared. Wan Wan happily greeted when she saw the queen. Sister Chu. She went in front of the queen and asked curiously, Sister Chu, what are you holding in your hand? It smells so good. The queen smiled and replied, this is a new pastry researched by the imperial kitchen. The taste is not bad. Try it, all of you. Li Mu was no less surprised to see her come. She came in front of Li Mu and said sternly, you were waiting for me to massage your feet and shoulders. Li Mu understood and got off the chair and said, please, your Majesty. When the queen sat down, Li Mu asked eagerly, wasn't your shoulder a little sore? Your Majesty, how about I give your Majesty a massage? My massage skills are pretty good. Although the queen was reluctant on the outside, she still sat down. She calmly said, you are used to massaging that fox spirit in the heavenly fox kingdom, right? I have never seen you so thoughtful to me. I didn't expect that my courtier would need a fox spirit to teach him. Li Mu's outstretched hand stopped abruptly in mid-air. He blankly thought, so your Majesty is jealous of Huangji. Li Mu massaged the queen slowly and happily, and asked, your Majesty, is this strength okay? She also replied while enjoying it. Very good, he pondered. Luckily, I woke up early. If I had persisted in not waking up, I don't know what kind of punishments a little woman like your Majesty would be thinking of in her dreams. He suddenly spoke and said, speaking of which, I still thought that the matter of naturalizing demon creatures would be opposed by many people, but I didn't expect that as soon as it was mentioned, everyone was so understanding. The queen tilted her head and said, this is a good thing. They will naturally agree. Even if they don't agree, I will make them have no choice but to agree. While they were talking, there was a knock on the door outside, which made Li Mu curious and wondered, who is coming to find me at this time? Li Mu went to open the door, and he said blankly, you are. Before he could figure out the situation, Ting Xin rushed up, hugged Li Mu's neck, and said, Uncle, my sister and I are here to ask you for help. Li Mu's up was choked by the hug, and tried to say, get down first, I can't breathe. Ting Xin pouted and obediently jumped down. Li Mu then looked at the 2 snake demon sisters and asked, where are your parents? Ting Xin confidently replied, They, in the mainland, think that we are a burden, so they sent us to the northern district to cultivate. Sister said she missed you. She insisted on coming to visit you. I can only follow her here. Yin Xin got angry when she heard this, pinched her cheek and scolded. Who made a fuss about coming to the divine capital? Do you still have the nerve to say I did? Li Mu was also speechless, but then had to bring the two troublesome girls in first. He stepped forward to mediate and said, all right, go in first. You came to the divine capital. Does Big Brother know? Ting Xin crossed her arms in front of her chest and confidently replied, in his eyes, there is only my mother. He is too lazy to care about us. Yin Xin had to remind her again. Ting Xin. Li Mu then contacted Big Brother with the spirit conch. He said leisurely, Sandian, these two girls are temporarily entrusted to you. If they don't listen, you can discipline them for me. Especially Ting Xin, you have to discipline her more. Don't spoil her. Li Mu nodded in response. Big Brother, rest assured. After disconnecting with Big Brother, Ting Xin clung to Li Mu again and said, I will definitely listen to Uncle obediently. Yin Xin is more obedient. She looked around and asked, is Shen Shen home? Li Mu smiled and replied, there in White Cloud Mountain. You can choose a room and clean it up yourselves. Ting Xin was surprised when she heard this and asked, Li Mu didn't hide anything, and explained, now you have two Shen Shens. Ting Xin pointed to the queen standing in the courtyard and asked, is that the third Shen? Li Mu immediately covered her mouth and reminded, don't be rude, this is Her Majesty the Queen. As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls shrank behind Li Muhai, stammering, Your Majesty the Queen. Li Muhai led the two girls in front of the queen and introduced, Your Majesty, these two are the daughters of my sworn brother, little mountain demons who don't understand the rules. Please don't blame them. Looking at the two snake eunuchi before her, Her Majesty the Queen commented, Your two nieces aren't ordinary snake eunuchi. Li Muus honestly replied, Your Majesty, their father is from the snake clan, and their mother is from the dragon clan. They have half dragon clan blood in them. The queen seemed to understand and said, no wonder you don't dislike the yukai. There are more yukai in your house than people. Li Mushak gave an awkward laugh and said, there are good and bad people, and good and bad yukai. You can't just lump them all together. Her Majesty the Queen waved her sleeve lightly and ordered Li Mumu, all right, follow me back to the palace. There are still some details about accepting yukai that require your input. Li Muji was whisked away with Her Majesty. He hurriedly instructed Ting Xin and Yin Xin, telling Wan Wan and Xiaobai to help the nieces clean up. Yin Xin and Ting Xin hugged each other, trembling, and said, Her Majesty the Queen is so scary. That night, Li Mu sat on the bed, took out a bottle of Yunkai pills, and said to the two nieces, these are Yunkai pills from a 5th Realm Snake Clan member, nieces. Before Li Mu could finish, Ting Xin grabbed the bottle of Yunkai pills and happily said, Uncle, are these for me? Li Mu scratched his face and replied, take them back, and refine them. They can increase your cultivation. You've already taken them, and I can't exactly snatch them back, but a palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. I can only give Yin Jin some more stuff. Ting Xin happily hugged Li Mu, kissed him on the cheek, and said, thank you, Uncle. Li Mu quickly pushed her away and said, no manners, don't do that next time. Ting Xin looked blank and asked, Uncle, what's wrong? Li Mu sighed inwardly. She's just a snake yukai without any life experience. She's my niece. What bad intentions could she have? And so Li Muxian just sat there and let Ting Xin cling to him. She happily thought to herself, the books were right. Men really can't resist this kind of clingy, spoiled behavior from snake yukai. Bai Yin Xin sat obediently on the bed and asked, Uncle, what are we doing sitting on the bed? Li Mu seriously instructed. All right, sit cross-legged. Starting from today, you will cultivate according to the methods I teach you. Yin Xin will go first. Tang Xin, go watch over there. Tang Xin looked displeased, but she still did as she was told. After that, he began cultivating with Yin Xin. Li Mu channeled his power to Bai Yin Xin and thought, the cultivation of these two little ones is just chi. Refining with normal guidance, I comprehended the Snake Clan's cultivation method in the Heavenly Book. It's perfect for teaching them. After a while, Li Mu stopped and said with a sigh of relief, all right. Bai Tingxin stood up excitedly and shouted, it's my turn, it's my turn. She primped and posed in front of Li Mu, and was immediately reprimanded by him. After putting on the Tenghuang clothes, she feigned innocence and said, oops, I wasn't paying attention. Next was the cultivation, just like before. But when their hands touched, Bai Tingxin grabbed hold tightly. Li Mu coldly reminded. Settle down, Tingxin replied with a bright smile. This way, I'll hold on tighter. Li Mu was too lazy to argue. He calmly instructed her. Follow my power path in your body, and circulate it yourself. Her cultivation didn't seem to be going smoothly. Tingxin pouted and said, Uncle, I don't remember. Do it again. Li Mu gritted his teeth and said, this time, remember it carefully. Bai Tingxin said in a coquettish voice. This time, I'll definitely remember. But after a long time, it was still the same conversation.
Uncle, I forgot again. One more time. I remembered a little this time. A little more. Just a little bit more is missing.
After a while, Li Mu collapsed on the bed, exhausted, and gasped. Can't do it anymore, let's talk about it tomorrow. Tingxin continued to whine happily. One more time, just one last time.
Scene changed to the next day. Mei Wei, upon seeing Li Mu Lei, asked in confusion, "What did you do yesterday? Your face is pale, and your aura is weak and frail." Li Mu, with a haggard face, replied, "Don't even mention it. The two snakes at home are too clingy. Yesterday, my power was completely drained by them. I almost couldn't get up this morning." This caused Her Majesty the Queen and Shangguan Li to blush, and they exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Mei Wei immediately flicked him on the head and scolded.
You Zhao Qi rascal, this is Her Majesty's Imperial Chambers, how can you say whatever you want?
Li Mu replied puzzled. "Yesterday I taught them a new cultivation method, helping them guide their cultivation dozens of times. My power and energy were overused. What are you people thinking about?" Mei Wei blushed and said shyly, "Is that so, I thought?" Li Mu grabbed his head and asked, "What did you think?" Mei Wei laughed and replied, "I thought the same thing." Li Mu looked at the women in the Chenglei Palace and asked, "So everyone just thought that I was doing that last night?" Li Mu was speechless. Never did he expect the three of them to appear pure on the outside, but they all had such dirty thoughts. Just now they must have been thinking about something very unhealthy. Li Mu Tenei was too lazy to think more, and he respectfully said to Her Majesty the Queen, "Your Majesty, I am not feeling well today. I will take my leave first."
Her Majesty the Queen was still embarrassed by the misunderstanding just now, and covered her face shyly and said, "Go on." Back in the courtyard of the Li residence, Li Mu sat on a chair watching his two nieces cultivate. He carefully observed and analyzed. Yin Xin is becoming more and more stable, while Ting Xin is becoming more and more green tea, intentionally or unintentionally teasing me. Suddenly, a stream of qi flew over, drawing Li Mu's attention as he thought, poisoned bones. Following closely were waves of sharp shurikens. Li Mu skillfully dodged all of the shurikens, and Ting Xin said playfully, "Uncle, check out my move. Have you learned the essence yet?" Li Mu leisurely said. "Still far from it. Go all out." Ting Xin mixed into the crowd of poisoned bones, and said innocently, "But what if I accidentally hurt you?" Li Mu Sli weaved through the crowd of poisoned bones and said, "Even if you hurt me, I won't blame you. If you can hurt me, I can promise you a condition."
As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a piece of cloth. "Not Ting Xin," Li Mu thought blankly. "That's not right." Immediately afterwards, Ting Xin rushed over from behind and bit Li Mu hard on the hand.
He was poisoned immediately, and exhausted, he fell down, and Ting Xin happily supported Li Mu Yu and said, "Uncle, I won. What you said must be kept."
Li Mu reluctantly replied, "Of course I will keep my word." In his heart he thought, "I was careless. I didn't expect that, after playing with snakes all day, I would end up being bitten by one, and poisoned with snake venom too. Bai Ting Xin is so smart that she used the art of stealth. I taught her to cover her aura, use the poisoned bones to hide herself, and deceive me." Bai Tingxin pulled his face closer. She pretended to be shy, and pursed her mouth towards him and said,
"The detoxification pills of our snake clan can't detoxify, but my saliva can detoxify. I'll feed you."
Scene change. Li Mu sat in his room, adjusting his aura and thinking, "I also don't know why she has the blood of the dragon clan. The snake clan is so overbearing. Even if I use medicinal pills, it will take several days to completely remove the toxins." Bai Tingxin outside still stubbornly said, "Uncle, I'm here to help you detoxify. If you don't want to use saliva, then anything else will work." Li Mu quickly replied, "No need. At most I will be completely detoxified in an instant. You continue to cultivate." Li Mu scratched his head, thinking to himself, "I've already said it. If I give in now, the authority of the elder will definitely be gone. How will I be able to teach them in the future? I can only think of another way." A moment later, at Chenglei Palace, Li Mu walked in and said, "Your Majesty, I was bitten by a snake by accident." The queen quickly got the hint and asked, "Is it those two snakes in your house?" Li Mu hesitated and explained, "The little one didn't do it on purpose. This snake venom is very overbearing. I can't detoxify it in a short time, so I came to find your Majesty."
Her Majesty the Queen looked back at him and asked, "Where were you injured?" In her heart she thought, in what situation would one be bitten by the snake Yukai in the house? In the end, was he bitten on the tongue or somewhere else?
A moment later, Li Mu returned home. Ting Xin seemed dissatisfied and said, "Have you really been detoxified?" Li Mu sat leisurely on the chair and asked her. You seem very disappointed. Ting Xin hesitated and replied, No. How could I be? You said, if I win you will agree to a condition. Now I will say the condition.
Li Mu calmly replied. Speak. Ting Xin patted her chest, blushed and said shyly, Marry me. Li Mu thought he had heard wrong, so he scratched his ear and asked again. What did you say? Ting Xin took Li Mu's face and said again clearly, I said you marry me.
Li Mu said bluntly. Don't joke like that. I'm your uncle, you know. If you keep acting like this, I'm telling your dad.
Bai Ting Xin finally started reasoning. Dad said that love is free and shouldn't care about the views of the world. When he and Mom got together, everyone was against it, but they still stayed together. He always encourages us. We're demons, so we don't need to care about humans. He won't mind me calling him bro or father-in-law, Li Mu still firmly explained.
Ting Xin. These kinds of feelings can only continue if both sides have feelings for each other, Bai Ting Xin hesitantly asked. Don't you like me, uncle?
Li Mu frowned and said,
I do like you, because you're my niece, but I hope you can understand that this like isn't the like between a man and a woman, Ting Xin stubbornly retorted. Why don't you like me? Am I not pretty enough? Hearing this, Li Mu looked up at Xiao Bai behind him. Bai Ting Xin was immediately hit hard,
but she still stubbornly stood up and questioned a second time, Am I not obedient enough? Indeed, compared to Wan Wan beside her, Bai Ting Xin wasn't up to par. She just kept stabbing herself in the heart. Bai Ting Xin aggrievedly asked, Are my legs not long enough, not clingy enough? Isn't that what you men like? Li Mu looked at Bai Yinxin's slender legs next to her, and Bai Ting Xin was completely defeated by her older sister. Seeing Bai Ting Xin burying her face in the wall with a broken heart, Li Mu said to Bai Yinxin, Take care of your sister. Cut to 5 days later, the Empress Dowager's voice rang out inside Changla Palace.
Why have you become so diligent these past few days? Leaving early and returning late? Forgetting to eat and sleep?
Li Munel, who was sitting next to her reviewing memorials, hesitated and replied, The court is now in turmoil both internally and externally. The people's hearts are stagnant, and the demon kingdoms and ghost cities are eyeing us like hungry tigers. The southern kingdoms are also waiting for our jokes. I'm very worried about this. The Empress Dowager knew this wasn't the main point and reminded him, Tell me the truth, Bill. Li Mu silently replied, This brother of mine has really spoiled his daughter. She's only a few years old, and she's already talking about love and freedom, and that we shouldn't care about the biased views of the world. She wants to marry me every day, making me afraid to even go home. What does she even know about love? The Empress Dowager looked up and slowly said, I think what she said makes a lot of sense. Li Musa glanced at her, secretly assessing in his heart. Your Majesty only has a marriage in name only. What do you know about love? The Empress Dowager immediately turned around and asked, What did you say? Li Musi was startled and replied, I didn't say anything. The Empress Dowager refused to let go and said, You said it in your heart. Li Mu stiffly replied, I didn't. His heart, he thought. As long as I stubbornly refuse to admit it, what can she do to me? Even if Her Majesty gets stronger, she doesn't know mind-reading techniques. Don't even mention her being in the 7th realm. Even the 9th realm wouldn't work. The Empress Dowager had to admit defeat, but also asked Li Mushar in return, Then tell me, what is love? Li Mushar smiled and explained, This question will never have an answer. Everyone has their own answer. But when someone always wants to be by someone else's side, feels happy when they meet, and feels lost when they're apart, and just looking at that person makes their mood happy, perhaps this is love. The Empress Dowager surprisingly asked, Isn't that possessiveness? Li Mu explained again. Possessiveness is human nature. It exists even between friends. But these two types of possessiveness are different. Is it possessiveness in love, or is it another type of possessiveness? This has to be asked of one's own heart. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes and asked him, So you are possessive of Liu Hanyan, Li Qing, Wan Wan, and Zhao Bai? The Empress Dowager smiled meaningfully at Li Mu and said, Your understanding of yourself is accurate. If you and I were to switch positions, I'm afraid the harem would no longer be able to stand, right? Li Muxia immediately waved his hands and replied, It's not that bad, it's not that bad. In his heart he thought, Although I'm lecherous, I won't cause chaos. Up until now, my body only belongs to Liu Hanyan alone. The Empress Dowager talked back and forth for a while, then cast a suspicious gaze and asked him, Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to those two nieces. Li Muxia was speechless and asked in return, Am I that kind of person in your Majesty's eyes? The Empress Dowager quickly replied, I was just curious, so I asked. Li Mu stood up and said, Although I'm lecherous, I have principles. I won't have any improper relations with my nieces. If I did that, How would that be any different from an animal? It's getting late, I'll take my leave. The Empress Dowager called after him. It's very late already, why don't you stay in Changla Palace? You can review a few more memorials. Li Mu immediately waved his hands and said, No way, I'll come again tomorrow. She didn't try to persuade him any further and said, Go then. After a while, the Empress Dowager sat in front of the mirror, deep in thought. Is it because Li Mu left that I feel lost?
But today, Li Mu was by my side for at least 8 hours. During these 8 hours, the farthest distance between us wasn't more than 10 steps.
Why do I still feel lost when Li Mu leaves?
She unconsciously placed her hand on her chest, thinking to herself, Mei Wei said this is just normal possessiveness, but Li Mu said this is love. Could it be that I towards Li Mu? The next day, Li Mu sat reviewing memorials with the Empress Dowager again. As he wrote, he said, Although it's beneficial and harmless to recruit those demons with weak strength, the demons don't trust the court at all. The Empress on this side read a book and replied, Although demons are monsters living on the land of Great Zhou, humans can kill them arbitrarily. If they dare to slaughter humans, there is only one path to death. In 10,000 years, the demon race and humans have always been in conflict. It has almost been carved into their bones.
Li Mu silently said, If we want these demons to trust the court, we must let them see our sincerity, and we need some demons to cooperate with me, setting an example for the other demons. Thinking this, he stood up and requested, Your Majesty, I asked to go home to arrange some things, and then go to North County to try to gain the trust of the demon race quickly, so that they will cooperate with the policies of the court. The Empress Dowager anxiously said, I'll go with you. Mei Wei went to the imperial kitchen to bring 2 boxes of pastries to Li's residence. It's been a long time since she saw Xiaobai and Wanwan. Mei Wei quickly went to do it. The Empress Dowager gently stroked her hair, thinking to herself, Mei Wei and Ali are like me, they don't understand anything about love. Asking them about love won't get me any answers. Listening to Li Mu, his green snake seems to understand love very well.
A moment later, Li Mu and the Empress Dowager appeared in the courtyard of his house. As soon as he landed, Li Mu said to Bai Yinxin, help me contact your father, I have something important to find him for. Wanwan saw the Empress Dowager and chattered, Sister Zhu, did you bring delicious food for us again?
Li Mu on this side was talking into the spirit conch. Thank you, Brother Bai, then I'll take Yinxin to North County.
The White Demon King then happily added, That's right, I heard Tingxin say that you are now the person favored by the Empress of Great Zhou. With your current status, how can you become sworn brothers with a demon? Starting today, don't call me brother, I don't have a brother like you. Li Mu awkwardly said, Brother Bai? This. The White Demon King understood and said, I'm also doing this for your own good, but our friendship is still there. I hope you don't think too much about it. I'm leaving now. As soon as her father finished speaking, Bai Tingxin pressed close to Liamu and said, If Dad has broken off relations with you, then what should I call you in the future? Benefactor, young master, or older brother?
Li Mu coldly reminded her, Behave yourself for me. He turned to say to Bai Yinxin, come with me to North County to talk to your uncles about something. She quickly obeyed. Bai Tingxin also eagerly said, I'll go too. Li Mu frowned and replied, It's enough for one of you to go. In his heart, Li Mu thought, When I was her uncle, she was so unruly. Now that the relationship is gone, she will definitely take the mile after being given an inch.
Bai Tingxin pointed at her older sister and questioned Li Mu. Then why are you letting my older sister go? Could it be that you have other intentions towards her? Li Mu crossed his arms and replied, Either of you can go. If you're not convinced, then I'll randomly choose one. Whoever I choose will go. Is that okay?
Bai Tingxin immediately agreed, also reminding, Then it has to be absolutely fair. Li Mu started counting. Little Rooster points the way. I'll choose that person. And then that person was none other than Bai Yinxin. Li Mu grinned. You're out, Yinxin, let's go.
With that, they both soared into the sky, leaving Bai Tingxin holding the green snake, cursing wildly, I'm so mad, I like you so much. I even specifically told my dad to sever ties with you, and yet you like my sister more, and you didn't even take me along when you went back to the Northern District, damn you.
The Queen Empress then walked over and asked, You like Li Mu? Bai Tingxin quickly turned around and said, Your Majesty. Hey. As if she thought of something, she spoke up, begging, Queen Sis, can you issue a decree, marrying me to him? Surely he wouldn't dare to defy the Queen Sis's decree, right? The Queen Empress bluntly said, Trying to eat unripe melon will not be sweet. Feelings cannot be forced. Bai Tingxin stubbornly said, I just want to force it. The Queen Empress asked, puzzled. He doesn't like you. What's the point of forcing it?
Bai Tingxin patted her chest proudly and said, It's just that he hasn't discovered how great I am yet. I believe he'll realize it sooner or later. Love at first sight is just about looks. Developing feelings over time is what you call true love.
The Queen Empress asked in surprise. You're in love with Li Mu at first sight. In her heart she thought, this little green snake is young, but she speaks with such wisdom. Bai Tingxin pouted and replied, of course not. Do you think I'm such a shallow snake? The first time we met we fought, and he even hurt me.
But later I discovered that he's not only handsome but also knows how to cook, and he's so gentle, plus he saved my sister and me. At that time I told myself, Bai Tingxin, I've decided on him for life, the Queen Empress asked again. But have you ever thought that one of you is a human, and the other is a demon?
Bai Tingxin calmly replied.
So what if I'm a demon? Xiao Bai is also a demon. He even wrote in his books that besides demons there are also ghosts. Love doesn't distinguish between races, doesn't distinguish between status. This is originally what he told us.
The Queen Empress added, asking what she was curious about.
Then you don't mind that he already has wives? And even Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, Bai Tingxin honestly replied, mind, but what can I do? I also really want to have him all to myself, but I arrived late.
Bai Tingxin turned back to the Queen Empress and said,
if Queen Sis really likes someone, then you'll understand how I feel. The Queen Empress forced a smile and said, ridiculous, how could I? Bai Tingxin smiled lightly and said, then that's too bad. Queen Sis will never know what it feels like to like someone. You always want to be by his side, want to possess him, want him to only be by your side. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Mu's image appeared in her mind. The Queen Empress frowned, clutching her chest, and thought, why is my inner demon acting up again?
Cut to somewhere behind the northern district mountains, Qing Shu Jing happily said, Brother Lia, I heard you became a big official in the imperial court. Haven't congratulated you yet. You must stay today. We have to drink a few cups with you. Li Mu also took the opportunity to ask, have you two brothers heard that the imperial court wants to naturalize demon creatures into the territory of Dazhu? Qing Shu Jing quickly replied, I've heard, but I don't know if it's true or not. Hu Jing next to him took a sip of wine and said, hearing it, I already know 8 out of 10 times it's fake. Why would the imperial court be so kind?
Even if they don't attack us, when they fight the demon kingdom in Ghost City, they'll also take us out as cannon fodder. This is definitely a poisonous scheme that someone has come up with, Li Mu then spoke up. To be honest, I suggested this.
Qing Yu Xing
asked in surprise, Brother Lai, are you serious? Li Mu smiled and replied, I want to ease the conflict between the human and demon races, so I did my best to promote this matter. But the resentment between the demon race and the human race is too deep. Very few demon races are willing to trust the imperial court, so I want to invite you two to help. Qing Niu Xing and Hu Xing silently thought, if the imperial court really has sincerity, then for the demon race, it's definitely an extremely good thing.
We trust Brother Lip, but we don't know if we can trust the imperial court. Li Mu stood up, patted his chest confidently, and said, I'm not sure about the future, but I can guarantee to you two, as long as I'm in the imperial court, Dazhao's demon citizens will receive the protection of the imperial court, no matter who it is. Daring to kill demon citizens will be punished according to the laws of Dazhao. Qing Yu Xing stood up, full of enthusiasm, and said, having these words from Brother Li is enough. Hu Xing also chimed in, don't worry, other places I won't mention, just leave the matter of the northern district's demon citizens naturalizing to us. A while later, Li Mu returned to his residence. Bai Yinxin's voice rang out. This was originally Tingxin's room. Tonight Big Brother Li can stay and sleep here. Before anything else, the girl saw her bodice on the bed. She immediately ran over, covered it with a blanket, and said, it's a bit messy here, Big Brother Lear. Please go outside for a while. Wait until I've cleaned up before coming in.
Night fell. Li Mu buried himself in the blanket, thinking, this blanket smells so good. After a while, Li Mu fell asleep.
In his dream, Li Mu unconsciously saw Bai Tingxin with a flushed face pressing close to him and saying, Big Brother Lia, come closer.
The long night passed. Li Mu stretched his back comfortably, thinking that it had been a long time since he had slept so well. Suddenly he felt something strange below, looked down, and unconsciously exclaimed in a panic, no way? He sat on the bed dejectedly, thinking,
no matter what, tonight I can't sleep on Tingxin's bed, otherwise I'll be so sorry to Big Brother Bai.
And then tonight came. Li Mu had also changed rooms. He lay on the bed, thinking, luckily, Yinxin's room doesn't have those weird things. Although I'm lecherous, I also have limits. I wouldn't have evil intentions towards my former niece.
He once again fell asleep, but then if that one didn't come, this one did. Bai Yinxin, looking almost identical to her younger sister, pressed close to Li Mu Ta, whimpering, "Big brother Lia, you can't forget me just because you already have my younger sister." The next morning, the result was still the same. He slapped himself and swore, "Li Mule, aren't you human?" Bai Yinxin brought in a basin of water to wash her face, puzzled, and asked, "Big brother Li, what's wrong with you?"
Li Mu forced a crooked smile and reply, "Nothing. I just want to make myself sober." In his heart, he thought, "If this continues, what if I dream about Her Majesty, and she catches me? I'd rather die." Li Mu wrung out a towel to wipe his face, and said to Bai Yinxin,
"I'm going back to Baiyun Mountain for a trip. At most 3 to 5 days, I'll be back."
"I've arranged everything for this demon race naturalization. Her uncles will continue with the following matters. Stay here and wait for me, then we'll also return to Shendu." Bai Yinxin nodded in response.
"Okay, then I'll stay here to assist the uncles, waiting for Big Brother Lina to return." After giving instructions, Li Mu jumped on his magical treasure and flew towards Baiyun Mountain. He thought, "How long has it been since Sha Hanyan? I've been celibate for so long. Repressing myself for too long will indeed cause problems. I can't keep going on like this."
A while later, Li Mu arrived at Baiyun Mountain. Head teacher Zhenren came forward and asked, "Junior brother suddenly returned to the mountain. Is there something wrong?" Li Muan anxiously asked, "It's nothing big. Where are Han Yan and Qing Qing?" Head teacher Zhenren replied, "They're still in seclusion." Li Mua pouted and said, "Why are they always in seclusion? How can anyone seclude themselves for so long?"
Head teacher Zhenren waved his hand in the air and began to explain, "This is what a core disciple of the Fulu sect must experience before becoming the leader. All senior brothers must go through it, and after junior brother leaves the Dazhu court he must also experience it once."
Li Mu looked at the bright spots in the air. He grabbed one and asked curiously, "Are these memory orbs?" The headmaster Daoist explained,
"Before our predecessors in the sect closed their eyes forever, they used this technique to pass on their lifetime of cultivation experience for future disciples to comprehend. This place is called the Gishu. It's the final resting place for our sect's predecessors, and for us too."
Li Mu looked at the massive amount of memory orbs in the air, thinking to himself, "No wonder grand sects can last for thousands of years." Just then, Liu Hanyan walked over, happily calling his name.
Li Mu saw her and also shouted, "Hanyan!"
She came to Li Mu's side and said to the headmaster Daoist, "Senior brother, take us out." He immediately agreed.
The headmaster Daoist waved his hand, and all three of them were outside. He turned to Li Muyong and said, "Junior brother, your return this time is perfect timing."
But when he turned to say something more, he was surprised to find both of them gone, and he confusedly wondered, "Where did you go?" Who would have thought that Li Mu and Liu Hanyan had already entered the space of the demon emperor's Dongfu, and just like that, they shared all the longing they'd felt for each other over the past few days.
Back in the imperial court, an official stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, human cultivators have accumulated quite a bit of resentment towards the court because of the matter of registering demonic beasts. Is it really appropriate to offend our fellow humans just to win over demonic beasts? Should we reconsider this matter? We need to keep talking."
Zhang Chun immediately cut him off. "Your words, my lord, are incorrect. Humans and demons are both living beings of this world. A human life is a life, and a demonic life is also a life. As the heavenly dynasty of a great nation, Great Zhou must have a broader perspective. We cannot just look at one side." The other guy was speechless. He then said, "Zhang Chun, you," Minister Zhang added.
"Those humans who are solely bent on killing, who follow those crooked, evil cultivation paths, what have they contributed to Great Zhou?
Why should we pander to them? Do they deserve it?" The other guy wanted to retort again, but Zhang Chun immediately shut him up. "How dare you babble on and incite the common folk? Just capture a few of them to kill the chicken to warn the monkey."
Empress Regnant, sitting on her throne, listened to Zhang Chun's argument, extremely pleased. She thought to herself, "Later, I'll tell Mei Wei to investigate a bit, see if there are any 6 Jinjaizi left in the North Garden, and then reward Zhang Chun." After Mei Wei finished investigating, he brought up a plate of pastries and reported, "Your Majesty, there is indeed still a 6 Jinjaizi in the North Garden. It's only been over a year. Minister Zhang has moved houses several times already," the Empress Regnant said generously. "Reward him then, otherwise when someone returns they'll say I'm indifferent to his people."
The Empress Regnant fiddled with the lynch loa in her hand, muttering absently, "But ever since he went to North Commandery, I've tried to contact him with this lynch loa so many times, and still no response. What exactly is he doing? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Li Mu with a cheerful tone said, "Your Majesty." Before he could finish, the Empress Regnant asked, "You, what have you been doing for the past 3 days? Why didn't you answer me?
Li Mu replied awkwardly. Your humble servant, for the past 3 days, I've been in the Demon Emperor's Dong Fu, and I didn't receive your majesty's messages, the Empress Regnant asked again. For no reason, you stayed in the Demon Emperor's Dong Fu for 3 days, Li Mu stammered. Your humble servant, my wife and I were just tidying up the Dong Fu a bit. Does your majesty have something important? The Empress Regnant calmed down a little, then said, It's nothing. She herself was stunned by her own actions, thinking, Did I just get angry? Why did I get angry? I have no reason or right to be angry. A little later, the Empress Regnant was at Li Manor. Bai Tingxing calmly said, Empress sister, if you have anything to ask, just ask me. I'll definitely tell you everything I know. The Empress Regnant said quietly, It's like this. I have a friend. She always thinks about a certain man, wants him by her side, wants to hear his voice, and gets angry for no reason when she hears he's with another woman. Bai Tingxin smiled and replied, This problem is way too simple. Your friend has definitely fallen for that man. I feel the exact same way about that naughty Li Mu, the Empress Regnant asked in surprise. This is liking someone? Bai Tingxin, with an eager-to-gossip expression, asked, Empress Sister Zhu, tell me, who is this friend of yours? Is it Aunt Mei or Sister Ali? The Empress Regnant turned her head away, stammering, Actually, it's just me, Scene changed to North Commandery. Li Mu suddenly sneezed loudly. He rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, Who's talking bad about me? Bai Yingxin ran over to him and said, Brother Li, you're back. Just in time, we're having some trouble and don't know how to handle it. Li Mu walked over and asked, What kind of trouble? Tell me about it, Bai Yingxin replied. Uncle Qingyu said, We need to learn from the human administrative methods, gather the demon folk into one area, and unify the management. That way, managing and protecting the demon population will be a bit more convenient.
But demonic beasts also need spiritual energy for cultivation. If all the demonic beasts are concentrated in one place, it won't be long before the spiritual energy becomes too thin to cultivate, Li Mu calmly replied. This is easy to handle. A spirit gathering array is enough to solve it. I'll teach you how.
The two walked to a cliff. Li Mu leisurely said, Yingxin, are you really not going to take me as your master? Besides array formations, I can also teach you talismans, alchemy, demon arts, painting Dao, basically. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach, Bai Yingxin flatly replied. I don't need to. Li Mu shook his head and said,
What a shame. With your talent, you pick up anything quickly. You've only been studying array formations for a few days, and you can already help me draw defensive array patterns.
Suddenly, Li Mu's Lin Loa stirred. He picked it up, put it to his ear, and asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? He thought to himself. Her Majesty is getting more and more fond of checking up on me. If I miss one call from the Lin Loa, she might call me dozens, even hundreds of times. The Empress Regnant sternly asked, What are you doing? Li Mu honestly replied, I'm helping North Commandery set up demon population array formations. Li Mu then remembered and reminded her. Oh right. Your Majesty, regarding the recent objections to the demon population, your humble servant has already written a detailed memorial. Your Majesty, look on the left side of your desk. Find the third scroll, counting backwards from the third scroll. The Empress Regnant searched for a bit, then replied, I found it. Li Mu hurriedly said, Then I'll get back to work. He thought to himself, That memorial is still in its original spot, which means that ever since I left, my beloved Empress Regnant still hasn't even looked at the memorial. Suddenly, Bai Yingxin's voice rang out from the Linhloa. Brother Li, you go down, I'll go up. This single sentence utterly bewildered the Empress Regnant. Her face flushed crimson with anger. She analyzed inwardly. By the voice, it's that white snake. She just told Li Mu to go down so she could go up. Could he be? Unable to contain her anger and curiosity, the Empress Regnant immediately shouted into the Linhloa, Li Mu, what are you doing? Why is there a woman's voice next to you, huh? Li Mu calmly replied, Your humble servant is setting up array formations. Yingxin is helping me draw the array patterns. She's drawing the simpler parts below, while I'm drawing the more complex parts above. The Empress Regnant was dumbfounded and replied, So that's how it is. Li Mu, still very calm, asked, Your Majesty, are you still there? Li Mu put away the Linhloa, thinking to himself, Her Majesty is getting weirder and weirder. On the other side, the Empress Regnant was in a panic, thinking, I am the dignified Empress of a nation. How did I become like this? She continuously rubbed her head, self-hypnotizing herself. It must be an inner demon. It must be this damn inner demon that's making me think such improper thoughts. Scene changed to the back mountains of North Commandery. Li Mu rode his flying magic artifact, carrying Bai Yingxin, swiftly gliding through the air. As he went, he said, "This time, we invited the great demons from 5 commanderies to discuss matters." All 4 commanderies responded enthusiastically, but there's still no news from Zhujiang Commandery. Is there some powerful demonic beast in Zhujiang Commandery?
Bai Yingxin replied. The demon group in Zhujiang Commandery is ruled by the Black Bear clan. That year, my father took me and Tingxin to the Black Bear clan. Although the Black Bear King looks very fierce, he's actually very reasonable and understanding. He usually keeps his subordinates in check and doesn't let them harm humans. Li Mu walked to the Black Bear clan's Dongfu, observed it for a bit, then said, "That's strange. This is the Black Bear clan's Dongfu. There should be bear demons guarding it, right? Where did they all go?" Whoa! A strange aura suddenly popped up, and Li Mu immediately went, "Demonic aura!" He quickly clapped a hand over Bai Yingxin's mouth and whispered, "Don't say anything, just follow me." Turns out, down below, there was a whole bunch of fox spirits cornering the Black Bear tribe. One of them pulled out his sword, strutted over, and said all high and mighty, "So just agree to our terms, and I'll totally release your guys right away." The demon inside, clearly one of the bears, was struggling like crazy and just scoffed, "Dream on." The fox spirit, still with that arrogant look, sneered, "Oh, still stubborn, huh? If you don't wise up, for every minute that ticks by, I'll off one of these bear cubs and chop off its leg." The Black Bear King gritted his teeth, demanding of the fox, "I never planned on being your enemy, and I'm not bowing down to the Great Zhou Imperial Court either, so what's with all this aggression from you guys?" The fox spirit just shrugged. "Look, for us you're either a friend or an enemy, simple as that. You've already wasted a bit of time. Once I'm done chopping off these bears' legs, you're next." The Black Bear King completely lost it, roaring, "The Great Zhou Imperial Court won't ever forgive you for this." The fox spirit puffed out its chest. "Ugh, I absolutely loathe it when someone tries to threaten me with those human Imperial Court guys. Looks like you've made your decision then. Get 'em." The other foxes, swords at the ready, lunged at the black bears. The tied-up bears just silently cursed, "Damn it!" while the foxes, all smug, chirped, "Looks like we've got some nice bar bites for tonight." But the words barely left its mouth before it froze solid. Right after that, the other fox spirits started dropping like flies, taken out by hidden weapons. The ringleader was lucky enough to have some kind of protective barrier, so he was fine for now. He roared, seething, "Who the heck dares to sneak attack people? If you've got the balls, come out here right now." Li Mu and Bai Yingxin then strolled out from behind the tree they'd been hiding behind. Li Mu just went, "Oh, so it was you foxy fellow, causing all this ruckus." That fox spirit, clearly not knowing the meaning of fear, just retorted back, "Who are you?" Li Mu immediately whipped out his immortal binding rope, sending it flying towards the fox, then scoffed, clearly annoyed, "Ugh, too much talk." With just one move, the guy was hogtied, no escape possible. Li Mu, cool as a cucumber, just said, "Honestly, I have no idea who you're taking orders from, but Yingxin, go teach these guys a lesson." Bai Yingxin instantly drew her sword and replied, "Got it." Li Mu walked right up to the Black Bear King, just touched the barrier in front of him, and poof, it shattered. The king, totally surprised, asked, "You are Li Mu?" "Loud and clear," replied. "The Great Zhou Consecration Division." The Black Bear King quickly said, "Thank you for saving us." Li Mu politely helped the Black Bear King to his feet and said, "No need for thanks. Listen, whether you're human or a demon, you're all citizens of Great Zhou. Protecting the Great Zhou people, that's what the Consecration Division does." The fox spirit saw this and shrieked, "What? You just touched it and took down 3 fifth realm experts. Who the heck are you really?" Bai Yingxin casually pressed her sword to its neck and said, "Yeah, that's definitely not a question you're allowed to ask." All of a sudden, 3 familiar auras popped up in the sky. Li Mu felt it right away and knew exactly who it was, thinking to himself, "It's them." As soon as Huang Ji and her crew landed, Li Mu chimed in with a greeting. Well, 3 foxes. Long time no see, eh." The fox spirits, seeing their backup had arrived, immediately started wailing. "Senior Huang Ji, save us." Huang Ji then coolly suggested to Li Mu, "Just hand them over to me." Li Mu crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "Do you even know what these guys have been up to?" Huang Ji, looking quite serious, explained, "I never gave them orders to do any of this. I'll take them back and sort them out myself." Li Mu still looked a bit unconvinced. "The Imperial Court owes you guys a few favors, so I can save you some face and let you handle them. But I'm going to cripple their cultivation first, just to show a bit of punishment." Hearing that, the foxes started trembling, begging, "Senior Huang Ji, no, please." Huang Ji, cutting straight to the chase, said, "Look, this is the punishment they deserve. I won't stop you." What followed was an absolute cacophony of screams from those foxes. loud enough to make all the birds in the trees scatter. Bai Yingxin leaned in close to Li Mu, whispering, "That was way too easy on them." Li Mu just patted her shoulder. "Nah, it's fine, trust me. Even if they go back, their lives aren't going to be a walk in the park."
Huang Ji then shoved the defeated foxes into her spatial artifact and said, "Wow, I actually didn't think you'd go through with it." Li Mu just crossed his arms. "Hey, a real man keeps his word." Huang Ji was silent for a moment before replying, "If what you said is true, then from now on, our charm sect won't be at odds with your Great Zhou Imperial Court anymore." Huang Ji turned away. "Alright, let's go." Hu Ju, lagging behind, happily glanced at Li Mu and chirped, "I knew it, my eyes weren't deceiving me." "You really do love playing with snakes, don't you?" Hu Ju's comment made Li Mu stare blankly at Bai Yingxin next to him. Hu Liu quickly swooped in, yanking Hu Ju's ear. "Come on, you big mouth, let's go!" But Hu Ju, still clinging to some grand hope, blurted out, "Li Mu, that thing I told you about last time, you should totally think about it. Our Skyfox Nation has snake demons too, and we've even got twin sisters. I promise you won't be disappointed." Li Mu immediately raised a fist, gritting out, "You know, I think you're asking for another punch." At this, Bai Yingxin tugged on Li Mu's arm, her brow furrowed. "Brother Lai, do you have other snakes?"
Li Mu quickly turned to Bai Yingxin. "Don't listen to that fox-talking nonsense. What other snakes are you talking about?" Suddenly, Huang Ji noticed something and called out to them both.
"Hold on." She walked over, pointed right at Bai Yingxin's waist, and asked, "Where did you get that sword?" Staring at the blade, Huang Ji thought, "That's Xiao Sha's sword." Li Mu felt a jolt of panic. "Crap, Huang Ji gave me that sword, and it should have been wrecked when Xiao Sha self-destructed. Why is it in Yingxin's hand?" He started to stammer. He finally came up with something, pointing to himself. "This sword? I scavenged it from the Zhujiang prince's mansion. Who it belonged to before doesn't matter. It's mine now, and you guys can forget about trying to get it back." Huang Ji sighed. "That sword once belonged to one of my subordinates." Ling Mu squinted. "So, you planning to take it back?" Huang Ji shook her head, looking a bit down. "No, Xiao Sha is already gone. There's no point in taking this sword back now." As soon as Huang Ji and her group left, Bai Yingxin, full of curiosity, asked him, "Brother Li, who exactly is Xiao Sha?" Li Mu immediately waved his hands in dismissal. "No idea, no idea." Cut to outside the Skyfox Nation's imperial palace, where Zixuan, standing behind Huang Ji, was eagerly saying, "The Great Zhou Imperial Court wants to set up demon bureaus in every prefecture, splitting up the demon race. Their intentions are super shady and unpredictable. How can we just let them get their way?" Huang Ji, stern as ever, challenged him. "Without the Elder's agreement, how dare you make a decision like that on your own?" Zixuan, putting on his best innocent face, patted his chest and shot back. "Med sending them to mess up the Great Zhou Imperial Court's plan. What's wrong with that?" He kept lecturing Huang Ji in that preachy tone. "Junior sister, don't forget who you are, and don't forget the charm sect's responsibilities. Back in Zhejiang Prefecture, you were practically making goo-goo eyes at that Li Mu from Great Zhou, and then you just stood there watching Li Mu cripple our people's cultivation. I won't report this to the sacred sect for now, but you better sort this out properly yourself." Hu Ju, thoroughly annoyed by Zixuan's lecturing, immediately retorted, "What do you mean, stood there and watched? Even if we all ganged up on him, we wouldn't be his match. It was only thanks to Senior Huang Ji stepping in that they could even be brought back and their lives spared. Otherwise, their heads would have been chopped off by the Great Zhou Imperial Court ages ago. You wouldn't even find them if you wanted to."
The guy, totally triggered by the comeback, furiously yelled, "Is this your place to butt in?" Hu Ju just casually sassed back, "Oh, please. Even if you begged me to butt in, I wouldn't. Gross." Huang Ji quickly cut him off. "Hu Ju, stand down for now." That's when Zixuan walked closer to Huang Ji, putting on a love-struck face.
"Junior sister, you know how I feel about you, don't you?
All these years. Every time you haven't followed the sacred sect's orders, I've covered for you. And this time too. I won't tell the sacred sect. But I just need you to show me a little bit of affection in return."
Huang Ji, staying completely firm, just flat out said, "I'm sorry, senior brother, but I don't have any romantic feelings for you whatsoever." Hearing this, he sadly lowered his gaze and muttered, "Guess I was just deluding myself then." After that conversation, Zixuan stormed straight into the sacred sect. As he walked, he seethed, "Junior sister, if you're going to be this heartless, then don't you dare blame me." And just like that, he went and shook hands with a 7th realm elder of the sacred sect to put some scheme into motion. Cut to a secret chamber under Changla Palace. Li Mu was fanning a fire, musing to himself, "Man, I'm just a low-ranking imperial secretary, but I'm constantly doing emperor-level stuff. I'm approving memorials, and even playing spy." The Consecration Division is quietly making progress on setting up those demon bureaus in the prefectures. And now, I've got to refine some breakthrough pills for the 4th realm demon races so they can jump to the 5th realm. I drew the talismans, I refined the pills,
and even a donkey pulling a cart doesn't work as hard as I do." Suddenly, a soft touch brushed across his face.
Li Mu turned back in surprise. "Your Majesty?" The Empress smiled gently and said, "Focus on refining your pills." Li Mu was still stunned, thinking, "Your Majesty actually wiped my sweat herself." The little devil inside him immediately hissed, "You're bought over by just a tiny bit of kindness. Where's your face, man? You gotta stay strong in front of Her Majesty."
The Empress then started peeling an orange, gently holding it out to Li Mu. Open wide-tilled. Her actions made Li Mu internally freak out. What's gotten into Her Majesty? She's always been good to me, but she'd never humble herself to serve someone else like this. Li Mu hesitated. "Your Majesty, how could I possibly let you exert yourself like this? Why don't you go read a book? Instead, I'm almost done refining these pills." But the Empress wasn't having it. "I told you to open your mouth, so just open it already."
In the end, Li Mu had no choice but to grudgingly close his eyes and open his mouth to take the orange slice. The Empress, blushing happily, said, "You're my most capable subject, my favorite one. You usually work so hard for Great Zhou, so what's feeding you an orange slice compared to that?" Li Mu was utterly dumbfounded, thinking, "She's changed this much in just half a month. Could her inner demons have resurfaced?" Scene change. Bai Tingxin sat in her room, pouting as she complained, "He's always avoiding me. Ever since we got back to the Imperial Palace, I asked him to teach me divine abilities, but he taught sister instead, then told her to teach me. He won't teach me himself?" Bai Yingxin, sitting comfortably beside her, said, "Well, who told you to always be so ill-behaved? You're always so touchy-feely, so of course he'd avoid you."
Bai Tingxin, still unconvinced, clenched her fists and declared, "Happiness is something you seize for yourself. I'm going to work hard for my own happiness." Bai Yingxin, too lazy to argue, just hummed vaguely in response.
"All right, you go slowly seize it then. I gotta go to sleep."
Bai Tingxin pondered for a while, then let out a sly chuckle. "I got it." A moment later, a knock sounded on Li Mu's door. He was puzzled. It's this late, who could it be?
The moment he opened the door, he saw his wife's silhouette. Liu Muzu exclaimed in surprise, "Hanyan, you're back." Without warning, Liu Hanyan immediately jumped into his arms and said, "I'm back." Her actions made Li Mu frown, thinking, Hanyan's legs are long, but they're not that long. This little snake demon is really getting out of hand. Her shape-shifting technique isn't even perfected yet, and she dares to show off in front of me? If I don't teach her a lesson she'll never forget this time, who knows what else she'll pull later. Thinking this, he said, "Come in." He then wickedly flashed a knowing smile, thinking, "She really walked right into this one."
And what followed was the sound of Bai Tingxin's painful screams. "I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, it hurts so much."
Scene changed to Changla Palace. As soon as Li Mu entered, he noticed the tense atmosphere and immediately asked, "What happened?" Zhu Wei quickly reported. "The demon realm has suddenly undergone a major upheaval. The Heavenly Fox Kingdom has declared its allegiance to the demonic sect, eliminating and annexing many neighboring demon kingdoms."
In the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, the Charm sect has suffered an internal rebellion. The Charm sect is now controlled by the Bai Imperial clan. Grand Elder Lu Jing has been imprisoned. And the Seventh Realm expert, Myriad Joy Heavenly Monarch, his fate is unknown. The demonic Daoist Holy Sect has intervened in the affairs of the demon realm, and the situation at the northwest border is frankly not looking good. Li Mu asked in surprise, "Is this news true?" Zhu Wei quickly replied, "Absolutely accurate. Many of our spies in the demon realm have sent urgent reports back. 3 Seventh Realm elders from the demonic Daoist Holy Sect teamed up to ambush Myriad Joy Heavenly Monarch while he was in a critical seclusion. The Bai family in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom seized control of the Charm sect, while Grand Elder Huang Yun was imprisoned."
Li Mu anxiously asked,
"So what about Huang Ji of the Charm sect?" Zhu Wei quickly replied. "When the incident happened, Huang Ji wasn't in the Charm sect. The Crown Prince of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, Bai Xuan, is now the ruler of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom and the Grand Elder of the Charm sect."
After he took power, he issued a warrant for Huang Ji's arrest throughout the entire demon realm.
Li Mu mused, "He's after that page of the demon race's heavenly tome," Mai Wei then added. "With the tacit support of the demonic Dao, the Heavenly Wolf clan has begun annexing other forces in the demon realm, likely intending to unify the myriad demon nation. If the demon realm is unified, Great Zhou's northern front will face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy." Li Mu looked towards the Empress, thinking, "The 2 major demon clans won't cooperate, Great Zhou can't send troops, and we can't just sit by and watch the demon realm unify either. Her Majesty must be at a complete loss right now." Li Mu then offered, "Your Majesty, since I'm free, how about I go to the demon race again and try to persuade them?" Hearing this, the Empress immediately rejected him. Even Director Lin couldn't do it, so what good would it do for you to go? Just stay by my side, honestly. I can't let you risk yourself for everything.
Li Mu nervously said, subduing the demon realm. That was originally what I promised your majesty. Besides, my wife isn't by my side, and I'm quite bored staying here. Might as well find something to do, he thought to himself. Plus, with such a big upheaval in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, I wonder how Hu Jiu and Huang Ji are doing. Suddenly, the Empress said somberly,
So, being by my side makes you bored, does it? You'd rather go to the demon realm than stay here. Hearing this, Li Mu quickly replied, Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand.
The Empress narrowed her eyes and asked, Then what do you mean?
Do you find talking to me boring too? Li Mu quickly anxiously clarified, I didn't mean that at all.
In the end, Li Mu Yele had to give up. He dejectedly sighed and said, I won't go anymore. At this moment, Mai Wei walked over to the Empress and spoke up for Li Mu Yele. Your Majesty, Li Mu Yale is actually just trying to share your burdens. If the Heavenly Wolf Clan unifies the demon race, it would indeed be an unpredictable disaster for Great Zhou. The Empress quickly transmitted a message to Mai Wei. But he just got back not long ago. Lately he's only stayed in the imperial capital for a few days at a time.
And then he's gone for months. Mai Wei quickly transmitted a reply.
Brief partings make for sweeter reunions. Once he settles all these troubles, he will have plenty of time to stay by your majesty's side later.
Mai Wei's words made her ponder. Finally, the Empress sighed and said, All right, you can go then. I won't stop you anymore. After a moment of silence, the Empress reached out her hand towards Li Mu.
He was momentarily bewildered. Your Majesty.
As if he'd gotten the signal, Li Mu immediately embraced the Empress and gently advised her. After I leave, your Majesty will have a bit more to handle. If there's anything you don't want to deal with, just use the spirit conch to call me, your subject. As he said this, Li Muhi became hesitant.
The Empress looked at him for a moment,
then instructed, Be careful in everything. I'll wait for you to return.
Scene changed to the corpse sect. Within Ying province territory, Han Shisan knelt down and respectfully called out, All disciples of the corpse sect greet the Grand Elder. Li Mu, in the guise of Heavenly Xuan Daoist, calmly asked, How's the refining of those 10 demonic corpses coming along?
Chen Shiyi happily reported. Reporting, Grand Elder. Of the 10 demonic corpses, 8 sixth realm demonic corpses have been successfully refined. However, these 8 demonic corpses have completely depleted the corpse sect's reserves. We've run out of materials to continue refining the remaining 2 8th realm demonic corpses.
Li Mu frowned and said,
How many materials are you still short of? I'll provide them for you. He thought to himself, I have very high hopes for those 2 demonic corpses. Once I have 2 7th realm bodyguards by my side, who would dare to speak loudly to me then? Chen Shiyi began listing. At least 10,000 pieces of spirit jade, Vajra jade, bone growth grass, and 7,749 other types of materials. Li Mu rubbed his forehead in annoyance and replied, If you don't have enough, just gather them slowly. No need to rush.
Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report. Grand Elder, envoys from the Holy Sect have arrived. Chen Shiyi was surprised. People from the Holy Sect are coming to our corpse sect. Are they looking to refine corpses or something? Ling Mu seized the opportunity and ordered Chen Shiyi, Go see what they're up to. Chen Shiyi and his group went outside and he politely asked, Welcome, Holy Sect envoys, what brings you here? The red-haired guy, clearly from the Holy Sect, glanced at the corpse beside him and ordered, I want you to refine this corpse into a demon corpse. This demon was at the 6th realm when he was alive. He smugly asked, How long will it take you to successfully refine a 6th realm demon corpse?
Chen Shiyi said seriously, At least a year. Plus, it requires a ton of spirit jade and refining materials. The corpse sect can't gather enough right away. Waiting until we have enough to start, it might take 8 years. The red-haired guy frowned a bit and said unhappily, That's too long. What materials do you need? I'll bring them to you next time. Chen Shiyi began to list 2,000 pieces of spirit jade, adamant jade, life bone grass, and 7,749 other types of materials. Using these ingredients to refine a spirit corpse, its strength will max out at mid-stage of the 6th realm. It's very close to late stage. The red-haired guy turned and said confidently, I'll bring these things to you within a month. Chen Shiyi added, Remember to bring 2 portions. If you only bring 1, what if we fail? We'd have to prepare everything again, and that wastes time. 2 portions are more reliable. Li Mu walked out, looked at the corpse, and mumbled, surprised. Wan Huang, Heavenly Sovereign, is really dead? One of the ghosts turned to his companion and asked, This is the corpse of Wan Huang, Heavenly Sovereign? The other guy was equally shocked and said, Wan Huang, Heavenly Sovereign, is dead? Seriously? Han Shisan stroked his chin thoughtfully.
A heavenly sovereign is at the 7th realm. They're top-tier instructors in the holy sect. How could he die?
Li Mu calmly explained to them. There's been internal strife in the charm sect recently. Grand Elder Huang Yun was overthrown and imprisoned by traitors. While the heavenly sovereign was in seclusion, he was ambushed by 3 holy sect elders, severely injured. And now his life hangs in the balance, a chubby ghost asked, puzzled. That doesn't make sense. Why would the holy sect go after the heavenly sovereign? The orange-haired one also said, Fake news! It must be fake news. Li Mu frowned and recounted. The 2 sects have done a lot for the holy sect. The heavenly sovereign was completely loyal, and yet he ended up like this. This daddy is having a hard time swallowing this. Chen Shiyi nervously reminded Li Mu Ya, Grand Elder. Even if the holy sect has a reason for acting against the heavenly sovereign, it has nothing to do with us. Your subordinate thinks we shouldn't provoke the holy sect. Otherwise, we might end up like the heavenly sovereign and the charm sect.
Li Mu, of course, wouldn't stand for that. He used his aura and roared, Nonsense, what are you spouting? This daddy has a close relationship with the holy sovereign. How can I just sit by and watch him suffer such a great injustice?
With a murderous look on his face, he declared, If the holy sect is unjust, then don't blame the corpse sect for being unrighteous. From now on, the corpse sect will no longer follow the orders of the holy sect. If anyone disagrees with my decision, they can leave now. Chen Shiyi exclaimed in panic. Grand Elder! Li Mu immediately raised his hand to stop him and said, Don't say any more. My mind is made up. If you want to leave, then leaves. Suddenly, a corpse sect member stepped forward and thumped his chest. I, Kong Shiki, will only be loyal to the holy sect in this life. If the Grand Elder wants to leave the holy sect, then Kong Shiki will leave the corpse sect starting today.
Please don't blame me, Grand Elder. Li Mu didn't scold him, but simply asked, Anyone else? One after another, some guys spoke up. Grand Elder has lost his mind. I choose to leave the corpse sect. I'm also leaving the corpse sect. The holy sect won't let this go easily. You guys should think carefully. After a while, Li Mu finally looked up and growled, Very good. At that moment, thousands of talisman arrays that had been set up some time ago began to activate above the heads of the corpse sect members.
Before they could figure out the situation, the talisman arrays linked together and struck down. Li Mu, with a murderous and authoritative look, said, Submit to me and live, oppose me and die. Looks like you've forgotten that rule.
The remaining members of the corpse sect looked at the charred, unrecognizable corpses in front of them, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They were sweating, thinking, Leaving the holy sect will cause trouble later, but betraying the Grand Elder means death now.
Li Mu casually turned around and asked the corpse sect members, Anyone else want to leave the corpse sect now? You didn't even need to ask. The corpse sect members all bowed down at the same time and said decisively in unison, We swear to follow the Grand Elder to the death.
Li Mu walked closer to the corpse of Heavenly Sovereign Huang, and Chen Shiyi asked curiously, Grand Elder, this corpse? He quickly stored the corpse in the portable space and said, This is the Heavenly Sovereign's corpse. I must preserve it for the Huang family. Your next task is to wholeheartedly refine those 2 demon corpses for me. He turned to leave and casually instructed Chen Shiyi, I have something to do, and I won't be here for a few days. You're in charge of the corpse sect, he obediently replied. Understood. Your subordinate will definitely not let the Grand Elder down. After giving the instructions, Li Mu left immediately.
He flew high into the sky, thinking, The information I know about the Heavenly Fox Kingdom is too old. I need to gather the latest intelligence quickly.
As he was lost in thought, Li Mu was startled by a loud shout. Who dares to brazenly fly over the heads of the Eagle Clan? Come down here. Li Mu looked down carefully and saw a group of eagle demons were engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. He couldn't help but smile with interest, thinking, This is interesting.
Li Mu landed in front of him and asked slowly, Were you calling me? The demon creature saw him, and said with interest, A human. Looks like today I can not only eat a demon core, but also swallow a human's primordial spirit. His pupils constricted with excitement as he brandished his blade and rushed forward. But Li Mu wasn't someone to be trifled with. He released the immortal binding cord, binding the demon creature tightly with one move, thinking, I was worried about where to go to gather information, and you deliver yourself to my door. The demon creature shouted stiffly, I am a disciple of the charm sect of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. If you dare to harm me, the charm sect will not let you go. Li Mu didn't care, and walked up to him, commenting, The 2 sects are really becoming more and more casual with their recruitment. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the demon creature's forehead and began to extract his soul. Li Mu read the memories and thought, Wan Huang Heavenly Sovereign's primordial spirit escaped, Bai Xuan has advanced to the 6th realm, and 3 holy sect elders are seriously injured and recuperating in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. The Eagle clan saw their leader being captured and shouted in chaos, "Run! The immortal binding cord was released again!" Li Mu said calmly, "Did I say you could leave?" Li Mu stood in front of the 2 of them and said, "You 2 will follow me to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom." The rabbit clan he had saved was also very grateful and said, "Sir, if you want to go to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, taking us along will make it easier to gain their trust. Sir, you saved us. We are willing to be your servants." Li Musao looked at the group of rabbit clan in front of him, rubbed his chin, and thought, "If I transform into the Red Eagle and return to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom empty-handed, it means the mission has failed, and the Charm Sect will definitely send someone else. If I bring these rabbit prisoners, the story of the rabbit demon will come to an end." After thinking about it, Li Mu transformed into that red-haired eagle, and said to the rabbit demons, "Then you take these rabbits who haven't transformed yet, and these 3 eagles to the Great Zhou, and these 4 will follow me to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom." A moment later, at the deep lake in the dungeon of the Heavenly Fox City Palace, a demon creature walked over, put his arm around Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Yingqi, you little bastard has such good luck, you actually caught 4 rabbit demons that look exactly alike. Give me 2 of them." Li Musho put on a grumpy face and said, "Get lost! If I give you one of the 4 sisters, aren't there only 3 left? What's the fun in that? I'll talk to you after I'm bored of them." Hearing this, the man grabbed a whip and whipped a prisoner who was hanging in front of him, and roared unhappily, "Petty! Then I'll beat him to pass the time." The prisoner still stared resolutely at the bald man, despite his whole body being covered in blood. Seeing this, he was immediately angry and questioned, "Do you think you're still the Grand Elder of the Charm Sect? You're just a prisoner, and you dare to show me that face?" It turned out that the person being hung was Huang Yin. The bald man angrily hit Huang Yin repeatedly and shouted, "Look again and see what happens." At this time, Li Mu took out a red-hot iron rod and said, "Lao Wu, you're humiliating Grand Elder Huang like this. Aren't you afraid that Heavenly Sovereign will reverse the situation in the future, regain power, and then Grand Elder Huang will skin you alive?" The bald man replied smugly, "His primordial spirit is severely injured. He can't reverse the situation anymore. Moreover, although the 2 Grand Elders have returned to the Holy Sect to recuperate, there will still be an elder coming to stay. Once we unify the demon realm, we'll leave. If that Heavenly Sovereign dares to come back, death is the only path for him." Li Mu crossed his arms and said, "Then I can rest assured." In his heart he was calculating. A 7th realm cultivator simply can't break through the Bell's prison, setting up the 8 desolate refining formation. Even if I can't kill him, I can imprison him to death in it. But where the heck is Huangji? Only when I find Huangji can my plan proceed. As he was thinking, footsteps entered, and a dignified man reminded the crowd to clean the prison cell. Baldy and Li Mu bowed in unison. "Greetings, Grand Elder." That person was Bai Xuan. He turned and frowned, speaking to Hulu. "The Huang family is a thing of the past. Why are you still so stubborn?" "I really don't want to take action against my own kind. If you're willing to submit, you'll still be an elder of the Enchantress sect, and your position will be even higher than before." Hulu disdainfully replied, "You traitor, you betrayed our master, senior brothers and sisters. Just seeing you makes me sick."
"Bai Xuan, you won't die a happy death?" Seeing that familiar face, Li Mu was also surprised and muttered to himself, "Hulu has been captured too."
Bai Xuan frowned, annoyed, and said, "You refuse a toast, so you'll have to drink a forfeit." He turned to Baldy and said, "Leave her to you guys to handle."
He curled his nasty mouth and said, "You can be a little bolder." Baldy seemed to understand the meaning and blushed with joy, saying, "Your subordinate understands." Li Mu then stood up and said, "Do you see me as non-existent?" Baldy frowned and said, "You already have 4 rabbits. Do you want to snatch this fox from me too?"
Li Mu smirked and said, "Me? Sorry, I'm a demon, and I've always liked to have everything. Let's have a fight. Whoever wins gets the fox."
The battle immediately erupted, and Baldy was clawed by Li Mu Ga, causing him to spit out fresh blood. He angrily shouted, "Yingqi, I just wanted a female fox. Are you trying to take my life?" Li Mu smugly raised his blood-stained hand and said, "If we're fighting, then of course we have to win." Baldy couldn't win, so he left a few words and left. "No time. I won't fight you anymore, okay, you crazy bastard." Bai Xuan watched Li Mu's fight, thinking that this Yingqi was brave and fearless, somewhat like Huang Ji's snake subordinate. He approached and asked, "What's your name?" Li Mu quickly replied, "Subordinate is Yingqi."
Bai Xuan said with interest, "Can you tell me your real name?" Li Mu didn't hesitate to answer. This little demon's surname is Peng because my mother liked eating chicken, and my father liked eating swallows. They named me Peng Yuyan. Baishuan nodded and made a request. Peng Yuyan, do you want to become my personal guard? Why not agree?
Li Mu immediately replied, subordinate is willing.
He secretly thought. First, I have to get close to Baishuan, then make my plans. A moment later, inside the dungeon, the bald man who was guarding outside the door called out, I'm outside, Ying Commander. If you need anything, just call me. Inside, Hulu was screaming violently, don't come over here. She gritted her teeth, thinking, even if I die, I won't let you, Demon Falcon, get your satisfaction. With that, she was about to smash her head against the wall to end her life, still thinking, goodbye, Lord Huangji. But Li Musa was faster. He grabbed Hulu's shoulders and said, although your cultivation has been sealed, you're still a fifth realm powerhouse. Even if you commit suicide, your nascent soul will still remain. Hulu resisted violently, shouting, I don't believe you'd be interested in my corpse.
Li Mu calmly said, I won't let you become a corpse. Hulu frowned, gritting her teeth, and muttered, if I knew I'd be defiled by you, beast, I'd rather have let that Li guy have me. Li Mu was speechless, thinking, what do you mean, let me have you? He leaned close to Hulu's ear and whispered, don't even dream about it, I told you, you're too fake, I'm not interested. If it were Huangji, then maybe. A familiar phrase made her exclaim in shock. You, Li Mu hurriedly whispered. You foolish fox, it wasn't easy for me to become a spy here. Don't ruin things. After verifying his identity, Hulu's restraints were also removed. She sat huddled on the bed, sobbing continuously. To be able to meet you here, it's really too good. Li Mu hurriedly reminded her. Don't cry anymore, you can scream a few more times. It'll be more convincing if you act like that. Hulu also cooperated and looked up. But there wasn't a single cry. Instead, Hulu slowly took off her clothes, causing Li Mu to almost explode his eyes and exclaim, what are you doing? Hulu hugged Li Mu's neck and said, what are you waiting for at this point? Are you waiting for me to help you take them off? Li Mu awkwardly pushed Hulu away and said, I schemed and plotted to save you. I'll stay here for another hour. If you cooperate and scream for me, it can be concealed. In his heart, he thought, I'm not such a casual man. He grabbed Hulu's clothes and handed them to her, saying, put your clothes on first.
Hulu blushed, anxiously asking, the special talent of the Fox clan is that they can tell if someone is a virgin with just one look. If you don't really do it, the next time Baishuan sees me, your identity will be exposed. Li Mu frowned, stroking his chin, and asked,
tell me, you're not young anymore. Why don't you find a companion?
Hulu bluntly replied,
I'm only 2 years older than the Great Zhou Empress.
Doesn't she not have anyone either? Li Mu immediately flicked her forehead and said, insolent! How dare a fox like you discuss Her Majesty? Huilu hugged her head and lay down, her face gloomy, saying, you think of a way? I don't care anymore.
Li Mu also sat down on the bed and asked, where's Huangji?
Huilu lowered her eyes and replied, I don't know. Baishuan sent people everywhere to hunt us down. Huangji and I, along with Huju, split up and ran. Baishuan probably hasn't caught them yet. At this time, she finally wondered and sat up, asking Li Mu, but what are you doing here? You actually know transformation techniques? Have you advanced to the 6th realm? Li Mu calmly replied, have you forgotten what I do? It's just a disguised talisman. Who doesn't know that after the Fox and Wolf clans unify the demon realm, they'll attack Great Zhou next? Can I just stand by and watch?
Hulu raised her voice slightly, angrily saying, it's all because of that traitor Baishuan. He colluded with the Saint Sect's elder, ambushed the Heavenly Sovereign, and imprisoned the Grand Elder. Li Mu tilted his head and asked, if I help Huangji return to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom and regain the Enchantress Sect, would you dare to resist the Saint Sect? Hulu asked in surprise. You're willing to help Lord Huangji regain the Enchantress Sect? Li Mu didn't answer, but stood up and said, forget it, it's better to wait until I meet Huangji. You can't make the decision on this. You wait here first, I'll contact you again in a few days. After instructing her, he went outside. Li Mu questioned the one-eyed man with an empty look. Who are you cursing? Hearing the voice, he asked. So fast? Only half a cup of tea has passed. Why doesn't Commander Ying play a little longer? Li Mu frowned and replied, that fox is still a virgin. Her body has pure yin still. Wouldn't it be a waste if I played with her now? I'll wait until I completely refine that snake demon's demon core, borrow her pure yin to advance to the 5th realm in one go, and become an elder. Li Mu put on a stern face and warned, that fox is mine. If any of you dare to touch a single hair on her head, I'll kill you and soak you in wine. Baldy chuckled and replied, Commander Ying, rest assured, you're the Grand Elder's bodyguard. Who would dare to snatch from you? He said that to his face.
But when Li Mu left, he spat and secretly sneered.
Showing off about keeping her pure yin? Just say you can't do it, that's all. Switching scenes to the demon race's palace, Li Mu stood there, still calculating in his mind. First, I need to find Huangji now. She has extremely high popularity in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. Only she can replace Bai Xuan and become the master of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom.
Then, I'll gather more information about the elder who is recuperating from his injuries in the demon realm, and take his life when he's sick.
Although I've become a bodyguard, Bai Xuan is only letting me guard the gate for now. I have to do something to gain Bai Xuan's trust.
Suddenly, the fox demon next to him uncomfortably said, "That wolf cub is here again. In the past few days, the wolf clan has snatched many territories that we've been eyeing from the Grand Elder's hands. I really don't understand what the Saint sect is thinking. Clearly, we're their people. But they're willing to support these wolf cubs." Li Mu's was just waiting for news, and hearing it now, he secretly rejoiced, thinking, doesn't Bai Xuan always want a subordinate like Xiaoxi, brave and unafraid of death? Today, I'm gifting him one. Scene changes to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. At the square in front of the royal palace, that bald guy was sent flying by someone else, blood splattering everywhere, looking very miserable. "Ouch," a member of the wolf clan said with a smug look. "Bye, my dear junior brother. Sorry. It seems our wolf clan will have to take back this Black Wind Mountain." Bai Xuan frowned, thinking, Black Wind Mountain was initially annexed by the Fox clan, then snatched away by the Wolf clan, and now they've lost to the Wolf clan again, completely losing control of Black Wind Mountain. What a drag. Annoyed, he turned to the next person and asked, "Who wants to go fight?" But he was met only with silence. Bai Xuan thought to himself, those sent by the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom to seize territory from the Fox clan are all experts who are half a step into the fifth realm. But any fox demon who challenges them either has their cultivation destroyed or is beaten until only their demon soul remains, so of course, they don't dare to step up.
Seizing the opportunity, Li Mu stepped forward and said loudly, "Grand Elder, your subordinate is willing to fight." Bai Xuan turned around, his face relaxing, and said, "Yingqi, you've just recovered from your injuries. No need to force yourself. Step back." Li Mu patted his chest and said, "Even if Yingqi dies here today, he must let them know that the enchantment sect cannot be offended. The Grand Elder cannot be offended." Bai Xuan said approvingly, "Good, Yingqi, you take the risk, and I will ensure your safety. If you die today, I will kill your enemies and avenge you." Hearing this, the Wolf Clan member asked, "Bai, my dear junior brother, are you trying to break the rules of engagement?" Bai Xuan said bluntly. "If Yingqi dies, the territory belongs to you. You kill him, he belongs to me. You can protect him for a day, but you can't protect him for life." After agreeing to the terms, both stepped onto the stage. Before that, the Wolf Clan member instructed his subordinate, "Temper yourself a bit, don't kill him." The subordinate nodded in response. Understood. He roared loudly to build momentum. Li Mu on the side also spread his wings, preparing to fight, thinking to himself, this wolf is clearly influenced by the Heavenly Wolf King's words, worrying about everything. His momentum is a bit weaker than mine. Both charged at each other with great momentum. A punch landed, causing the surrounding air to ripple. The Wolf Clan member forcefully pushed Li Mu's back a bit, successfully drawing some blood from Li Mu's face. Not wanting to back down, he thrust his eagle claw straight towards the Wolf Clan member. The other, unaware of the danger, smugly wanted to rush forward and attack again, but unconsciously, his expression changed, and he muttered, "Not good." He quickly used his hand to cover his vitals, avoiding Li Mu's attack. Both quickly widened the distance. He exclaimed, "Isn't this just a friendly spar? Do you have to be so desperate?" He looked at his demon core, which was exposed, in panic, thinking, "This is bad. If that eagle demon's claws scratch me a few more times, my demon core might be ripped out. My cultivation of a lifetime will be destroyed in an instant." Li Mu didn't give him time to think, and charged forward while shouting, "It's not over yet!" The Wolf Clan member frantically dodged Li Mu's eagle claws, yelling, "I forfeited. I give up." Hearing this, Li Mu smiled slightly. After the match, Li Mu, with one arm twisted backward and eagle feathers flying everywhere, proudly shouted, "Grand Elder, we won!" With that, he collapsed weakly. Bai Xuan, with a gentle look in his eyes, rushed over to support Li Mu and said, "You did very well, someone. Quickly take the eagle leader back to heal." After Li Mu was taken away, Bai Xuan turned to the Heavenly Wolf King and said, "The entire Jingji Mountain area belongs to our Heavenly Fox clan. If you dare to compete, don't blame me for being merciless." The Heavenly Wolf King smiled and sighed. "I didn't expect your subordinate to be so strong. We're leaving." With that, the Heavenly Wolf King led the Wolf Clan away. Bai Xuan, overjoyed, ordered, "Yingqi is promoted to the second guard of my deputy commander.
rewarded with a luxurious residence, and given 3 beautiful fox demons. A moment later, inside the royal palace, the fox demon who had reported earlier knelt before Baishuan and reported, "The fox demons gifted to Ying Qi said that Ying Qi is always at home nursing his injuries. They've touched him a lot, but there's been no further progress." Baishuan rested his chin on his hand and said, "What can he do with his body? But he's just an eagle. How can he be as lecherous as the dragon and snake clans? He's already injured like that, and he's still not being honest," the fox demon said. "In the vast forest there are all kinds of birds. It's not strange to encounter a good-looking bird every now and then," Baishuan happily interrupted.
"Ying Qi has won a lot of territory for the enchantment sect in the competition. As long as he goes into battle he won't lose. Bring him the best elixirs and spiritual herbs." Baishuan frowned and murmured, Junior sister, where are you? Senior brother is searching for you with great difficulty." Li Mu, on the other hand, was indulging in joy, thinking, "Huangji, where are you?" Scene changes to a mountain cave in a valley in the northern prefecture of the Demon Kingdom. A talisman quickly flew over, along with voices whispering, "Are the Mountain Cat clan trustworthy? Trustworthy. I once saved the lives of their entire clan." Huangji and Huju hid in the mountain cave, adjusting their breathing while speaking. "I wonder how Hu Liu is doing," Huju said sadly. "If it weren't for saving us, Sixth Sister wouldn't have been exposed. That traitor Baishuan, he must have harbored traitorous thoughts. Perhaps Xiaoxi died because of him too."
"I'm so useless I can only watch Xiaoxi self-destruct, watch Sixth Sister get captured. I don't know how they're torturing Sixth Sister." As the two sat there worrying, little did they know that Hua Liu was being raised as a pig by Li Mu. She was biting into 2 large drumsticks with both hands, enthusiastically reminding, "Next time, bring me more spicy rabbit heads. The tavern on West Street has a sweet wine that's not bad. Remember to buy me a bottle." Li Mu served her while saying, "Okay, I know." Li Mu stood inside the royal palace, frowning, thinking, "This Hu Liu is getting more and more impolite." Suddenly, Baishuan's voice rose. "What did you say?" He seemed very excited and repeated, "I'm asking you again, Huangji is really hiding in our clan." The Mountain Cat member replied obsequiously, "This little demon wouldn't dare to hide anything. Huangji once saved our clan's lives, so when they came to our clan for refuge, we didn't have any suspicions." Hearing this, Li Mu was also startled, thinking, "Huangji is currently in the Mountain Cat clan?" Baishuan nodded and said, "You may step down first. I will reward you handsomely." The Mountain Cat member happily obeyed and left. Li Mu watched the Mountain Cat's back, thinking to himself, "Hu Jiu has never been good at judging people. I wonder when she'll grow up." At this time, Baishuan also ordered him, "Ying Qi, temporarily let that Mountain Cat become your subordinate." Li Muri immediately turned to advise Baishuan, "Grand Elder, your subordinate believes this demon should not be kept. Hunju had saved their entire clan's lives, yet they betrayed their benefactor so easily, enough to show how ungrateful and two-faced the Mountain Cat clan is. Demons like that are the easiest to be bought off by benefits. Today they betray Hujiu, tomorrow they'll betray your subordinate, betray the Grand Elder. Your subordinate really doesn't dare keep him by my side." Baishuan thought this made sense, and said, "If the Mountain Cat clan is so despicable, then they really can't be entrusted with important tasks. I grew up with my junior sister like siblings. Betraying my junior sister is betraying me. He is indeed the least qualified to say that."
Baishuan pondered for a moment and then ordered, "Hu Da Ying Qi, I order you two to lead your subordinates to the Mountain Cat clan and bring back junior sister Huangji." Hu Da and Li Muip immediately obeyed, and he silently prayed, "Heaven bless them, please don't let them go." Scene change. Inside the Shan Miao clan's Dongfu. Hu Jiu, following Huangji, asked, totally clueless, "Lady Huangji, it's super safe here, so why are we leaving?" Huangji calmly explained, "My injuries have recovered a bit. Staying here might bring trouble to the Shan Miao clan. Baishuan sent so many people to look for us. We shouldn't stay in one place for too long."
A Shan Miao saw Huangji wanting to leave and exclaimed anxiously, "Lord Jiu, don't worry. No one knows you two are here. Just stay, please. Otherwise, the Shan Miao clan will never be able to repay your kindness."
Huangji patted the Shan Miao's shoulder and said, "Better not.
Just remember you've never seen us before. And answer that way no matter who asks."
The Shan Miao sighed.
"Fine, I'll report this to the elder. Lord Juao absolutely has to explain this to him."
Huiju was touched, and said some sentimental stuff, like how he didn't expect a tiny clan like the Shan Miao to be so loyal. The two walked towards the cave entrance, one after another.
Only to be blocked by a freaking 8 trigrams formation, Huju wondered. "What are you guys doing?" Huangji rolled her eyes. "Can't you see? They don't want us to leave." The Shanmiao elder, looking all sinister, said, "Your injuries haven't fully healed, my lords. Why the rush?"
Hu Ju finally got the picture and raged. "I saved your entire clan, and you betray me," the elder smirked. "Lord Ju, this is the demon realm. Don't bring up human morality. If we hand you over, the Shanmiao clan can leave this poor desolate mountain and move to the spirit-rich Tianhu city. How could I let you leave?"
Hu Ju frowned, furious. Being a demon doesn't mean you can be this shameless. The elder was still smug. "Lord Ju, don't be so naive in your next life."
At the same time, Li Mu's group arrived. The elder rushed out and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, my lords." Hu Da stepped forward. "Are they here?" the elder fawned. "Yes, we've trapped them in the formation, waiting for your arrival." Hu Da nodded approvingly. "Not bad. The great elder will reward you handsomely when we return." He walked up to the formation and shattered it with a single move. Hu Da entered and said directly to Huangji, "Lady Huangji, come back with us. The great elder has been searching for you for a long time." Huangji replied calmly, "Agree to one condition, and I'll return with you. Otherwise, even if you take me back, half of your people will die." Hu Da frowned. "Lady Huangji, speak your mind." Without hesitation, she looked at the Shanmiao elder and said, "Waste the Shanmiao clan's cultivation, erase their minds, and force them back to their original forms." The Shanmiao great elder started sweating and waved his hands frantically. "My lord, don't listen to her." Hu Da quickly agreed to Huangji's condition. "No problem." With that, he struck a palm that crippled the Shanmiao elder's cultivation completely.
The other Shanmiao were terrified. "My lord, you can't do this. We provided the information about her. We are making a great contribution to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom." But no one listened to the lowly guys. They were forced back to their original forms and lost their minds. Li Mu watched the fleeing mountain cats, thinking, "Karma's a bitch. They don't deserve to live." Over here, Hu Ju whispered to Huangji, "Lady, are you really going back with them? I can self-destruct my demon soul. You can take the opportunity to escape." Huangji frowned and said, "Let's go, back to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom." Then the both of them took on the magical item together with Li Mu's group and headed back. Sitting on the ship, he mused, Huangji isn't the type to agree so easily. Yet this time, she didn't resist at all and surrendered. Could it be she's given up on revenge and wants to assassinate Bai Xuan before she dies? Moments later, Huangji's sharp sword was drawn again, but it was easily caught by the other party. Bai Xuan blocked her sword and frowned. "Junior sister, long time no see. Is this how you treat your senior brother?" Huangji gritted her teeth, disgusted. "HMPH, I don't have a senior brother like you." Bai Xuan knocked her sword away and said leisurely, "Our master reaching this point today can't be blamed on me. If I didn't follow the holy sect's orders, they would eliminate me too, junior sister. Actually, our Huang family ending up like this today is all your fault." "It was your kindness that harmed master, harmed senior brother, and harmed yourself. You're a fox race, yet you keep having human compassion, even daring to oppose the holy sect's orders. It's all because of you." Huangji gritted her teeth, thinking, "Things have come to this. I can't reclaim the Heavenly Fox Kingdom. My last wish is to avenge my father." But Bai Xuan was already at the 6th realm. He was taking advantage of Huangji, because he didn't see Huangji reply. He went over and lifted her chin, making a proposal. "Junior sister, you know, I was also forced. If you can let it go, I'll treat you well. Even agree to make you the queen of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, with just one word from you." His disgusting arm made Huangji annoyed, and she shook it off strongly and shouted, "Don't even dream about it." Bai Xuan did not use violence either. He turned and left, leaving only one sentence. "Don't even dream about it. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. After 3 days, I will kill a prisoner in the dungeon every day. First, Hu Jiu, second Huang Yun, and third, Hu Lu." He came over and ordered Li Mu Yingqi to keep a close eye on her no matter what requirements she had. Just fulfill them fully, and if she had any strange behavior, report to me immediately. Li Mu immediately took the order. After Bai Xuan left, Huangji frowned and observed the man called Yingqi from beginning to end. She folded her arms in front of her chest and said proudly, "If you also want to persuade me to be Bai Xuan's queen, shut up and don't waste your time." Li Mu went straight to Huangji's ear and whispered, "I want to tell you that relying on others, you can only be a queen. Relying on yourself can make you a queen." This sentence shocked Huangji. Her pupils shrank, and she thought, Bai Xuan's subordinates would never say such things to me. She asked, suspiciously, the Yingqi in front of her, "Who are you actually?" Li Mu walked up to Huangji and said, "This is not the place to talk. You sit down. Then release your primordial spirit. I will take you to a place." Huangji looked at the Yingqi in front of her with some suspicion. She thought, it would not be worse than the situation like now anyway.
Thinking about it, she released her primordial spirit and followed Li Mu. A moment later, in the space of the Demon Emperor, Li Mu returned to his original form, causing Huang Ji to exclaim in surprise, "Li Mu, why is it you?" He folded his arms in front of his chest and asked, "Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Huang Ji gathered her grievances and burst into tears and sobbed, "Luckily it's you." Suddenly, she stopped as if she sensed something, and immediately she stretched out her hand towards the lake beside her, and took something up.
A spirit jade appeared in Huang Ji's hand, causing Li Mu to be startled and think, "I'm done. I've been thinking about saving Huang Ji these days. I forgot that the spirit jade with Huang Ji's blood had been put in the lake by me." Huang Ji carefully observed the spirit jade, thinking to herself, "This is the spirit jade I gave to Xiao Jia." Li Mu scratched his cheek stupidly and wondered, "What is this?" She handed out the spirit jade and asked seriously,
"This question should be asked of you, shouldn't it? Why is this thing in your place?" Li Mu's head began to jump numbers and replied, "It's just a piece of spirit jade. It seems that it was found in the Zhujiang County Palace. There is a flaw on this piece of spirit jade, so I threw it into the lake at random." Li Mu folded his arms in front of him and said, "Let's not talk about the spirit jade anymore. I took such a risk, not to get you to say these things." At this time, Huang Ji curiously asked, "Could it be that you have been promoted to the 6th level? When did you learn the art of disguise?" Li Mu thought to himself, Huang Ji is too smart, can't she be as stupid as Xiao Bai? Li Mu tried to steer the problem by asking a question. "Aren't you curious as to why I am in the Heavenly Fox Kingdom? Why did I bring you here? Is there anything good or not?"
Huang Ji folded her arms in front of her chest and said calmly, "You must have come here to stop the unification of the Demon Kingdom. The Tianlang Kingdom is causing trouble with the magic, and the Xa and Zhang clans have never joined forces with humans. You want to get the support of the Fox clan to deal with the Qinglan Kingdom, am I right?" Li Mu pondered and said, "You continue." He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, and finally changed the subject.
Huang Ji said seriously, "What are you going to do? The Wolf King Qing Ao of the Wolf Clan has joined the magic sect. Once Bai Xuan has an accident, he will not turn a blind eye." Li Mu keenly continued, "I have my own way. As long as he and the holy sect elder who is recovering from his injuries do not join forces, just one Wolf King Qing Ao,
I can still resist." Huang Ji asked again, "What if the holy sect continues to control the elder here? Can you resist?" Li Mu replied frankly, "Of course I can, but I don't know if the Great Zhou dynasty and the Fulu sect can resist. I can help you regain the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, help you deal with the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom and the Magic Dao, and even help you unify the Demon Kingdom. But you must agree with me."
To promote the relationship of equal coexistence between humans and demon races together with the Great Zhou dynasty, and not to do anything harmful to the Great Zhou, Huang Ji calmly said, "If you didn't trust me, you wouldn't have come here." Li Mu smiled and made the proposal again. "I need you, and you need me. This is a win-win transaction. Are you in?" Huang Ji trusted Li Mu immensely. Without hesitation, she slapped his hand and said, "Happy to cooperate." The two didn't return immediately, but sat down by the lake. Huang Ji asked curiously, "Why didn't you go find Huang Yun? He's stronger than me and more qualified to become the Heavenly Fox Clan leader." Li Mu replied leisurely, "What would I do with him? I'm not close to him anyway.
Besides, I'm helping you this time. Isn't that a great favor? Don't you want to think more about repaying me with your body?" Huang Ji immediately said without thinking. "Sure." She turned and smiled brightly. "After I kill Bai Xuan and become the Heavenly Fox Clan leader, you can stay and be my emperor."
Li Mu wasn't interested at all and said, "A tiny Heavenly Fox Kingdom wants to keep me. If anything, it's you who'll be by my side." Hearing him say that, she started to sulk again.
After a while, she looked up and laughed happily. "That's right, compared to the Great Zhou Empress, the Heavenly Fox Kingdom is really small." Lidmunit immediately reminded her. "Hey now, watch your words. Her Majesty and I are completely innocent. Don't you dare slander us." Huang Ji finally reminded him. "Our primordial spirits have been away from our bodies for too long. We'll be discovered. Let's go back first."
Finally, the two left Bai Di's Dongfu. Li Mu calmly said, "We've finished discussing the partnership, but how do we find that Saint Sect elder? If we suddenly bring it up, Bai Xuan will definitely be suspicious. If this guy's injuries recover too much, things might not develop as we hope." As Li Mu was speaking, Huang Ji suddenly ordered, "Xiaoxi, help me massage my shoulders a little." Too focused, Li Mu unconsciously didn't pay attention and massaged her shoulders out of habit. But the moment he realized it, he stopped, sweat pouring down like rain, and he thought to himself, "I'm done for." Huang Ji tilted her head and asked indifferently, "Should I call you Zhao Shi or Li Mu?" Li Mu scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "What did you just say?" Huang Ji didn't expose him directly but asked him in return,
What did you just do? Li Mu's mind started racing, and he came up with a random excuse. Just now I was thinking about something, and when I heard someone say massage my shoulders, I thought it was my queen. Li Mu returned to a serious state and pointed directly at Huang Ji, reminding her, I'm telling you, you little vixen, you better respect me a little. Don't treat me like someone you can boss around.
Huang Ji crossed her arms in front of her chest and calmly said, Keep pretending, Li Mu asked guiltily. What am I pretending about? Huang Ji said seriously. Then swear to the heavens that if what you said is false, you'll be struck by lightning, causing your bird to be eternally dissipated. Li Mu exclaimed in shock. Huang Ji, Your Highness, is there really a need for that? He thought to himself. The first half of that's fine, but the second half is too cruel. All those years of hardship I suffered to solidify my manhood, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't throw away my happiness like that. As if confirming her suspicions were correct, Huang Ji's tears welled up again, and she sobbed. So it was all fake. There was never a Xiaoxi from the beginning to the end.
She started questioning. So the news about Hu Lu was leaked to the Great Zhou court by you? The demonic sect's spies in the palace were also revealed by you? Zhujiang County? Hearing this, Li Mu frantically waved his hand.
That time in Zhujiang County wasn't me, it was Bai Xuan. I just used that opportunity to fake my death and escape, Huang Ji said silently in a very disappointed tone. So that's how it is. You're a spy in the demonic sect to gather intelligence about the demonic sect. For the Great Zhou courts. Li Mu also said honestly. Not really. It's just that my Zhao Bai needed some cultivation methods after gaining 5 tails. I went to Zhujiang County to find that fox demon, and then by chance, this beauty brought me to the Heavenly Fox Kingdom to join the demonic sect. Huang Ji bit her lip tightly, thinking to herself, no wonder he always wanted to understand the Heavenly Tome. Everything he's doing is to gain our trust, just like he's trying to gain Bai Xuan's trust.
Huang Ji's tears were still falling, and she blankly said,
So when you said you were horny, that you liked me, that you wanted me to be your woman, it was also to hide your identity, dispel my suspicions? All just lies? Li Mu handed her a handkerchief, wanting to wipe her tears, and as he did so, he said, I am horny, but I'm helping you not because I want you to repay me with your body, but because of Xiao. She's debt to you all, and I want to compensate you. Huang Ji angrily threw Li Mu's handkerchief away. She cried out in anguish, Compensate? You think that's compensation? You can compensate in other ways. How are you compensating here? Do you know how much Hu Ju grieved after Xiaoxi died? How sad she thought to herself in pain? Do you know how sad I was after Xiaoxi left? Huang Ji started narrating again. That's right, it's because I was too naive. You are Li Mu, the favored subject of the Great Zhou Queen. You're just a spy for the Great Zhou court. There was never a Xiaoxi at all. You have to admit you acted very well. Everyone was deceived by you, including Bai Xuan now. Li Mu said apologetically. Fox? I? But then Huang Ji changed the subject. Let's talk business. Are you sure you can deal with that Saint Sect elder?
Although he's injured, he's still in the 7th realm. It's not something a 6th realm person can deal with. Li Mu smoothed his hair and said calmly. Killing him is very difficult, but it's enough to seriously injure him again. As long as we ensure he doesn't join hands with that old wolf, we can guarantee the Heavenly Fox Kingdom has nothing to worry about.
Huang Ji nodded and said,
I understand. Call Bai Xuan here. After a while, that Bai Xuan arrived, and he asked happily, Junior sister, have you made up your mind?
Huang Ji said calmly.
It's okay for me to agree to you, but you have to agree to 3 conditions for me. First, you can only have me as your queen, and cannot marry anyone else.
Second, I want you to release Huang Yun's family, Hu Lu and Hu Ju, as well as the demonic sect elders. Third, our wedding must invite all the demon people and be completed under the witness of the Saint Sect elder. It must be announced to the demon kingdom so that all the demon races know.
Hearing this, Bai Xuan frowned and said, I can agree to the first 2 conditions, but the Saint Sect elder is healing. It's not convenient for me to disturb him. Huang Ji shrugged and questioned him. You're not even willing to do such a simple thing for me, and you dare to say you like me? These words made him think, as if he was being provoked, I am the master of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom, and the great elder of the demonic sect. That elder will have to give me some face. After thinking for a while, he also said, I can agree to all of these, but junior sister, I've shown enough sincerity. To show your sincerity, shouldn't you give me the heavenly tome?
Huang Ji handed it over without hesitation and said calmly,
This is the heavenly tome. He looked at the heavenly tome in his heart, and thought that it was real. He said with a smile,
Ying Qi, you stay here and listen to your junior sister.
You must agree to all the reasonable conditions she requests. Li Mu quickly accepted the order, and he said to Huang Ji again,
Junior sister, then you rest. I will quickly prepare the wedding. Li Mu Sai watched his back and secretly transmitted his voice to Huang Ji, Bai Xuan is sinister and vicious, but he treats you very well.
Huang Ji frowned and transmitted her voice back. He's not as good as you in any way, but there's one thing you can never compare to him. Li Muna asked curiously. What? Huang Ji narrowed her eyes and replied. He's more loyal than you. Li Muna was speechless and thought to himself, this fox is angry right now. Every sentence can add an attack on me. I better keep my distance from her.
At this moment, Hu Ju and Hu Lu were also released.
As soon as Hu Lu entered, she leaned close to Li Mu and pressed her chest against his toned arm, saying, Eagle General, Hu Lu seriously transmitted her voice to Li Mu. I'm your woman now. If we're going to act, we have to act like it. If people become suspicious, all your efforts will be in vain.
Huang Ji looked at this scene and said a few sarcastic words. Eagle General, you're really blessed.
Li Mu ran out in a panic. He closed the door and said awkwardly, I'll stand guard outside. You guys can talk.
Hu Lu cried worriedly and grabbed Huang Ji's hand, saying, Huang Ji, Your Highness, it's great that you're okay. Huang Ji also said anxiously, You too, Huang Ji. Huang Ji then asked, Huang Ji, Your Highness, do you really want to marry that traitor Bai Xuan? Huang Ji said silently, What else can I do? We've fallen into his hands. Bai Xuan is threatening me. If I don't agree to him, he'll kill you on the first day, Huang Lu on the second day, and Huang Yun on the third day.
Do I even have a choice?
Hu Lu and Hu Ju lowered their heads, saying in a somber tone, We're useless. At that moment, Bai Xuan also entered. Li Mu, standing at the door, greeted loudly, Grand Elder. He went to Huang Ji and announced, Shimei, the elder has agreed. On the day of our wedding, he will come to preside over it, Huang Ji said with her usual cold voice. You sure have a lot of face. He smiled and said, We're getting married soon. This is all your face, Shimei. He looked at Hu Lu and asked, Li Mu, Yingqi, about the matter between you and Hu Lu. Would you like this Huang to take care of it for you? Li Mu frantically waved his hands, saying, No need, no need. I was just passing through. I don't want to marry her. Huang Ji suddenly spoke up. Bai Xuan, I see Hua Lu as my sister. If you let your subordinate humiliate her, you are humiliating me. Bai Xuan narrowed his eyes, looked at Li Mu and said, That's right, Yingqi. From now on, don't bother Hua Lu anymore, Li Mu said in a daze. Grand Elder, this was originally what you promised me.
Bai Xuan tilted his head and said decisively, It's decided. I'll compensate you later, rewarding you with a few more female demons. But you already have a few at home. Aren't you satisfied yet? Li Mu said loudly. Who would complain about having more? One each day, and a month's rotation wouldn't be enough. Bai Xuan was speechless, saying, How did my subordinate become such a shameless demon?
Huang Ji pointed directly at Li Mu and said, Hu Lu will stay with me for the next few days. Let him stay here so Hu Lu can order him around and get her revenge. Bai Xuan immediately agreed and ordered him. Yingqi, you stay here, Li Mu exclaimed in confusion. Grand Elder, this, Bai Xuan said calmly. To please the Empress, you have to endure some grievances for the next few days. They won't do anything too outrageous. Li Mu didn't resist and said, For the Empress, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water, dedicate my heart and soul, and be utterly devoted. After everything, Bai Xuan left. Li Mu questioned Huang Ji, puzzled. What are you planning to do? She said calmly. Our clan always repays kindness and avenges grudges. If we just let you go like this, Bai Xuan might become suspicious. How else would it be appropriate for us to act? Li Mu smirked and asked, So if I help you get revenge and seize power, how will you repay me? Huang Ji still answered leisurely. If you agree, the position of Empress of the Heavenly Fox Kingdom will forever belong to you. Huang Ji threw a whip towards Hu Lu and said, Hu Lu, you can take your revenge on him now. Remember to be ruthless. That way, Bai Xuan will believe it easier. Hu Lu trembled as she held the whip, thinking to herself, This is the ruthless guy who dared to stand against the entire Heavenly Fox Kingdom and doesn't even respect the Holy Sect elders. How dare I whip him? She hesitated and stammered, Lord Huang Ji, I don't dare. Huang Ji irritably walked over, snatched the whip away, and said aggressively, You don't dare. Then I will, she said as she swung the whip, but then her hand froze in mid-air, and past memories suddenly flooded her mind. Her eyes turned sad as she thought to herself, Huang Ji, haven't you wanted to beat him ever since you knew he was Li Mu? Why can't you do it now that you have the chance? Seeing both sides hesitating, Li Mu stepped forward and took the whip from Huang Ji's hand, saying, I'll do it myself. In his heart, he thought, although Huang Ji's purpose is to vent her anger, she's not unreasonable. Bai Xuan already thinks that Huang Ji and Hu Lu won't let Yingqi off easily. If I don't suffer any torment, he might become suspicious. As he thought, he leaned against the wall, manipulating the leather whip to lash his back repeatedly. Each time the leather whip landed, a bloody gash appeared. The sound of the whip hitting flesh was extremely jarring, and many wounds appeared. In just a moment, Hulu said blankly. Who would abuse themselves like this? Hu Jiu added. Why does he have so many wounds on his body? Li Mu gritted his teeth and endured each blow, sweating profusely as he thought. If I get beaten up like this, there probably won't be any loopholes. The sound of the whip continued to ring out. After a while, Huang Ji couldn't bear to watch anymore, and went forward to grab the whip, shouting, Enough! Stop hitting! She went over and touched Li Mu's bloodied back, stammering, You! Why would you do this? Aren't you afraid of dying? Li Mu smiled brightly and said, Of course it's for our empress. Upon hearing that phrase, the atmosphere shifted from touching to chilling. Huang Ji gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, Empress, Empress, it's always for the empress. She couldn't help but pinch Li Mu's back, adding another bloody patch to his already injured skin. Li Mu frowned and asked, Little fox, what are you doing? Huang Ji questioned him with a displeased face. What's so good about the Great Zhou Empress? Is she worth you doing this? Li Mu said with a proud face. I couldn't finish telling you all the good things about our empress in a day and a night, and you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Huang Ji puffed up her cheeks in anger, thinking, That Zhao Yu has people willing to jump into a sea of fire for her, even willing to die. I, Huang Ji, once had that too. If Xiao Shi was still here, his loyalty to me wouldn't be any less than how Li Mu treats that Zhao Yu. It's just that Li Mu is real, and Zhao Shi was fake. Li Mu was wholeheartedly loyal to the Great Zhou Empress, and towards me, there's only pretense. Li Mu's treatment of me, from beginning to end, is only exploitation. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Huang Ji turned around and said quietly, Leave. I don't want to see you anymore. Li Mu watched Huang Ji's retreating figure, thinking to himself, A short pain is better than a long one. Instead of letting Huang Ji always hate the illusory Xiao Shi, it's better to let her transfer that hatred to the real Li Mu. I'll compensate her 10-fold, 100-fold, in the future. Hu Jiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. What will we do that day? Li Mu calmly reminded. You don't need to do anything, just protect yourselves, Hu Jiu said worriedly. You're facing the Holy Sect Elder alone, and there are 2 Sixth Realm experts from the Bai family. The Heavenly Wolf Kingdom might also send a 6th Realm expert, Li Mu said firmly. Don't worry, I have my own ways. A moment later, Bai Xuan's voice rang out. Did they do all this to you? Li Muqi bowed respectfully and replied. Reporting to the Grand Elder, that's right. Seeing this, Bai Xuan felt pity and offered a healing pill, instructing, Take this healing pill first. Ying Qi, rest assured, this Huang will remember what you've sacrificed today. In the future, this Huang will definitely not treat you badly. You just have to endure these grievances for a few days. Ling Mu accepted the pill respectfully and said, Serving the Grand Elder, Ying Qi doesn't feel any grievance at all. He thought to himself, Bai Xuan really dotes on Huang Ji to the extreme, just like how Her Majesty treats me. Now thinking from an outsider's perspective, could it be that the Empress is... If we're talking about causing trouble, Her Majesty is even more troublesome than Ting Xin. It's just that Her Majesty's expressions aren't as dramatic as Ting Xin's. No use thinking about these things. The grand ceremony to make Huang Ji Empress is, in half a month, I have to double my spirits. As he thought, he patted his face to wake himself up. Time flew by, and half a month later, the Heavenly Fox Kingdom was immersed in the red of the wedding day. Everything was decorated meticulously. Li Mu stood below, wearing a robe, calculating in his mind, My task today is to pass through the palace from here and bring Huang Ji to the ritual hall. Huang Ji also stepped out at this moment, her body adorned in red clothes and exquisite makeup, causing Li Mu to be stunned, thinking to himself, Although there's already a fox at home, Xiao Bai's youthful beauty is too different from Huang Ji's mature beauty. Huang Ji also noticed him. She smiled to herself, thinking, He's staring like an idiot, isn't he? What a fool. Li Mu walked over, respectfully extending his hand and saying, Great Huang Ji, let's go. Her slender hand gently rested on Li Mu's. As they entered together, a shared thought arose in their minds. Whether we succeed or fail next, it all depends on fate. Bai Xuan was chatting with the guests, but as soon as he saw Huang Ji, he was stunned and wanted to rush over. Li Mu quickly reminded him, Great Elder, don't forget about that Saint Sect person. Bai Xuan was startled, thinking, If Ying Qi hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten and nearly committed a grave error. Thinking this, he, along with Li Mu and Huda, shouted in unison, Welcome, Venerable Son. As soon as they finished speaking, a Saint Sect elder appeared in the sky. Bai Xuan went forward respectfully, saying, Welcome, Venerable Son. Before they could celebrate for long, a group of demonic entities rushed up, focusing their power and unleashing attacks directly at Venerable Son, along with the taunt, Here you go, old pal.
Just a little something for ya, nothing much.
The Saint Sect elder couldn't defend and was hit by the attacks. He angrily roared, "Bai Xuan, you dare to scheme against me!" He turned around abruptly and shouted at Huang Ji, calling her little sister. She didn't bother to hide it, directly tearing her red robes, brandishing her sword and shouting, "You traitor! Today I will avenge my father and all the fallen elders!"
He slumped down, clutching his chest, saying, "Junior sister, I love you so much," and one shock after another keeps coming. Li Mu, standing behind, also removed his mask and burst into laughter. He frowned, questioning with a strained voice, "Ying Qi, I trusted you so much, why did you betray me?" Li Mu reverted to his original form, saying dramatically, "Sorry, but I'm a spy."
He was infuriated, his rage erupting as he roared, "The wedding I've been looking forward to for so long is ruined." Finishing his words, he conjured a black hand filled with demonic energy, aiming it directly at Li Mu. Li Mu frowned, dodging with difficulty, thinking, Bai Xuan's strength has increased so much in this extreme state of anger. He gathered his strength and charged forward, attacking and roaring. Li Mu retreated while erecting a Buddhist light shield in front of him.
But a single strike from Bai Xuan shattered the shield. Li Mushak gritted his teeth, thinking, even if Bai Xuan's cultivation is forcibly enhanced, his magical power is only at the 6th realm. At this rate, I'm no match for him. Instead of passively waiting for death, Li Mu directly charged forward, slashing at Bai Xuan's hand. But he suffered no damage. He hastily formed hand seals, shouting the word "split," instantly creating 4 identical clones of himself. But before they could attack, they were penetrated by Bai Xuan. He scornfully shouted, "Incompetent trash!" Li Mu Chu was sent flying. He struggled to stand up, blood flowing. Li Mu carefully calculated, Bai Xuan's strength is still at the bottom of the 6th realm. It's clear how different the 5th and 6th realms are. As he thought this, he unleashed his magic. Just as the other guy shouted to avoid the attack, swords into thousands, creating a barrier around his entire body. At the same time, Li Mu unleashed the demon-slaying bodyguard curse, with waves of extremely powerful lightning continuously striking down. While defending, he gritted his teeth and said, "I am the dignified great elder of the enchantment sect, the ruler of the Thousand Fox Kingdom, yet I'm being humiliated by this petty character. I will definitely avenge this humiliation." He finally couldn't bear it anymore, and tore off his clothes, reverting to his demonic beast form. He used the momentum and speed to attack Li Mu, who couldn't dodge and was sent flying. Li Mu frowned in pain, thinking, experts in the 6th realm are indeed difficult to deal with. At this moment, Huang Ji flew over, shouting, "The strong members of the enchantment sect and the Bai family are joining forces to deal with the corpse demons. No one has time to pay attention to me, I'll help you." Seeing Huang Ji, he became even more enraged and shouted, "Today you will all die." Li Mu quickly assisted Huang Ji. He shouted the word, "Array." Countless talismans wrapped around and secured Bai Xuan. He struggled but couldn't move. At the same time, Huang Ji rushed forward and slashed at Bai Xuan. He cried out in panic, "This isn't good, my nascent soul has been forced out by this attack." Huang Ji seized the opportunity to attack the nascent soul, pouring all her anger into it and shouting, "Die!" This attack caused his nascent soul to crack open. He widened his eyes, his pupils contracted as he looked at Huang Ji and Li Mu. Before he could say anything, Bai Xuan's nascent soul completely dissipated. Huang Ji placed her hand on her chest, a trace of sadness in her heart, thinking, "Father, I have avenged you." Li Mu was also heavily injured. He frowned, thinking happily, "Fortunately, His Majesty gave me this heavenly-grade soul-protecting magical treasure. Along with the cooperation of the demon-slaying bodyguard curse's final move, I was able to completely kill Bai Xuan." Huang Ji also collapsed from exhaustion. Li Mu hurriedly rushed to catch her, anxiously calling out, "Huang Ji, Huang Ji!" She struggled to open her eyes, pointed to the sky, and said, "Saint Sect Elder." In the sky, an extremely strange black aura appeared. All the demonic entities that rushed forward were sent flying. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage, the black thing immediately ran, but it didn't get far before it was attacked by another force. A small explosion occurred in the sky. The Saint Sect Elder revealed his face in astonishment, saying, "Wang Huang, so you were always here." Huang Ji was also very surprised, and exclaimed, "Father, Li Mu Kui was no different." Huang Ji excitedly shouted, "Father!" Li Mu immediately sobered up and reminded Huang Ji, "You can't help there, go save Huang Yun and the elders first. Quickly take control of the Thousand Fox Kingdom. The Heavenly Wolf King has escaped. The news will spread quickly. The Azure Wolf King might come here personally." She finally calmed down and solemnly said, "Hulu, Hujiu, follow me to the dungeon." Li Mu collected Bai Xuan's corpse, thinking, Bai Xuan is dead. The Bai family's ancestor only has a 6th realm cultivation, so he's not too scary. After taking the Thousand Fox Kingdom, I must quickly find a way to resist the Heavenly Wolf Tribe's counterattack and deal with the aftermath of the demonic Daoist Saint sect.
That old fox, Wan Huang, Heavenly Monarch, has been hiding here after being severely injured. Not everyone has such decisiveness. Hopefully he can cleanly deal with that Saint sect elder. He took the heavenly book and gave it to Huang Ji, saying, "Here, this is yours." Huang Ji nodded and took it, replying, "Thank you." Seeing that he couldn't win, the Saint sect elder wanted to self-destruct. He angrily roared, "Wan Huang, just you wait. The day I descend will be the day you die." Realizing the situation was bad, Li Muted immediately shouted, "Be careful." Just as the demonic energy exploded, Li Muku managed to take out a Dao bell to shield the two of them.